Chapter 121, Draconian Gram. Ray sat down on a chair in the main hall as he gestured for the sword Dolua to explain the current situation. I've gotten word from our spies that the Spirit Hall is having suspicious movements. Mainly deploying their top spirit masters to the nearby bases close to the 7-Kill Mountain. They seem to have roped in other clans as well. The most dangerous is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Several of their elders and disciples have been seen to be with the Spirit Hall. The sword Dolua said with a heavy expression. We've never went against the Spirit Hall. Why are they against us? An elder shouted as he slammed his hands on the chair. Do you know when they will attack? Ray asked, cutting straight to the main task at hand. Earliest will be tonight. The sword Dolua said. How many titled Doluas do you think they have? Ray asked. From what we have estimated, I'd say Spirit Hall controls more than 20 titled Doluos, and that is a mere estimate from what we have seen. Who knows if they have more? The sword Dolua sighed. 20 titled Doluos, I should make my 5th ring quickly so that it can deal with cannon fodder. Then we'll be able to focus on the titled Doluas, Ray thought. How many Doluas are you able to hold back? Ray asked the sword Dolua. With the help of the elders we should be able to hold back around 3 for a short time. The sword Dolua replied with a heavy sigh. With their entire force, they could only hold back 3 titled Doluas, and that's not to say about the other titled Doluas that could join in. Forget about the Doluas, I can handle them. Just focus on the cannon fodder. Ray said as he stood up. Arrogant. A elder could help but shout. In this difficult time, the youth still dared to say he can handle 20 titled Doluas. Am I really? Ray said as he unleashed the aura of a rank 98 titled Dolua, causing the elder to sit down heavily. Each upgrade in rank for the titled Doluas is a huge gap in power. Currently I can kill a rank 98 titled Dolua. Do you think a few rank 90 to 95 average Doluas can defeat me? Ray said as he walked out of the hall. Jumping up to the roof of the highest tower, Ray made sure that no one can see him cultivate as he laid down barriers. Opening up his palm, Ray gathered energy as golden red streaks of light twirled slowly into the shape of a ring in Ray's palms. Red light filled the area but no one noticed. Looking at the ring, Ray was able to see the forms of different weapons and armors to an anvil and hammer in the center of the ring. Divine Forge, 100,000. Unlimited blade works, user is able to craft and summon true noble phantasms. Reality Marble, user is able to summon a reality marble of any kind as long as the user has the vision and energy required to make the reality marble. Forge, user is able to craft weapon and armors with attributes of noble phantasms. Ray smiled as he looked at one of his first abilities he had ever gotten. Using Chi, Ray started to trace out several noble phantasms to test their drain on spirit energy. Enkidu, Khalidbalg, Excalibur, Phoebus Catastrophe, and Gi-Balg. Ray retracted the noble phantasms as he checked his status after creating the ring. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Rank, 54 Spirit King. Power, 98 titled Dolua. Spirit, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1,000,000 plus. Sword Monarch, 1,000,000 plus. Ring of Atlas, 1,000,000 plus. Sin of Gluttony, 1,000,000 plus. Divine Forge, 100,000. The rate of aging my rings are going faster now. I should be able to dash. Aiko has used her second life-saving barrier. Ray thought as he frowned, feeling his seal he made for Aiko lose another life-saving barrier. She only has 3 life-saving barriers left. Ray frowned before shaking his head. Let's just hope that these 3 are enough for her. Ray sighed as he stood up. He could feel the approach of a large number of people within his spread-out senses, and the highest chance would be that they're the Spirit Hall. Jumping off the roof, Ray landed as he saw that the sword Dolua walked out with a frown. So you felt it as well? Ray said, to which the sword Dolua nodded. 7-Kill sword disciples gather. The sword Dolua shouted as alarms rang out, with disciples running out one after another and gathered at the main area. Spirit Hall seems to want our death, but who are we? We are the 7-Kill sword clan. We are feared among the continent for our spirits. Even if we lose, we shall take the spirit hall down with us. The Sword Dolua shouted out. 7 kill Sword Clan. 7 kill Sword Clan. 7 kill Sword Clan. The disciples started to shout out as each of them summoned their essence spirits and pointed them into the air. You know that high morale can only do so much in the face of a power like the Spirit Hall, right? Ray asked, giving the Sword Dolua a side glance. I know. I've already sent a few of our members away to the 7 treasured Glaze Tower clan. Hopefully my clan can survive this even if it is away from here. The Sword Dolua said with a resigned expression. So you have that little amount of trust in me? Ray said as he looked towards where the enemy would arrive. It's not that, but rather it's better to have a fail-safe. The Sword Dolua said as he too summoned his 7-kill sword. Well, just remember your job, I'll take care of the rest. Ray said as he saw the approaching enemy. Jumping up, Ray activated the avatar of Atlas and mixed it with his heavenly demon assault mode. The titled Doluas on the Spirit Hall side also activated their powers as dragons, serpents, and weapon spirits could be seen on a smaller scale in size compared to Ray's avatar, which stood heads and shoulders above theirs. Let's see how you titled Doluas match up to me. Ray said as he summoned Tengaku and Kyoki. Dashing towards the crowd of titled Doluas, Ray used faded steps as he disappeared and reappeared within their ranks. Shit. Die. One of the titled Doluas shouted as he swung his sword spirit at Ray. Asterisk clang. The sword didn't even lay a scratch as he bounced off of the armor. Fire meteors started to shoot towards Ray as he used his sin of gluttony to eat the fire and destroy the meteor using his sword. Coating both swords in fire, Ray twisted his body, causing a ring of fire to shoot out, killing hundreds of spirit masters and a few titled Doluas before they could even react. Holy shit. Some of the 7-kill sword disciples muttered, seeing Ray's power. Are we even needed? One of the elders said as he looked at the fight. Enough. We need to take care of the other spirit masters while Ray holds off the titled Doluas. The Sword Dolua shouted as he charged into the enemy army. Got it, charge. An elder shouted as they too launched into action. Ray, on the other hand, were parrying the continuous attacks of the titled Doluas using his absolute zone. Enkidu. Ray shouted as he put his new ring to use. Golden chains shot out from around Ray as it restrained the titled Doluas near him. Due to his current reserves, Ray couldn't afford to use Enkidu too much. Gbolg. Ray summoned the Crimson Lance as he dismissed Tengaku and Kyoki. Wielding the lance in his hands, Ray attacked the restrained Doluas quickly as he flowed through attack after attack. Asterisk boom. Ray ate the lightning that was shot towards him as he coated Gbolg in lightning. Stabbing the lance downwards, Ray created a large net of lightning, shocking and paralyzing the titled Doluas in his range. Ray then twisted his body as he threw the lance towards the group of titled Doluas. Black and crimson energy flared from the lance as it shot towards the titled Doluas. Several Doluas were pierced as their essence spirits broke and faded, leaving their corpses to fall to the ground. The lance flew upwards as it twirled and flew back into Ray's hand. Spinning the lance in his hands, Ray positioned the lance in an attacking position as he stared down at the remaining Doluas. The leader of this attack had an ugly expression on his face as he saw Ray kill several titled Doluas easily. Looking at the figure in front of him, taller than a mountain, clad in black and red armor, its glowing eyes and deep red lance. It was the exact image of a war god if one were to ask what it looked like. What's worse, the leader could clearly tell that Ray was only a spirit king, 50 to 60, yet his power surpassed an average Doluas at 90 to 95 in rank. We can't let him live. He is already a threat to titled Doluas at spirit king level, we can't let him get stronger. The leader said as he got a soldier to send the message out for more reinforcements. Tiandou. Cooperate with our spirit hall. We can't allow this anomaly to live. The leader shouted towards the titled Dolua from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Tiandou nodded with a frown as he too knew what an existence like Ray meant if he were to leave and get stronger. 4 titled Doluas moved besides Tiandou as they prepared to do a spirit fusion technique. Ray grinned as he saw how 5 Doluas wanted to fuse. It has been too long since I fought an army and strong opponents, I might have become soft. Ray said as everyone could hear him. Entertain me. Ray shouted as energy flared around him. Unknown to Ray, his Azura war god spirit started to appear as it mixed with his current avatar. The avatar grew more lifelike as suppression power could be felt radiate from the giant. Ray's domain spread out as the enemies felt their powers weaken. Domain type. Tiandou said as he frowned heavily. It was rare to gain a domain skill in the Dolua continent, yet Ray was able to get his hands on such a strong domain. However, if Tiandou knew that Ray had more domains in store, he would probably give up fighting. This is because each domain would stack with each other, including the debuffs, which could result in him being entirely powerless. Spirit Fusion. Ancient Elemental Tyrant Dragon. Tiandou shouted as golden light descended down from the skies, illuminating the area as a 5-headed dragon with golden scales appeared. Each head has a different color mixed with gold to signify its elemental nature. Ha 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 ha. Ray laughed out in mockery. Of all the things they chose, they went for the element route. You just doomed yourself. But since you want to be a dragon, I'll entertain you. Ray said as he dismissed Gibalg. Come. Dawn of Ruin, Graham. Ray shouted as he summoned the sword Graham. But he wasn't done as red energy gathered at its other hand. Thou dragon with sin, Ascalon. Ray shouted once more as the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Tiandou frowned as he felt his spirit tremble from the fear it felt towards the sword Ray just summoned. Ray brought the two swords together as he grinned. The two swords melted into liquid as it started to merge. Tiandou wanted to intervene but couldn't as they needed to synchronize the fusion, otherwise it would break apart. Dragon-slaying demon sword. Draconian Graham. Ray said as a new sword appeared in his hands. It had a pitch-black blade with veins of azure and red run down its length. On its hilt had the carvings of dragons, and it was decorated with a deep scarlet jewel. Ray's avatar heaved the sword onto its shoulder as it held the shape and weight of a great sword. Ancient Elemental Tyrant Dragon meet Draconian Graham. Draconian Graham, meet your next victim. Ray said with a battle-ready grin. Chapter 122, Teardrop Photon Ray. Ray stood facing the ancient dragon with a battle-ready grin as he positioned his sword on his shoulder. You done with the fusion yet? Because it would be boring to fight a handicapped enemy. Ray taunted as he grinned. Tiandou frowned as the ancient dragon let out a earth-shattering roar and charged at Ray. That's more like it. Ray shouted back as he swung his sword to intercept the dragon. Twisting its body, the dragon sent its claws at Ray as it collided with the sword, forcing Ray to take half a step back. Oh, strength-wise it's pretty good. Ray said as he flicked the great sword so that the dragon's claws bounced upwards. Following the momentum, Ray slashed the greatsword without delay as the dragon quickly opened its mouth to breath out fire, slowing down the blade. Useless. Ray shouted as he ate the fire and the sword continued its path. The dragon roared as a repulsion force sprang out from its body as it redirected the sword. Ray grinned as he used the sword as a pivot to swing his entire body and gave the dragon a kick to the torso. Asterisk boom. Shockwaves exploded out as the dragon dug its claws to the ground, ripping up earth as it tried to slow down its flight. Have your fire back. Ray shouted as he slammed his hand to the ground, causing a giant wave to fire to shoot up and towards the dragon. A few unlucky spirit masters that were in the vicinity were burnt alive into ashes as they couldn't even resist against the attack. The dragon spread out its wings as it tried to control the fire. While the dragon couldn't completely control the fire, it wasn't a problem for it to divert its path a little so it missed its body. While the dragon was controlling the fire, Ray wasn't idle. Jumping up, Ray stared down at the dragon as he sent his sword for an overhead swing. The dragon expanded its wings as it used the repulsion ability to make the sword divert from its path. Swinging his leg towards the dragon for a downwards axe kick, Ray felt the repulsion barrier still being held up. So you learned, but it's not enough. Ray said as he landed and swung upwards with the great sword. The swing had enough force to sever a mountain like paper as it cut through the repulsion barrier. The dragon frowned as he felt the barrier break. Quickly retreating backwards, it tried to dodge, but one of its heads still got cut in half. He don't think that you can run that easily. Ray said darkly with a grin as he made another draconian gram in his other hand. His avatar wielded the two dragon-slaying swords with ease as it charged towards the ancient elemental dragon. Other titled Doluas tried to interfere, seeing that the dragon was having trouble. Fuck off. Ray shouted as he twisted his body and used Absolute Zone to kill off 2 serpents that tried to bite him. Jumping up, Ray crossed both of his swords as he coated the 2 with lightning and fire. Slamming down the sword, Ray caused an explosion of lightning and fire in an area around him. Boom. A huge cloud of smoke covered the area as Ray's attack had scorched the entire area. Dum 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 dum. Heavy footsteps could be heard as Ray's avatar slowly walked out of the smoke with a bloodthirsty grin ready for battle. Come on, show me more, Ray said as he dashed towards the dragon once more. Throwing one of his swords towards the dragon, Ray crouched into a low dash as the dragon blocked the first sword, causing it to spin upwards. Ray's grin grew wider as he swung the sword in his hands in a diagonal manner, cutting the dragon. Grabbing the airborne sword, Ray spun his body as he cut the dragon again in one swift motion. Support! Tiandou shouted out from his dragon body as he couldn't believe that Ray was so quick in his avatar. Spots of light shot towards the dragon as its wounds started to heal. Ha 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 ha, so you want to keep on going? Fine by me, Ray shouted as his giant shouted its battle cry. A deep crimson aura burst out of the avatar as its suppression force grew heavier. Azura War God's aura, all stats increase by 2x, the longer the user fights the more it increases. Unknown to Ray, his fight allowed him to create a skill which makes him stronger the longer he fights. Shit, his aura just increased. Tiandou thought in slight panic. Titan armor Dolua. Fucking help me. Tiandou shouted out as he used his repulsion ability as much as he could to try hold off Ray. The said Dolua quickly covered the ancient dragon in his essence spirit as a dense amount of armor could be seen appearing all over the dragon's body. This little paper plate can't do anything, Ray shouted as he instantly cut the arm of the dragon off even though it had the Titan armor protecting it. The dragon quickly swung its tail at Ray, who bent backwards as he avoided the tail. Flipping one of his swords, Ray slammed his palm into the pommel, launching the sword towards the dragon. Arg! The dragon shouted out in pain as the sword deeply embedded itself into the dragon's torso. Gathering a large amount of chi and wind element onto his sword, Ray cut horizontally as he decapitated the heads of the dragon. The fusion broke as 5 heavily injured Doluas could be seen falling down. Stomping down with his foot, Ray instantly killed the wounded Doluas as he picked up his greatsword. Who else? Ray shouted as he looked around for more titled Doluas. The Doluas quivered with fear as they saw Ray's blood-crazy grin. No one. Fine, then you can all die together, Ray shouted as he stabbed his sword beside him and aimed both palms to the ground. Star of Tears, Ray shouted as a dense amount of magic circles appeared covering the entire area. Layers upon layers of magic circles gathered. Their colors different, some were red, some were green and some were blue. The huge array drew everyone's attention as the sword Dolua frowned, feeling the power that was about to be unleashed. To all disciples, exit the area of effect immediately, the sword Dolua shouted out in panic while he and the elders also quickly dispersed from the area. The enemies were no so fortunate as Ray had his suppression force focused on them, rendering them immobile. War God's sword, Ray continued as clouds gathered above his location. Lightning could be seen flashing off the magic circles while the sword Dolua grew even more fearful from the energy gathered. Teardrop Photon Ray, Ray shouted as a neon blue streak of energy shot down from the clouds hitting the magic circles. The energy expanded in size as it covered all of the enemies in the area. Boom. A earth-shattering explosion occurred as the energy disintegrated everything that it hit in a large area around Ray. The ground shook from the impact as it caused everyone to lose their balance from the earthquake caused by the attack. Video on the noble phantasm, Teardrop Photon Ray. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=tzlobby5 at 4. The sword Dolua widened his eyes in fear as he saw the damage the noble phantasm did. Ray's avatar stood watching the destruction as he had 2 greatswords besides him. Kohahaha, it has truly been a long time since I last fought like this, Ray said as he smiled as the scene. Dispersing his avatar and swords, Ray landed on the ground as he made eye contact with the leader of this attack. Are you going to ask for reinforcements? If so, make them worthwhile, okay? Ray said, using chi to amplify his voice. The leader shivered in fear as he remembered what he had just seen. Retreat. he shouted as the spirit hall and the clans left in a panic with heavy casualties. Ray kept his fearless act on with a grin. But on the inside, he knew that his reserves wasn't going to be able to pull something like that again. The most he could afford was to fight 1 or 2 titled Doluos and then he would be dry of chi. Ah, such a shame. If only I had more chi. Ray thought as he didn't want to use his mana. Walking back towards the sword Dolua, the disciples looked at Ray with a mixture of fear and slight anger as he had also killed several of the 7-kill sword disciples from the results of his battle. But Ray didn't care as his favor only included him saving the clan once. A few casualties was okay in Ray's books. Sword Dolua, I suppose this is enough to repay the favor. Ray said while his grin slowly became a smile again as his thirst for battle died down. Yes, I believe Spirit Hall wouldn't want to attack again for a long time after that display of yours. The sword Dolua said. Then I'll be making my way back. Ray said as he turned away from the sword Dolua and walked in the direction of the Clear Sky clan. The elders and the sword Dolua watched Ray's back as he left. This guy is a double-sided sword. He won't care about damages as long as the main objective is complete. An elder said with a frown. Indeed, but it was also because of him that the majority of us survived. If it was just us, I don't think we can defeat all of those Doluas. The sword Dolua sighed as they walked back to the clan resistance on top of the 7-kill sword mountain. Chapter 123, Mutation. Ray was in a happy mood as he traveled towards the Clear Sky clan. Having slaughtered an army after such a long time felt ecstatic for Ray. It was akin to receiving water in the desert. Should I search for them myself? No, I don't want to leave Bai Wu alone for too long. Though I hope they would approach us every so often. Ray thought as he dashed through the air. Ray couldn't help but smile thinking about it. Thinking about all of this really makes me feel like I'm back to years ago when I first reincarnated. Ray thought. Lei, have you finished? Ray could hear Bai Wu's voice as it cut of his own musings. Yeah, I'm coming back now. Ray said as he sped up. It didn't take long for Ray to return as he saw Bai Wu waiting for him. Landing softly, Ray caught Bai Wu who launched herself onto him for a hug. Welcome back. She said as she gave him a kiss. And I'm back, how is the spars against the disciples? Ray asked. Well, I got used to their attacks now. They mostly follow the same rule and it's becoming predictable. Bai Wu said. Seems like you learned what you could from this clan. Let's return home. Ray said as Bai Wu widened her eyes in excitement. I wonder what our lake looks like now. Has anyone found it, I wonder? She asked with a smile. I doubt anyone would find it since I laid a barrier around it. Ray said as they made their way to the main hall. Tanghu. Ray said as he got the Clear Sky Dolua's attention. Ray. I presume you've finished on your side. The Clear Sky Dolua said. Indeed, with that I owe you nothing anymore. Ray said as he left the hall with Bai Wu. Hold on, I know you did this for the favor. But thank you for helping my friend. The Clear Sky Dolua said as Ray only nodded to the statement. Walking away from the clan, Bai Wu hummed joyfully as she walked next to Ray. What's got you this excited? Ray asked curious. He just happy about going home after this long. Bai Wu grinned. Ray stared at Bai Wu. Bai Wu paused slightly at his stare. Bai Wu. Ray said. Yes. She replied nervously. You have that lecherous grin again. You're thinking about dirty thoughts, aren't you? Ray said. I am not. Bai Wu said, waving her hand around. Ray chuckled as he leaned near her ear. Though I'm not against some lecherous ideas, wait till we get home, okay? Ray said as he continued to walk. Fufu, Bai Wu chuckled slightly with a grin as she followed after Ray. Bai Wu had a slight skip in her step as she followed Ray. Ray, however, had an uncomfortable feeling as if something bad was about to happen soon. Lei, your eyes. Bai Wu said as she looked at Ray. What about my eyes? Ray asked. One of them is yellow. Bai Wu said as she looked at Ray's iris. Are you sure? My eye has always been red, it can't go yellow. Ray said as he shook his head. Waving his hand, Ray made a small puddle of water float up before freezing it. Looking into the makeshift mirror, Ray could see his right eye slowly change between yellow and red. His pupil, however, was conflicting between a normal dot to a dragon-like slit in the center before going back to normal as if it never happened. System. Do you know anything about this? Ray said in his mind as he frowned. His eye had returned to normal, but he knew he saw the change. Unable to analyze. Sending data to main system, report received, no abnormalities could be detected. Ray frowned at the system analysis. It might just be a mutation with my samsara is and spirit. Ray said as he dismissed the mirror. Come on. Ray said, turning to Bai Wu with a smile. Well, if you're fine then that good. Bai Wu sighed in relief as she followed Ray. Though I think I saw white part turn black for a moment. Bai Wu thought as she eventually dismissed the thought. Eve was frowning as she saw this play out. She was taking a break when she felt the system ring out as Ray's system sent out data. Reading the data, Eve couldn't see anything deviate from Ray's normal status. Everyone has what you would call a code in the system, and any extensions/skills/add-ons can be seen easily. However, this privilege was only available for Eve as she came from the main system. Even the system god wouldn't be able to see this since he wasn't truly a part of the system. Due to this having to do with Ray, Eve spent extra time looking at the Ray's code. Skill check, normal. Physical check, normal. Soul check, normal. Mentality check, normal. Genetic code check, normal. Status check, normal. Everything is normal, so what is that change with Baka Ray's eye? Eve muttered as she continued to check through the system. While it looked like she was cultivating outside, her mind was connected with the system, which means that her time was faster than anyone else's right now. She could be checking the system for a few years and only a few minutes to hours would have passed in the higher realms. System. Help me sort out the codes into categories. Mainly physical, mental, soul, energy and skills, please. Eve called out as she felt an headache reading all of the codes. Understood. The system replied as the codes reshuffled themselves. Thanks, now let's see. Eve muttered as she checked the codes. I can edit some of his codes. Eve said, slightly shocked. System must warn Eve to not tamper with the codes too much. As a single mistake, no matter how small, can cause a malfunction with Ray's body. Tisk, so I can't boost Ray's stats too much. Eve clicked her tongue as she looked at the other codes. I should be able to increase some aspects a little, right? Eve asked. Indeed. Eve smiled as a holographic keyboard appeared before her. Decrease energy use slightly, increase efficiency slightly, increase energy reserve slightly and HM. I can increase the effectiveness of Ray's ring aging slightly. Eve said, surprised at the freedom she has with the system. Warning to Eve. You are not able to edit other people's codes like Ray's as they aren't as compatible with Ray. You are also not able to add what isn't there, so no skill add-ons. So I can't edit other people, can't add what's there or remove it. But I can change their effectiveness. Eve said. Correct. Well, Baka Ray, you better remember this favor. Eve smiled as she finished the edits. Seeing her finished work, Eve exited as she resumed to practice. But as she left, a string words stretched across the screen. Soul genetic code awakening 2% bloodline, hashtag and $% $@ to be added when reaching 30%. Back to Ray and Bai Wu, Ray paused once more as he felt changes in his body. Looking at his hand, Ray could feel his reserves increase slightly. Could it be because of the fight? Ray thought. What's wrong, Lei? You're pausing a lot today. HM. Nothing, just my energy reserves increased a little. Ray said as he resumed their journey home. Chapter 124, Equipment. It didn't take long for Ray and Bai Wu to return to the Tiandou forest as Ray sat down by the lake once more. Laying onto his back, Ray rested his head on his hands. As I thought, it feels much better here. Ray said, closing his eyes. Bai Wu sat near him as she would occasionally give him a glance before blushing and looked away. Ray could see what Bai Wu was doing and only chuckled mentally as he waited for her to make a move. While he laid in silence, Ray started to check what had changed. I can output more power and use less energy in the process. Ray thought. Seems like aging my ring also takes less time now. I think this also accounts for my spirit bone. Ray thought as he experimented. It didn't take long for Ray to feel changes to his spirit bone. Heavenly demonic beast external tail bone, 1,000,000, 4 out of 10. It directly increased from 1 tail to 4. Ray thought surprised at his newfound efficiency. Ray decided to stop as he could see Bai Wu still struggling. Bai Wu, didn't you want to do something lewd? Ray asked as he opened one eye and looked at her. Well, this. Bai Wu stuttered as she felt embarrassed about it. While she was looking forward to it, she was also slightly worried and embarrassed from what the female disciples said. How she had to and then and finally. Just thinking about it made Bai Wu blush even more. // // Ray chuckled seeing her dilemma. How can you be both lecherous and shy? Take your time, I'm going to cultivate my ring for a bit. Ray said as he sat up. His divine forge ring appeared in his hands as he started to age it. Seeing that Ray was cultivating, Bai Wu stood up as she walked to the bush near the lake. Bringing out some equipment, Bai Wu looked at it as she remembered the conversation she had with the female disciple. Bai Wu jia, you don't know what's after kissing. The female disciple exclaimed in shock. Shoo. Don't shout, Lei told me to not ask male disciples. Bai Wu said hushing her. Well of course, but Bai Wu jia. How do you not know what comes after kissing? Has Ray not made a move on you yet? She said as she looked at Bai Wu. No, he hasn't done anything else other than kiss me. Bai Wu said as she shook her head. Bai Wu jia, that's impossible. How was he able to retrain himself from making a move? I mean look at you, that face, the hair, the skin, the figure, them legs he. The female disciple said as she walked around Bai Wu before crouching down and felt up her legs. Hey! What are you doing? No touching. Only Lei can. Bai Wu said as she tried to pull her legs away. Oh yes, so you really don't know what comes after kissing. She said correcting herself. For the last time no. Bai Wu said. Very well, come to my room. I'll show you the path. The female disciple said as she quickly took Bai Wu to her room. Stepping into the room, Bai Wu could see nothing wrong until the female disciple shifted a brick to show a hidden compartment. Opening it, Bai Wu could see ropes, chokers, blindfolds, whips, clips, underwear and more laying in a box. What are these? Bai Wu asked curious. Oh ho, these are what you need. Use these and Ray will crave for you. The disciple said with a grin. What do you mean? What can these things do? Bai Wu asked as she poked at the ropes and whips. These cause slight amounts of pain to you but they also give you ecstasy. Men like to dominate, so these are the perfect tools. They will cause you slight pain and turn Ray on. The disciple said as she started to run her hands across her own body with her eyes closed imagining what would happen. But Lei never felt good about causing me pain. Bai Wu said shaking her head. Are you sure they will work? She asked doubtfully. Oh they will, if you don't like pain then it's also okay. Just make yourself look weak and restrained. I'll show you how it's done he, the disciple said with an ominous flare in her eyes causing shivers down Bai Wu's spine. It's fine, I'm sure other disciples can help me out with this. Bai Wu said as she stepped away from the equipment. Oh ho I don't mind if you leave but I must teach you how to use these first. The disciple said as she locked the door. Sit by the side, I'll demonstrate it myself. The disciple said as she derobed herself. Wait what do you may a dash? Bai Wu said as she was cut off when she saw her approach the equipment. For the next hour, Bai Wu sat watching in shock as she was shown how to use everything. After the hour, she walked out robotically as she held a box containing the gear. I've seen so much. She muttered as she hesitantly stored the box away. Bai Wu decided to ask a few other female disciples but they were all the same. The gear, their uses, how to act to arouse Ray. Is this really what they do after kisses? Bai Wu thought. Bai Wu shivered slightly as she remembered the looks on their faces. Presently, Bai Wu peeked over the bushes as she looked at Ray who was still cultivating. Will Lei really like this though? But all of the female disciples I asked were the same, so it should be correct. Baiwu thought as she crouched down. Come on, me. Stop hesitating. Baiwu thought as she undressed herself and left her stockings on since she knew Rei liked it. Using her doppelganger skill, she looked at her clone. Baiwu too, help me get into this. She whispered as the clone nodded. Shuffling around a little, her clone helped tie her up with the rope as she wore the choker and blindfold. Knowing the everything was in place, Baiwu dismissed her clone when she suddenly realized she made a mistake. I can't move. No, it can't be. She said as she struggled around. But the way she was taught on how to tie the ropes made it tighter and tighter the more she struggled. Baiwu was about to call out to Rei for help when she blushed and remembered how she looked. I can't let Lei find out about this. Aren't I supposed to approach him and not the other way round? Lei is also cultivating right now. Baiwu thought as she could only try helplessly to free herself. Rei felt some commotion where Baiwu was and opened his eyes. What is she doing? Rei muttered as he stood up. Surprisingly though, Rei could feel that in the short time he cultivated, the divine forge ring had reached almost 700,000 years. Walking over to where Baiwu was, Rei froze seeing her in her position. Wah! Lei! Don't look! Baiwu panicked as she heard Rei approach and tried to struggle. The rope tightened as she felt like she could die. Right now, due to her struggles, Baiwu had her legs spread wide open and her arms restrained with everything in full view for Rei. Rei walked over to Baiwu and looked her in the eye. Need help? He asked. Yes please. She said as Rei crouched down and made a small chi knife. Rei was surprised to see the rope resistant to cutting. Rei frowned as he compacted the knife to be sharper and cut through the rope. I'm free. Baiwu said, finally being able to move. Rei sat on a boulder nearby as he crossed his legs. Looking sideways, Rei saw all of the gear lined up and ready to use. Who provided you these? Rei asked with a slight twitch in his eye. The female disciples. You told me I can't ask the males, so I asked most of the females. They all said that these are useful for what happens after kissing. Baiwu said as she dressed herself with a blush. Rei pinched the bridge of his nose as he frowned. Why the fuck are all the female disciples masochists? Rei thought as he felt stressed. He wanted Baiwu to ask the females since he thought they would educate her on gentle methods, not BDSM. Do you not like it? Baiwu asked as she looked at Rei. Why wouldn't I like it? Rei said as he uncrossed his legs. His little brother stood proud from the stimulation. The main question is, are you sure you like this types of equipment? Rei said, looking at her. Well, not really. Baiwu said, shying away. Then why are you forcing yourself into it? Rei asked. Because they said you'll like it. Heis. Rei sighed as he really regretted telling Baiwu to ask the female disciples. I like anything as long as you like it. If you want me to, use the gear, then I will. Similarly, if you don't want it that way, I can be gentle with you when we go at it. Rei said, looking at her. Can we go gentle then? She asked hesitantly. Slight NSFW warning. Of course, but let me get rid of these first. Rei said as he waved his hand. The gear started to disintegrate as Rei walked towards Baiwu and removed his jacket, shirt, and then his trousers. Baiwu gulped slightly, seeing Rei's little brother shadow her face with its size. Relax, Baiwu, I'll take it from here. Rei said as he crouched down and gently laid Baiwu down. Rei spread her legs as he brought his mouth to her pussy. Ah. Baiwu gasped, feeling Rei lick her down there. Rei's tongue explored her pussy as she could only moan at the sensation. Baiwu moaned, feeling Rei's tongue explore her insides. Rei eventually separated his mouth as he slowly felt her vagina with his fingers. Rei kissed Baiwu as his spare hand massaged her breasts. Baiwu moaned. Rei sat up as he saw that Baiwu was drenched below. Baiwu, I'm inserting it. Rei whispered to her ear as she nodded. Rei used his heightened senses as he made sure that he didn't hurt her too much. Making sure to stop when he felt her muscles contracted pain, Rei took his time as he slowly inserted his penis. Baiwu grabbed Rei's hand as she tried to resist the pain. However, Ray made it so that she was as comfortable as she could be for her first time. Ray felt her hymen as he whispered in her ear. "Bai Wu, this might be a little painful, okay? And I can handle it," she whispered back as she kissed him on the lips. Ray paused for a second before giving it a gentle push, breaking her hymen as blood slowly flowed out. Chapter 125, NSFW. Ray gave a gentle thrust as his penis broke her hymen. Bai Wu gave a muffled cry while resisting the pain of her hymen being broken. Traces of blood flowed out of her vagina as it signaled her losing her vaginity. Ray stopped for a moment while he waited for Bai Wu to get used to the pain. Ha-ha-ha-ha, Bai Wu panted slightly. "Are you okay?" Ray asked. "Yeah, keep going," Bai Wu said, trying to smile at Ray. Ray's expression softened as he gently thrusted inwards. The further he went, the more Bai Wu's back arched. Kissing her gently, Ray tried to distract her from the pain. Bai Wu moaned from the kiss as she entwined her tongue with Ray's. Once more with a gentle push, the entirety of Ray's penis was inside Bai Wu. And then, Bai Wu's vagina tightened from the sensation as Ray felt the warmth wrap around his dick. Sitting upright for a moment, Ray saw the women he loved spread out on the ground. Her hair spread out beneath her, her red face from pleasure, her figure which could only be described as beautiful, her legs which wore stockings. Everything he saw only made him more turned on. Feeling that her vagina had relaxed, Ray leaned towards her ear. "I'm going to move now, okay? Tell me if it hurts too much," Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Grabbing her legs, Ray held them open as he started to move his hips. "Ahmn, Bai Wu moaned from the sensation. Ray kept it slow for now so that she could get used to the motion. "More," Bai Wu said softly as most of the pain had subsided. "If you wish," Ray said as he leaned forward, causing Bai Wu's legs to go closer to her torso. But due to her actively using her legs to fight, her flexibility was incredible. Ray sped up his thrusts as Bai Wu's breasts moved to speed of the thrusts. Bai Wu moaned as she kissed Ray and wrapped her arms and legs around Ray. Locking her legs around Ray's hips, Bai Wu slowly forced Ray to go deeper. Tears started to form around the rim of her eyes as Ray paused, stopping her from pushing his cock in further. "If it hurts, don't force yourself," Ray said as he looked at her. Bai Wu shook her head as she looked at him. "It's fine, I can take it," Bai Wu said, exerting strength in her legs. Ray compromised as he thrusted as far in as he could, causing Bai Wu to clench her teeth slightly as her eyes rolled back a little. Bai Wu cried out in pleasure as she felt Ray's full length in her vagina. "The strongest in the world. At rank 30 Spirit Grandmaster, your papa was able to defeat a rank 90 titled Dolua," Bai Wu said as Shiau Wu grew more excited. "Really? Didn't Mama say titled Doluas are equal to 100,000-year spirit beasts?" Shiau Wu said, looking at Bai Wu. "Indeed, your papa could defeat titled Doluas at rank 30. No one else can do it," Bai Wu said as she gently turned Shiau Wu's head forward again. And then? Shiau Wu asked as she wanted to hear more. "So before your papa defeated the titled Dolua, he had actually took Mama to a festival. It was a crystal festival where we had to make the best sculpture using crystals. In that event Mama tried to win by making a carrot." Bai Wu laughed a little as she remembered what she did. "Is it because Mama is a rabbit? So Mama made a carrot?" Shiau Wu asked. Your papa however made a sculpture of himself holding Mama when she was just a tiny spirit beast. It was the second best sculpture that Mama had ever seen," Bai Wu said as she retrieved the sculpture. Since the event, they had kept the sculpture in the belt and she decided to take it out today to show her daughter what Ray had created. "Wow, so pretty. Hey Mama, what's the most beautiful sculpture that you saw?" Shiau Wu asked as he examined the little sculpture and saw what Ray looked like. "Mama, Papa is so handsome," Shiau Wu said as she looked at Ray's face. Your papa was the most handsome man in Mama's eyes. And the most beautiful sculpture Mama had saw was also made by Papa. It was called the 1,000-Year Dream. Your papa had carved the crystal to look like Mama when I participated in the festival. In the end, Mama and Papa decided to leave it in the city so that everyone could see what your papa had made." Bai Wu smiled as she remembered the sculpture Ray had made in Suatua City. "Mama, can we go have a look at it?" Xiao Wu asked as her interest was piqued. Bai Wu thought about it. Pretty please? Xiao Wu asked with puppy eyes. Bai Wu smiled as she relented to her daughter. Okay, let mama finish combing your hair and then I'll take you to the city, okay? Bai Wu smiled as she combed Bai Wu's hair. Mama, can Ming and Ming come? Xiao Wu asked. She had met the two as they apparently said they were looking for her papa after they had left the inner area. I'm afraid those two can't come. Humans would harm them if they saw them. Bai Wu shook her head as the two spirit beasts didn't recultivate into humans. Ming was a green ox python of the heavens like the beast monarch that Ray had met before. Ming on the other hand was a titan giant ape. Ming. Ming. We can't take you, sorry. Xiao Wu shouted out as Ming sat up in the forest while Ming appeared in the sky. It's fine, Xiao Wu, just stay safe out there. Ming said as he smiled at her. Ming. Watch the lake for me while I'm gone, okay? Bai Wu said as she looked at the two. As you wish, Queen. Ming said as he bowed his head. Heis, I told you many times not to call me Queen. Bai Wu said as she sighed. After my father had passed away, his last words were to pass the title to your husband, which makes you the Queen. Ming said. Fine, whatever. Bai Wu said as she waved her hand lazily. There, Xiao Wu, what do you think? Bai Wu said as she finished combing Xiao Wu's hair and tied it into a braid. Xiao Wu likes it. Come on mama, let's go. Xiao Wu said as she bounced around. Ha, you're just like mama when I was younger. Every time your papa took me to the city I would be so excited like you. Bai Wu said while she held Xiao Wu's hand and stood up. Ming, bye-bye. Xiao Wu waved her hand as Ming waved back. As they approached the barrier, Bai Wu held onto Xiao Wu as she started to teleport them to the city. They reached the city as Xiao Wu looked around at all of the people with curiosity. Wow mama, there are so many people. Xiao Wu said as people also looked in awe as they saw Bai Wu. It's a city after all. Come, mama will show you the statue. Bai Wu said as she led Xiao Wu by the hand. It didn't take long for them to approach the plaza where the city had placed the statue. Xiao Wu widened her eyes as she could see the similarities between Bai Wu and the statue. Xiao Wu ran up to the statue in eagerness as Bai Wu followed with a smile behind her. Hey mama. You're right. It looks just like you when mama was younger. Xiao Wu said with excitement in her voice. Come on Xiao Wu. We don't want to damage it. Bai Wu said as Xiao Wu jogged back to her. However, what Bai Wu didn't know was that the future Supreme Pontiff Bibidong was visiting the city today, which means that there were a lot of hidden guards. One of them heard the conversation between Bai Wu and Xiao Wu. He frowned as he placed a tracking ability on them as he rushed to Bibidong. He could feel the aura of a spirit beast coming from them. Even though it's faint, he had to report back. Bai Wu frowned slightly when she felt an aura suddenly flare with spirit energy before leaving the area with speed around Spirit King levels, 51 to 60. This is suspicious. Bai Wu thought as she sent out her senses. This isn't normal. There are too many high-level spirit masters. She thought. Xiao Wu, mama just remembered that we forgot something back home. Let's go back, shall we? We can come back later. Bai Wu smiled towards Xiao Wu as she didn't want to worry her. Fine, but we have to come back, okay? Promise, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said as she looked at Bai Wu. Mama promises. Bai Wu said as she held Xiao Wu's hand before quickly walking away from the city. Once she was out, she teleported away with Xiao Wu in her arms as quick as possible. Back in the Suatua city, Bibidong sat with a frown hearing the report of the guard. So you're telling me that there is a chance of 100,000-year changed spirit beasts? Bibidong said as the guard nodded. Interesting, I'm just in need of my 9th ring. Come. Call everyone, we're going to the Star Luo forest to hunt some beasts. Bibidong smirked as she stood up. The guard nodded as he went to inform everyone else. Bai Wu and Xiao Wu had just returned to the Star Duo forest when Bai Wu saw a tracking mark and realized that they were found out. Shit. This is bad if they find Xiao Wu. Bai Wu thought in worry. Ming. Ming. Bai Wu shouted out as the duo appeared. Take Xiao Wu and quickly get out of here. Strong humans are coming, I'll go buy some time. Bai Wu said as she knew by the time she found out, they would have already pinned down their location. While she, De Ming and Er Ming can protect themselves. She didn't want to take chance with Xiao Wu being here. Get as far as you can. The further the better. Bai Wu said as De Ming realized what had happened. No, we cannot leave you behind dash. If you see me as the queen then I command you. Bai Wu said serious as De Ming relented and nodded towards Er Ming who took Xiao Wu. And Mama, what's happening? Why is everyone frowning? Xiao Wu asked. Xiao Wu, you need to get away quick. Bad people are coming. Remember to listen to De Ming and Er Ming. Mama will go find you once she takes care of the bad guys. Bai Wu said as she gave Xiao Wu a kiss on the forehead as she sent them away. Wait. Mama. No, Er Ming, let me down. We can't leave Mama. Xiao Wu shouted as Bai Wu could only smile sadly. She could feel a few titled Doluas with the entire party as they approached at a fast pace towards her location. Lei, watch me. I'm not the weak person I was before. Bai Wu muttered as she exploded with the aura of a rank 93 titled Dolua. Ping. A shattering sound could be heard as the barrier ray set thousands of years ago broke from the attacks. Bai Wu looked behind her as she saw Bibidong and several titled appear looking at her not long after the barrier broke. Each looked at her with hostility as they released their rings ready for combat. Ho, to think a beast like you became a Dolua. Bibidong said as she felt Bai Wu's aura. Humph. Bai Wu scoffed and said nothing as she materialized her rings. 8 black and 1 red ring could be seen as it glowed menacingly behind her. Leave my home, human. Bai Wu said as she looked at the people in front of her with a serious expression. Ha ha ha, just you alone. What a joke. Go. Remember, don't kill her. I need her ring. Bibidong said as 5 titled Doluas nodded as they materialized their rings. Each of them had the same setup of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black rings. Bai Wu frowned as her doppelganger appeared. Her doppelganger had evolved with her ring as it held 100% of her power. She materialized her essence spirit as shoes and stockings covered her legs before she dashed forward with her doppelganger and teleported in front of 2 titled Doluas. Bang. Bang. 2 resounding hits were heard as Bai Wu and her doppelganger kicked the 2 titled Doluas, causing them to be launched back. The 3 other titled Doluas frowned as they tried to attack Bai Wu. One had a spear, one had a whip, and the last one was like an eagle. Bai Wu only frowned slightly as she kicked the ground, causing a tornado to appear around her, forcing 2 of the Doluas back while the eagle Dolua charged into the tornado with ease. Tisk. Bai Wu clicked her tongue as stomped down once more, causing the gravity to increase as the eagle Dolua fell downwards. Switching places with her doppelganger, Bai Wu stamped on the eagle Dolua's spine as she increased the speed of which he fell. Boom. A crater was formed as Bai Wu broke the eagle Dolua's spine, killing him. Anyone else? Bai Wu said as some of the guards subconsciously took a step back in fear. The whip Dolua suddenly sent his whip forward as it tied Bai Wu up and sent her into the air. Pierce. The spear Dolua shouted as his spear shot towards Bai Wu. She frowned as she switched places with her doppelganger once more. She compressed wind element on her legs as she kicked horizontally, causing a sharp blade of wind to speed towards the Doluas. Reinforce. One of the earlier Doluas Bai Wu kicked away shouted as a shield protected her targets. Bai Wu frowned as she knew fighting against this many Doluas might be a stretch, but she had 2 as Xiao Wu hadn't gone far enough yet. Demonis Avatar. Bai Wu said as dark armor covered her body with gaps at the shoulder and stomach to allow her to still be flexible. She still wore her stockings and shoes, but they held the color scheme of black instead. This was one of her new spirit rings that he had materialized as it increased every stat, especially her attack and defense. Bai Wu crouched down as she dashed towards the Dolua who protected the other 2. Acceleration. Bai Wu thought as her speed increased even more. Suddenly appearing in front of a titled Dolua, Bai Wu was about to attack him when she had to quickly turn around and roundhouse kick the spear that tried to stab her. Jumping away, Bai Wu looked at the Doluas gathering together with a frown. Each of them no longer let their guard down as they had their real guards activated. This'll be a lot harder now. Bai Wu thought as her doppelganger had already been killed and couldn't be used again for a while. Little beast, you've truly made this harder than it should be. Bibidong said as she looked at Bai Wu. Bai Wu only smirked mockingly as she had pink mist spread out from her palms. Illusion realm. Bai Wu muttered as the pink mist spread across the entire area. Charm. Bai Wu combines the two abilities as illusion realm to make them see what they desire and charm to take advantage of that moment. Seeing that it had worked, Bai Wu dashed towards one of the Doluos and tried to kill him. Boom. She was suddenly hit in the side as she didn't realize that someone acted as if they were affected to trick her. Bai Wu looked up and saw that it was Bibidong. Bibidong waved her hand as she dismissed the pink mist, causing the 4 Doluos to snap out of it. The Doluo with the whip restrained Bai Wu once more as she saw Bibidong walking towards her with a neutral face as she was about to kill her for her ring. At least Shiau Wu escaped. Bai Wu thought as she closed her eyes since she couldn't escape from the bindings. The whip constantly drained spirit energy from her, causing her to not be able to summon up her strength. A terrifying pressure suddenly hit the area as it forced everyone to kneel heavily on the ground. Gentle footsteps could be heard as a figure landed nearby. What do you think you're doing with my wife? A familiar voice could be heard as Bai Wu suddenly felt emotional as tears welled up in her eyes. Lei. She said as she looked at the familiar figure. Sorry I took so long, Bai Wu. Ray said as she smiled gently at her. He looked back at the people kneeling before frowning as he suddenly traced out Gi Balg and pointed his finger at the Doluo with the whip. Before anyone even realized, the Doluo's body was pierced as he was killed before they even realized it. Ray glared at them for a moment as he sent out 4 1-million-year rings as the pressure started to increase. Some of the weaker spirit masters died instantly as they couldn't stand against the pressure. Ray bent over as he picked up Bai Wu into a princess carry. 4 wings appeared on his back as he flew off with Bai Wu. TSK, I'm still injured and I can't exert myself too much. Ray thought as his top priority was to get Bai Wu out of there. Lei, what took you so long? Bai Wu said as she looked at him. Sorry, I just had to sort out my memories. I remember everything now. Ray replied as sweat could be seen forming on his head. So that means you remember Eve? Bai Wu said as she smiled, feeling both happy and nervous. Happy because Ray was able to remember Eve, and nervous since she wasn't sure if Ray was going to leave her behind. Yes, I do. But Bai Wu, are you willing to follow me? Ray asked as he looked at her. After all, you're my wife and I love you. Ray said with a smile. Bai Wu smiled as she hugged Ray. Yes, but after you left I was pregnant with our daughter. I called her Shiau Wu and I don't want to leave her behind. Bai Wu said as Ray felt a new type of joy surface. I'm a father. Ray asked as Bai Wu nodded. Ray smiled gently. We'll see what she chooses in a few years' time. If she wants to follow us she may. But if she doesn't then I'll support her with everything I have. I want her to have the freedom of choosing what she wants. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. After Shiau Wu made her choice I'll follow you. Bai Wu muttered as she rested her head on his chest. Ray hesitated for a moment before asking Bai Wu. Shall we let her experience the world first? I know I wasn't there for her, but we can use this to help motivate her. So that in the future we can rest easy knowing Shiau Wu is strong and safe. Ray said as Bai Wu thought about it. But she only saw a sculpture of you. Are you really going to let her wait before she sees you? Bai Wu asked. Yes, but not for long. I want to support her from the shadows while she gains experience. When the time is right, we'll meet her together. Ray said. I don't like it, but you're right. This is good for her to gain experience. But if she is in danger, I'll save her no matter what. Bai Wu said. Of course, since I'm going to protect my daughter from the shadows. Ray smiled back as they landed near a cave. Ray sat down heavily as he started to heal his injuries. Wait, Lei, are you still injured? Bai Wu said, shocked. Well, let's just say the moment I finished the struggle I felt the barrier break, so I didn't have time to heal myself. Ray said with a weak smile while healing himself. Heis, reckless idiot. Bai Wu said as she sat next to him. Ray made a small mirror as he set it to reflect what was happening around Shiau Wu. This should let us watch over what Shiau Wu does for now while I heal. Ray said as he closed his eyes to focus more. Bai Wu nodded as she looked at the mirror. Xiao Wu was crying into Ming's arms as she felt heartbroken about her mum. Seeing this, Bai Wu almost immediately wanted to rush out to find her again as she struggled before sighing and continued to watch. After a few months, Xiao Wu decided to leave for the outside world so that she can gain strength to protect herself under the suggestions of Deming and Ming. So she's going out now? Ray said as he stood up. I'm still worried about her though. Bai Wu said, watching Xiao Wu's nervous face as she wandered out of the forest under Ming's help. Me too, which is why we'll stay near her. Ray said as he walked out of the cave with Bai Wu before he teleported him and Bai Wu using his own space laws. Chapter 128, Observation. After Ray and Bai Wu had teleported, Ray set down a seal on both their bodies so that people, not even titled Doluas, can see or sense them. Xiao Wu's going to Nuoting Academy. I suppose this is okay for a start. Ray said as he walked around looking at the place. Lo darling, we don't want Xiao Wu to draw too much attention just yet, do we? Bai Wu said as she looked at Ray. Ray smiled as he hugged her. Sure, let's just hope no scumbag approaches her. Ray said as Bai Wu chuckled at Ray. Xiao Wu soon entered the Spirit Awakening Hall as the Spirit Master sent his energy to awaken her spirit. Boom. A sudden burst of aura shocked both Bai Wu and Ray as they looked at Xiao Wu. She had 2 pairs of wings sprout out from her back, 2 black and 2 white, while she had stockings and shoes materialize much like Bai Wu's essence spirit. In addition, she had a small rabbit tail and ears appear on her body. Heavenly soft bone demon rabbit. The Spirit Master said as he saw how Xiao Wu had innate full spirit power. Both Ray and Bai Wu couldn't contain their smiles as they saw how Xiao Wu had a combination of both their spirits. But her wings mainly came from Ray's bloodline turned essence spirit. Darling, did you see that? Xiao Wu has both our spirits. Bai Wu said with a happy smile. She wanted to rush out to congratulate her right away, but she knew she couldn't. She really is our child. Ray said as he watched Xiao Wu get a scholarship for Nuoting Academy. Your spirit for close combat and mine for aerial, long distance and defense, since those wings can change their shape. Ray said as he demonstrated to Bai Wu. Halfway through demonstrating, Ray suddenly paused as he saw how her room was mostly made up of males. A vein slowly popped up as he saw this. Darling, calm down. Remember how you said we have to observe Xiao Wu first? Bai Wu said quickly, holding Ray's hand. /LL/. Fine, if any of these kids lay a hand on my daughter. Ray said as he subconsciously cracked his knuckles. Xiao Wu, Mama can only do this much so far. Don't let anyone too close or your papa might break his own promise of watching in the shadows. Bai Wu thought as they sat down in a corner and watched Xiao Wu. Ray frowned when he suddenly saw a young boy with deep blue hair. Darling, what's wrong? Bai Wu asked, seeing Ray frown. That boy, he's reincarnated with memories. His soul is too mature. Ray said. How do you know he's reincarnated? Bai Wu asked, surprised. I haven't told you before, but I am the same. This is my second reincarnation after I had died before. Ray said as he kept an eye out for the boy. Did you meet even your first reincarnation then? Bai Wu asked. Ray nodded as they watched a chubby kid challenge Xiao Wu. With a single move, Xiao Wu sent the kid flying. Serves him right for trying to attack my daughter. Ray said, seeing the fat kid fly. Bai Wu giggled, seeing Ray being a daughter con. Soon Ray saw Xiao Wu and the blue-haired kid fight while he frowned. He knows how to fight and certainly how to kill. Ray said, observing his movements. They were too efficient. Bai Wu only nodded as she too felt some worry. Xiao Wu won by a margin as Ray knew the kid had gone easy on her. Bai Wu. Keep an eye out for Xiao Wu for a second. The kid's movement was similar to my fated steps and I can probably merge them together. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. However, the moment Ray left to improve his footwork, Bai Wu saw how Xiao Wu wanted to share beds with the kid. My daughter, your father might want to kill your little friend when he gets back. Bai Wu thought with a worried smile. Ray returned not long after as he had a twitch surface in his eyes seeing the scene. He walked up besides their bed and watched them without blinking to make sure the kid didn't do anything bad. Hey darling, you should rest a little as well, you know. Bai Wu said, seeing Ray stare with such intensity. Ray breathed out heavily as he stood up and pulled the cover up since Shiau Wu kicked it off slightly. It's fine, you can rest for a bit while I'll look after her. Ray said as he looked over at Bai Wu with a smile. Then I'll trouble you then, darling. Bai Wu said as she sat down next to him and rested her head on his shoulder. Unrest well. Ray said while he kissed her forehead. Following this, Ray and Bai Wu observed Shiau Wu from the shadows. There were times where Ray wanted to almost skin Tang Sen alive when he started to touch up Shiau Wu's ears. And there were times when he was thankful since he helped keep her company. One of the times were when Shiau Wu had a nightmare about Bai Wu. Tang Sen was there to help her and comb her hair, which made Ray change his opinion slightly about him. Ray was also slightly surprised when he found out that Tang Sen had both blue river grass and clear sky hammer. Darling, isn't that the spirit from the clan we went to years ago? Bai Wu said, seeing the mark. Indeed, to think that the kid is from Tang Hu's clan back then. I wonder if our name is still on the stone of theirs. Ray said with curiosity. Perhaps we should visit the clan to check. Bai Wu suggested. Maybe. Ray replied as he continued to observe. Hey darling, if in the future Tang Sen wanted to marry Shiau Wu, what would you do? Bai Wu decided to ask. If the kid wanted to marry my daughter, then he better be ready to pass my test. Because otherwise I'll shred him for even thinking about taking my daughter. Ray said as he didn't want to entrust his daughter to someone who couldn't protect her. Hee darling is such a daughter con. Bai Wu grinned. After spending such a long time away from Ray, she felt happier than ever to be able to watch their daughter together. Even if it is from the shadows. I'm not a daughter con. Just don't want my daughter to get hurt. Ray said with a slight shake of his head. Sure, whatever. Bai Wu grinned. Getting a little mischievous, are we? I might have to punish you. Ray said as he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Bai Wu. She blushed as she fidgeted before suddenly pulling Ray by the collar and dragged him away from their daughter. Wait, aren't you a bit too eager? Ray thought, surprised at how fast Bai Wu dragged him away. Ray and Bai Wu also had their bonding time every so often when Shiau Wu wasn't in danger. But Bai Wu didn't want more children yet, as she wanted to put all her attention on Shiau Wu. Ray responded by making sure his sperm didn't impregnate her through stopping the sperm cells. This way Ray can still come inside her without worry. When Tang Sen had adopted Shiau Wu as his sister, Ray almost flew into a slight rage. Ah. Do you think my daughter is someone you can adopt just like that, huh? Yours truly isn't dead yet and you dare take her away from me. Ray said as he was about to rush out when Bai Wu held his hips. Darling, calm. He just wants to support Shiau Wu, that's all. Bai Wu said whilst trying to calm Ray down. Sigma, degree. Tang Sen on the other hand suddenly shivered as he felt a slight once of killing intent and a bad omen for the future. Did I hallucinate? I'm sure I just felt killing intent, but no one's here. Tang Sen thought as he eventually dismissed it. And just like that, 5 years had passed with Bai Wu continuously trying to hold back Ray from interfering with Shiau Wu when they had intended it to be the other way round, of Ray holding back Bai Wu. Status. Ray thought as he did take the time to cultivate and make new rings whilst looking after Shiau Wu. Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Rank, 90 Spirit Dolua. Power, 100 plus God. Spirit, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1,000,000 plus. Sword Monarch, 1,000,000 plus. Ring of Atlas, 1,000,000 plus. Sin of Gluttony, 1,000,000 plus. Divine Forge, 1,000,000 plus. Ring of Themis, 1,000,000 plus. Vampiric Overlord, 1,000,000 plus. The End, 1,000,000 plus. After harmonizing his soul, Ray realized that when he cultivated, everything went much faster and he was able to increase the age of his rings easily. The new rings of Themis, Vampiric Overlord, and the End were the abilities that he still hadn't converted yet, so he turned them into rings in the 5-year period. Ring of Themis. Themis, the Greek goddess of divine order and law. Increase comprehension, increase law, concept and divine essence effectiveness. Vampiric overlord. The highest caliber of vampires with no fear of anything. Blood control, supreme regeneration, soul prison, blood army. Overlord avatar. The end. User can copy other people's abilities and can be used up to 150% of their power. With this, Ray had no more abilities that he can convert as the last one was still censored. Darling, I think they're entering a love hotel. Bai Wu said as she looked at where Xiaowu and Tang San were going. Asterisk boom. Ray suddenly clenched his fist at such a speed that he created a shockwave. Did you just say they're going to enter a love hotel? Ray said as he looked up. Did that little shit Tang San lead her there? Ray asked. Xiaowu was the one who brought Tang San to the hotel. Bai Wu said with a slight awkward smile. Degree LL. Wait, Xiaowu did. Ray said as he looked back and forth. This, I'm heading in. They're technically 12, and I don't care if Xiaowu took the initiative, it's too soon. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded in agreement. They made their way to the hotel as they saw Tang San having a fight with another youth. I take my eyes off for 1 second and trouble has arrived. I think Tang San is a bad influence. Ray said as Bai Wu gave him a pinch to the hip, causing him to flinch slightly before turning around. Back then, didn't you also bring trouble everywhere you went? Bai Wu said as Ray couldn't refute that. Who cares if you're strongest in the world? Bai Wu thought with humor, seeing Ray relent to her. Let me do this then. Ray said as he made a strand of energy which would disrupt the target's energy flow for a while as well as mess up their body control. Ray waited for the fight to finish before sending out the strand of energy to the youth who was Dai Mu Bai. The moment Mu Bai exited the hotel, the energy activated as he instantly tripped over. Mu Bai was surprised as when he tried to move his hand his leg moved instead. Bai Wu laughed slightly seeing what Ray had done to Mu Bai. Darling, what did you do exactly? She asked, seeing Mu Bai struggle to even stand up. I made it so that his control over his body will be messed up for a few months. Ray said as he turned around. Maybe it's a bit over the top. Bai Wu said, looking at the struggling youth. Who told him to fight for Xiaowu's room? Ray said. But I thought you didn't want her to share rooms with Tang San. Bai Wu said as Ray froze. Fuck. I should have helped him instead. Ray said, giving himself a facepalm. Ha 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 ha, come on darling. I know you don't mind Tang San that much since he had taken care of Xiaowu for us. On the other hand, I'm more interested in borrowing someone else's room for us. Bai Wu whispered in Ray's ear. Lecherous rabbit. Ray said as he pinched her nose before carrying her in a princess carry and borrowed someone else's room. And whose fault is it that I'm a lecherous rabbit? Bai Wu grinned as she wrapped her legs around Ray. Asterisk. I guess I'll have to take responsibility then. Ray said as they had some alone time over the night. Chapter 129, Bullying. Ray and Bai Wu stepped out of the hotel next morning as they followed Xiaowu to the school she wants to go to with Tang San. When Ray arrived, he raised an eyebrow at the name. Shrek. What the fuck? Ray said, seeing the name. Darling, what's wrong with the name? Bai Wu asked, curious about Ray's reaction. Well, I remember the name Shrek from my old life. He was a green ogre who lived in a swamp and had layers like an onion apparently. Ray said as he remembered his old life. Why would it be here then? Bai Wu asked, surprised at something which was in Ray's past life in this world. No idea. Ray shrugged as they walked to the testing area where Xiaowu and Tang San showed their rings off. Ray saw Mu Bai from yesterday, but seems like he figured out how to move his body but not his energy yet. While he can summon the rings, he can't use them. This kid has some talent if he has already figured out how to walk normally. Ray said as he walked past everyone without them knowing. Oh my god. _O. Bai Wu suddenly shouted as she smelled an awful stench. It was worse as her sense of smell were quite good. Ray frowned as he too smelled it. Quickly isolating the smell from the space, Ray crouched down as he patted Bai Wu's back to help her try to get over that stench. What the hell? How can something be that smelly? Bai Wu cried out in injustice as she was taken off guard by the smell. It is rather disturbing that the smell was so strong. Ray said as he looked at the source of all this. It was smelly tofu. I'm going to go with the manga version since I like it more than the sausages. Since my daughter is coming here I can't have her smell this shit. Ray said as he made a seal. Pushing the seal out to tofus, Ray erased their stench. As Ray did that, a guy with a thick beard frowned slightly as he realized the tofus didn't smell anymore. Oh my word, the gods love me. My tofu doesn't smell anymore. Cute fragrant tender tofu. He chanted as he made more tofus and realized that they still smelled quite badly. He kneeled in defeat. Wait, seems like it's his spirit abilities the problem. Ray thought as he made another seal. The seal entered the man's body once more as Ray could finally sigh in relief. Now my daughter can be spared of this. Ray said as he helped Bai Wu up just in time to see Shiau walk over. Ray paused for a moment as he felt a titled Dolua nearby. Bai Wu, do you feel that? Ray muttered as she nodded in seriousness. I'll go see if they're a threat. Keep an eye out on Shiau for me. Ray said as Bai Wu kissed his cheeks before he leaped away. Making a few short leaps, Ray saw that it was a hooded figure observing the entire situation and frowned. His aura, there's something familiar about it. Ray muttered as he landed beside him. Ray grabbed out his hand as he dragged the hooded figure into the separate dimension. Who are you? I could feel you in Nooding Academy and now you're here in Shrek Academy. Ray said as he looked at the figure. The figure frowned as he brought out his essence spirit since he could tell Ray was more powerful than he was even at rank 90. Ho Clear Sky Hammer, are you related to that blue-haired kid? Ray said seeing the spirit. What's that to do with you? He spoke in wariness as he was prepared to attack Ray to protect his son. What's that to do with me? That lad adopted my daughter as his sister, how can it not have anything to do with me? Ray said irritated as the figure paused for a second before roaring out in laughter. Wahahaha. So you're that girl's father. I'm Tang San's father, Tan Hao. Tang Hao said as he removed his hood. Aya, seems like your daughter is pretty fond of my son. Tang Hao laughed as Ray had a tick on his head. Say, what do you think about marriage between the two? They seem to like each other. Tang Hao joked with a smile. He wanted to make Ray lower his guard slightly so that if anything did go wrong he would be able to take the initiative. You looking for a fight? How can I give my daughter away to someone who can't even protect her? Ray said. Are you saying my son is someone who can't protect her? Tang Hao frowned as he readied his hammer. Prove me wrong then. Ray said as he clashed auras with Tang Hao. Tang Hao materialized his rings as Ray finally knew what the familiar feeling was. Oi, that red ring. It was from the Blue Silver Empress, wasn't it? Ray said, causing Tang Hao to widen his eyes. Ray remembered that years ago when Bai Wu was still a rabbit, he took her around the forest and wandered into the blue silver grass area where she had resided. You knew Ain. Is that her name? Seems like immolation. Ray said as Tang Hao felt sad on the inside, being reminded of his failure once more. Yes, I failed to protect her when my son was born. Tang Hao confessed. Che, I hope your son doesn't turn out like you. Ray said as he would turn the world asunder if Shiau ever immolated because of Tang San's weakness. I hope he doesn't as well. Tang Hao said, agreeing with what Ray said because he felt pathetic for not saving Ain. Ray frowned as he saw Tang Hao like this. I know that Ain isn't completely dead. You're resurrecting her somewhere, aren't you? Ray said as Tang Hao looked at him with shock. Ray knew that Ain wasn't completely dead as he could still sense life in her soul connecting to somewhere. If she has a chance to be alive, why the fuck are you sat here depressed? Ray said as Tang Hao snapped out of his depression. If they do get together, I wouldn't want my in-laws to be sat depressed worrying about failures when there is a way through it. Ray said as he turned around since he now knew Tang Hao wasn't a threat. Ray forced Tang Hao out of the space as he returned to Bai Wu. So who was it? She asked. Tang Hao, Tang San's father. Ray said simply. So it was Tang San's father. Bai Wu said in understanding as they were doing the same with looking out for their child in the dark. Anyways, what happened so far? Ray asked. Not much. The man selling tofu was 14 years old. Some girls appeared as they passed the initial test. Xiao Wu and the rest of them are facing against a rank 76 spirit saint. They just have to make sure they survive till the time runs out. Bai Wu said as Ray watched in interest. Well, if they're going to be Xiao Wu's teammates, then let's see their combat standards. Ray said as they observed the fight. First day, power. A pink-haired girl with a glass tower called out as Xiao Wu gained an increase of 30% attack power. That girl was Ning Rong Rong. Xiao Wu spread out her wings as he flew up with two of them turning to spears. Go. She called out as they shot towards the rank 76 spirit saint Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji grinned as he was about to counter the spears when blue river grass grabbed onto them, shocking him slightly. Tang Sen controlled the spears whilst keeping their momentum, forcing Xiao Wuji to tilt his body to dodge. Xiao Wu took this time to fly towards Xiao Wuji and kicked him in the chin, causing him to throw his head back. Tang Sen controlled the spears perfectly so that when Xiao Wuji wasn't looking, the spears pierced towards his weak spot. Futile. Xiao Wuji shouted as his rings formed a protective cover around him, bouncing the spears away, which returned to Xiao Wu as they morphed back to wings. Darling, they've improved a lot, haven't they? Bai Wu asked, feeling proud of Xiao Wu. Yes, but against a spirit saint it still falls short. Ray said, but couldn't hide the smile that crept onto his face. Fu, so shy. Bai Wu giggled as they returned focus to the match. A black blur could be seen dashing around whilst attacking Xiao Wuji. She was Zhu Qing and she is a light attack type, with her attacks appearing in large quantities but lacked force. Ha! Xiao Wuji shouted as his aura forced her back. Zhu Qing held her ears in pain whilst retreating. Xiao Wu took the chance to appear behind him as her four wings turned to tail-like objects, restraining him whilst she tried to lift him up by kicking him upwards. You don't have enough power. Xiao Wuji grinned as Tang Sen appeared before him. Controller of the crane and dragon. Tang Sen used a technique as it forced Xiao Wuji's center of gravity to shift, allowing Xiao Wu to lift him up. She twisted her body as her tail-like object smashed Xiao Wuji into the ground. Asterisk boom. A crater could be seen as Xiao Wuji climbed out, barely harmed. Xiao Wuji's aura roared out as his real guard started to materialize. The four new students looked at each other before nodding. Xiao Wu grabbed onto the blue sliver grass as she also used her wings to fly backwards so that there is more momentum. Zhu Qing grabbed onto Xiao Wu as Ning Rong Rong gave them boosts to their stats. They both dashed forwards, with Zhu Qing attacking first, followed by Xiao Wu, who morphed her wings into a single drill-like shape for increased attack. Asterisk boom. A giant shockwave exploded out as both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing got sent backwards. Ray frowned as he knew it was over. These kids really surprise me, to be able to work this well together. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Ray widened his eyes as he saw Xiao Wu use a lure. Xiao Wu suddenly coughed up blood from the backlash as Ray clenched his fist and drove it into Xiao Wuji's chest before anyone noticed. Arrgh! Xiao Wuji shouted out as his body was sent smashing through the entire academy, leaving a giant path of destruction. Asterisk boom. Crash. Bang. Ray waved his hand as he sent energy through Xiao Wu's body, quickly healing her up before returning to the separate space. Fu. Ray breathed deeply. Bai Wu took the cue to quickly cover her ears. I'll fucking kill that little shit Xiao Wuji. Ray shouted out. On the outside, Tang Hao widened his eyes from the destruction caused. And they called me crazy. His daughter got hurt lightly and he reshaped the map with a punch. O_O. Tang Sen was shocked from the sudden appearance of Ray as he barely caught his blur before Ray disappeared again. The principal, who sat in his room, suddenly stood up from the shock. That aura surpasses most titled Duluos. The principal said as he had a frown on his face. Darling, why did you do that? That was Xiao Wu's test. Bai Wu said as Ray was about to explain himself when he stopped hearing what she followed up with. If you're going to attack him, at least make sure that Xiao Wu passes the test first. Or better, do it far away so that his screams can't disturb Xiao Wu. Bai Wu said as she too wanted to kick Xiao Wuji for hurting Xiao Wu, but her daughter's test was more important. Okay, I'll go heal him so that we can continue when Xiao Wu's went to sleep. Ray said as he sent out a wisp of healing energy towards where Xiao Wuji had landed. This time let me do the attacking. How dare he hurt my baby? Bai Wu said, radiating a murderous aura. Ray nodded in support for his wife's decision. Seeing how Xiao Wuji somehow disappeared, the principal had got Dai Mu Bai to pass everyone as they were more than qualified to enter the academy. Flander, the principal, soon found Xiao Wuji laying there unconscious with blood everywhere. Weirdly, his body was fully healed as Flander couldn't help but feel a bad feeling rise up in him. Taking Xiao Wuji back to the academy, Flander laid Xiao Wuji on the bed as night fell. Ray and Bai Wu appeared beside Xiao Wuji's bed as they had evil smiles. Flander frowned as he saw Ray and Bai Wu throw Xiao Wuji into the forest so that he wakes up. Wah. Huh. Where am I? Xiao Wuji said, looking around. And saw two people in front of him. Xiao Wuji, you have some nerve to go serious on my daughter. Ray said as his pressure descended into the area. Xiao Wuji choked slightly on the pressure as he couldn't speak. Bai Wu, don't worry about damage, I'll heal him up nicely. Ray said as Flander appeared. Please senior, have mercy on Xiao Wuji. Flander said as he cupped his hands. I suppose you are the principal. Ray said, looking at Flander. Indeed I am, this one is Flander and I hope senior can let Xiao Wuji off. Flander asked once more. Humph. If he wasn't Xiao Wu's teacher, do you think he can be alive? Ray said as Flander sighed in relief. Seems like he won't kill him. Flander thought as he stepped back. He didn't want to incur the wrath of a titled Doluo if they didn't intend to kill Xiao Wuji. What the fuck, Flander? Xiao Wuji cried out in his mind while Bai Wu walked towards him. Her 9 spirit rings materialized as her essence spirit appeared. Summoning her doppelganger, Bai Wu started to kick Xiao Wuji back and forth while Ray kept healing him. Asterisk boom. 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 Sounds of Xiao Wuji being kicked rang out loudly as Bai Wu continued without mercy. Tang Hao, since you're here you might as well come out. Ray said as Flander shook at the name. Ha 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 ha, who knew you were more protective of your daughter than I was with my son? Tang Hao laughed out slightly. Fuck off, if you want to go wait till my wife is satisfied with this punching bag first. Ray said. I don't think I can have a go then. Tang Hao thought as he watched Bai Wu kick at Xiao Wuji. Chapter 130, Preparations to meet Xiao Wu. Bai Wu had a happy expression on her face as she finally vented all of her anger. It had only taken 6 hours of continued kicking for her to do so. Xiao Wuji laid on the floor without injury as he stared at Bai Wu with absolute terror. While his body was fine, his mind was not. The continuous kicks that Bai Wu did embedded a deep trauma for both her and Xiao Wu within his mind. Fu, right then, darling. Xiao Wu might be waking up soon, so we should go. Bai Wu said, showing a happy expression. Carrot nabla carrot. Ray smiled gently as he nodded. Devil. Xiao Wuji muttered, thinking his torture is over. Xiao Wuji, you fucking idiot. Flanders thought as he face-palmed. Ho ho, seems like it wasn't enough. Bai Wu slowly turned, making Xiao Wuji instantly regret his decision to mutter out what he had thought. Ha-iya. Bai Wu shouted as she gave Xiao Wuji another kick, launching him in the air. As a precaution, Ray sent over a wisp of healing energy while Bai Wu stood next to him. Senior, may I be rude to ask if Mu Bai's condition was also caused by Senior? Flanders asked, ignoring Xiao Wuji. Oh, why do you think so? Ray asked. Mu Bai came back with his condition right after having a spar with Tang San at a hotel. Seeing Senior's control over spirit energy, I presumed that Senior was the one who did it since Tang San was with your daughter at the time. Flanders said, cupping his hands. Well, you're not wrong about that. I was the one who did it. Ray said. Darling, I think he wants you to fix up that Mu Bai kid. Bai Wu giggled. Is that so? Ray said, raising an eyebrow. Flanders nodded as Ray waved his hand, sending out a wisp of energy. This should fix him. Since he's going to be Xiao Wu's teammate, he shouldn't be handicapped. Ray said as Flanders bowed in thanks. Flanders, I'll be troubling you to teach my daughter. But remember, I'll always be nearby. Ray said, entering the separate space with Bai Wu. Well, same over here, Flanders. Take care of my son Tang San. Tang Hao said, seeing Xiao Wuji already on the verge of crumbling away, and decided to spare him some mercy. Of course, clear sky Doluo. Flanders said whilst Tang Hao left the area. Seeing that both parties left, Flanders quickly jogged over to where Xiao Wuji had landed. Flanders. What kind of a friend are you? I was beaten to death while you watched. Xiao Wuji shouted out. Beaten to death? I don't see a wound, can you see a wound? How are you beaten to death if there is no wound? Flanders said. You. Xiao Wuji felt speechless seeing his friend act this way. Well, it was your fault that you went serious on those kids. Who knew that 2 of them were time bombs? Flanders said as Xiao Wuji couldn't help but nod in agreement. Come on, they should be waking up soon. Flanders said giving his friend a hand. After entering the separate space, Ray and Bai Wu made their way to find Xiao Wu. Darling, you know that there was a spy nearby, right? Bai Wu said. Yes, but from what I learned back in the Clear Sky clan, they're the spies of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower clan. With our appearance they should get the clue that Xiao Wu is off limits. Same with Tang San if Tang Hao didn't make a move. Ray explained as Bai Wu understood. Hee, darling just wants people to know Xiao Wu has such a strong father. Bai Wu said with a smile while she pulled Xiao Wu's cover up. Xiao Wu and Bai Wu share many similarities, one is kicking the cover away in their sleep. Maybe not. Ray said, not agreeing or disagreeing. Fufu, darling's so shy when it comes to our baby girl. Bai Wu laughed slightly. Alright, come on. We should leave before she wakes up. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded and re-entered the space. I want to cuddle her, pamper her, look at her. She's so cute. Carrot, O greater than over equal to 4 all less than over equal to, O Bai Wu complained as she wanted to be besides Xiao Wu. Ray's expression softened as he too wanted to be besides their first child. Darling, do you think we can be teachers or something? So that we can look after her? Bai Wu asked. Maybe, we'll see how it goes first. Ray said, not denying the possibility. Soon Xiao Wu woke up as she went to look for Tang Sen straight away. Not too long after, the duo came across a short fat teen grabbing onto a woman pestering her. Such a cute little snack, want to be my girlfriend? He asked when he saw Xiao Wu. Pucci. Ray had a vein bulge when he heard the fatty ask out his daughter and even dared to call her a little snack. Darling, wait a while. It seems like Tang San is going to make a move for Xiao Wu. Bai Wu said as Ray watched with a heavy expression. Tang San and the fat teen who was Ma Hongjun fought. Ma Hongjun demonstrated his phoenix flame as Ray scoffed in disdain. Such a weak flame and he dares to act cocky, ah. I'll fucking show him what real flames are. Ray ranted as he watched. Bai Wu chuckled at Ray hearing his remarks because she knows that it's all true. The fight was soon stopped by Mu Bai as they went to find the principal for classes. Hey brother, was there always a path of carnage here? Xiao Wu asked seeing the destruction caused by Ray's punch. No, it happened yesterday during our test. Someone punched Teacher Xiao when you got hurt by the backlash. Tang San said. Humph. The person who did this is such a brute. What if we didn't pass because of them? Humph. This mess is so ugly, I'll beat up whoever caused this. Xiao Wu said with each one causing more damage to Ray. No, I can't let her study with this here. Ray panicked slightly, making an excuse as he clasped his hands together. Strings of energy appeared in the world as it started to fix up the damage caused by his punch. Flanders watched with a humorous smile as he knew who was behind all of this. Darling, if you didn't want Xiao Wu to be unhappy because of this, just say so. If you're so shy now, how will you be when we meet our baby girl face to face? Bai Wu asked while Ray was fixing everything. What do you mean? I'm just making sure the facilities aren't damaged for Xiao Wu. Ray said, finishing the repairs. Xiao Wu watched in curiosity as she saw the area repaired the moment she spoke about it. Hey brother, do you think I have a hidden ability? Otherwise, why else would the damage be fixed after I called it ugly? Xiao Wu said, causing Bai Wu to laugh. Xiao Wu, your father is your hidden ability. Bai Wu thought with a giggle. The rest of the day mainly consisted of watching Tang San and Xiao Wu train in their spare time. Wait, they're going to Suatua City. Bai Wu said, shocked when she heard. Darling, this could be bad. There could be Spirit Hall elders there, and not to mention the 1,000-year dream you made. Xiao Wu looks a lot like the statue, it could be worrying. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded in understanding. Bai Wu, you look after Xiao Wu. I'll head to the city first to check if anything is off. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Teleporting to the city, Ray saw how busy it was. Much busier than years ago. Spreading out his senses, Ray made sure that no one higher than Spirit Saint was in the city. Ray stopped as he saw the 1,000-year dream he made years ago. His gaze softened, remembering about his times with Bai Wu. Flashback no jutsu. Lei. Can you make a sculpture of Bai Wu? Bai Wu asked, holding the sculpture that Ray made. End of flashback no jutsu. Darling. Bai Wu asked as she tapped his shoulder. Oh, they're here already. Ray said, seeing the students. Yeah, what were you thinking about? Bai Wu asked. Just how time flies. It felt like only yesterday when you were asking for that statue. Ray said as Bai Wu smiled in nostalgia. Yep, maybe you should make a family statue for when we see our baby girl face to face. Asterisk Omega, Bai Wu suggested as she hugged Ray. That's a fantastic idea. Ray replied while they watched the students' reaction to the statue. Xiao Wu, doesn't this statue look a lot like you? Tang San said, looking at the 1,000-year dream. Yeah, you're right. Xiao Wu, is it your relative or something? Mu Bai asked. I don't know. I only know I have a mother, father, 2 brothers, and that's it. Xiao Wu said nervously. Bai Wu, did I give you triplets? When did she have 2 brothers? Ray asked in confusion. Darling, do I look like I can give birth to 3 of them? Heavy multiplication X, Bai Wu said with a twitch in her eye. Giving birth to Xiao Wu was hard as it is, and she didn't want to imagine what 3 of them would feel like. And it was 2 spirit beasts above 100,000 years that she took as brothers. After the beast monarch died, he forced his title onto you, and these 2 were protecting me since I'm their apparent queen. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded. That beast monarch forcing his title onto me. What else did he say? Ray asked. Well, except for the fact that he shouted out to the world, the true beast monarch is a 1,000,000-year heavenly demon. Bai Wu said, causing Ray to frown. Scheming little shit. Ray muttered as this would deter humans from attacking too much due to the whole 1,000,000-year title. Ray eventually shrugged as he didn't care, to be honest. Alright, we are going to the spirit arena for you guys to get some combat experience. Flanders said as he led the student to the arena, thriving with activity. Ray and Bai Wu watched as Xiao Wu signed up to the 2v2 matches with Tang San. Here you go, the 3-5 combo team is registered. San is 3 in Chinese and Wu is 5 in Chinese, but Xiao Wu's Wu is dance. The receptionist said, causing Xiao Wu to frown. Wu is in dance, not 5. Carve it again. Xiao Wu said as she held out the badge. She was about to continue when the receptionist directly sent them up to the next match. Tang Sen could only bring Xiao Wu away as it would count as a forfeit if they were late. Ray walked out of the space as he looked at the receptionist with his aura directed towards him. Senior, how may I help? The receptionist stuttered in fear, seeing Ray's eyes. Change it. Ray spoke simply. See, change what? The team name 3-5 combo. Change the 5 into Wu as in dance. Ray said as he looked at the receptionist. I would have to refresh their battle INF dash. The receptionist buckled in fear as Ray's aura reached rank 95 Dolua, causing him to lose his ability to speak. Are you testing my patience, ah? Ray said as the receptionist was on the verge of fainting. Esteemed Dolua, I can change it and no problem. The manager ran over to the counter as he bowed in fear. Should have done it straight away without any fuss. Ray said as he disappeared. Heis, darling, we should just stay next to her if we are going to interfere like this. At least she'll know if we're besides her. Bai Wu said as Ray thought about it and nodded. Fine, since I trust our daughter to still try hard in cultivation. Ray said, causing Bai Wu's eyes to light up. Really? Thank you, darling. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to O, she shouted out and pounced onto Ray. Yes, but not just yet. I want to observe the team a little more before they know Xiao Wu has 2 powerful spirit masters protecting her. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded in eagerness. The next morning, Ray and Baiwu found out that they were going to the Tiandou forest since Oscar had reached rank 30 and needed a new spirit ring. This is a good chance to test their bond as a team. Baiwu, I'll go back to the forest and get some spirit beasts to attack them and see what they do in the face of a formidable opponent. If they leave their friends behind, then they're not worthy to be my daughter's teammates. Ray said. Hey darling, don't take it too far, okay? I hope it doesn't cause any deaths to her potential teammates. Otherwise she might be angry if she found out the truth. Baiwu said, worried. Ray nodded as he too didn't want his daughter to hate him. Ray teleported to the lake as he stepped out of the space. Ray breathed in deeply as he inhaled the fresh air. Home sweet home, I guess, you two can come out. Ray said as Deming and Ming revealed themselves. This little one greets Beast Monarch. Deming said as he bowed his head. I'm guessing you're Deming. You look just like your father. Ray said as Deming nodded. Anyways, I got a task for you too. My daughter Shiau is coming here with her human teammates. I want you to send a few formidable beasts to test them out. But make sure that no one dies. Ray said as Deming closed his eyes to think. What if Ming goes instead, since he is familiar with Shiau? Deming said as Ming grew excited at being able to see Shiau again. Fine, just make sure to show them how futile it is for them to fight you. This will test if Shiau's teammates are worthy of her. Ray said as he turned around. Oh, also thank you for keeping Shiau company when I was away. Ray said as Deming felt guilty. Beast Monarch, about the queen. Deming said as Ray waved his hand. She's still alive. How can I let my wife die before my eyes? Ray said, causing Deming to sigh in relief that Shiau's mother was still alive. Ray looked around for a good vantage point to witness what the student do as he eventually settled onto a small mountain as he is able to see quite a bit of the outer area. Shrek 7 monsters, you guys have better pass my test since Shiau is quite fond of you. Ray muttered. Darling, they're coming soon. You should have seen Zhao Wuji, ha ha ha. He quivered when he saw Shiau and made sure that no one even lays a finger on her lest displease her. Ray could hear Baiwu's voice in his head as she communicated with the seal he made years ago. Got it, I got Ming to test the group when they come. Ray said as he jumped off the mountain. Teleporting next to Baiwu, Ray smiled as he saw Zhao Wuji treating Shiau like royalty. This is how it should be to begin with. Ray said as Baiwu smiled. Darling dotes on Shiau so much you might forget about me. Baiwu joked around. Ray chuckled seeing Baiwu play around. He could tell that she was excited to show herself to Shiau. Baiwu, shall I show you just how I dote on my wife? Ray smiled as he wrapped his hand around her waist. He, darling, you know we can't be like this too often anymore since we're going to be with Shiau. You might have to suffer a dry spell after today. Dry spell means to not have sex for a while, Baiwu smiled as she kissed Ray on the lips. Don't worry, I'll make sure I get my fill tonight then. Ray whispered back. Baiwu giggled as they rested the night together. The next morning, Baiwu walked strangely in the separate space as she still had a blush on her face. Darling, how can I move properly for what you done? I can still feel it inside me. Baiwu said as she licked her lips. Well, I must have my fill since I'm going dry for a while. Ray smiled as he kissed her. Alright, that's enough, we still have to make sure that Ming doesn't go too far with the test. Baiwu said as she tried to stop. Fine, they're heading off anyways. Ray said as the students left for the forest. Do you think I should wear anything else? A better dress? Baiwu spoke excitedly as Ray listened. I think Shiau will be happy to know that you're alive. Ray said. Yes, but that's not enough, darling. Baiwu said as she would take out different clothes from the storage before switching them out. Ray compromised as he would give his opinion on the choices of clothing. Soon it was time for Ming to make an appearance. I got a good place for us to see everything from. Ray said as he teleported her to the vantage point. They sat down as they looked at the scene. Chapter 131, I'm her father. Baiwu smiled as she watched the team fight Ming. In the face of this beast, they had worked together to make sure that no one is dead and that everyone was safe. Darling, it seems like they passed the test, no? Caret, Baiwu asked as she looked at Ray with a happy smile. Indeed, but let us wait a little longer. Ray said as smiled as well. So far he was quite satisfied with the team's attitude of sticking together. Let's kick it up a notch. Let's test Tang-san to see if Xiao Wu is really important to him as he says. Ray said as he remembered how Tang-san promised about people having to step over his dead body to get Xiao Wu. Ming, take Xiao Wu away from the group and return to the lake. Ray said as he controlled the energy so that only Ming can hear it. Darling, seems like you're satisfied with Tang-san if you're going to test him like this. Bai Wu said, hearing what Ray wants to do. Ray didn't comment as he only watched the situation. Ray watched as Tang-san had truly threw himself in the path of Ming so that Xiao Wu was safe. Darling, I think that's enough. Tang-san is willing to kill himself so that Xiao Wu can live longer. I think this explains it all. Bai Wu said, feeling moved about Tang-san's actions for their daughter. Ray smiled in satisfaction. Yes, but he's still go a long way before I can fully entrust Xiao Wu to him. Ray said as he and Bai Wu jumped down. Ming had gotten hold of Xiao Wu and escaped. Ray and Bai Wu landed near the group as he observed what Tang-san will do. Xiao Wu. Tang-san shouted out with tears in his eyes. Oscar Tofu. He shouted, hoping to try regain some strength. Shit, this is bad. Zhao Wuji said, slamming his hand against the tree. We are so fucking dead. Zhao Wuji shouted out. What do you mean, teacher Zhao? Fatty/Mahong Jun asked, seeing Zhao Wuji's exaggerated reaction. Do you have any idea how scary her parents are? Zhao Wuji said, shaking in fear. They both surpass titled Duluos. Zhao Wuji said, shocking everyone. Tang-san, however, didn't hear any of that as he was trying to persuade Oscar to help him. Anything could happen to Xiao Wu right now. Tang-san said as Oscar faltered slightly. If the one who got caught was Rong, what would you have done? Xiao Wu is the person most close to me. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I will never give up. So please help me. Tang-san begged as Oscar clenched his teeth. I understand. Oscar said as he used his ability. Darling, I think this proves Xiao-san's dedication to Xiao Wu. Bai Wu said as Ray closed his eyes and nodded. Let's go find our daughter now. Ray said as he teleported him and Bai Wu out of there. Appearing by the lake once more, Ray and Bai Wu saw how Xiao Wu was talking to Ming. Ming, you scared the hell out of me. They must be worried I need to head back. Xiao Wu said as Ming grabbed her arm and shook his head. What's wrong, Ming? What? You want me to wait? Wait for who? Xiao Wu asked, reading Ming's expressions. He means to wait for me. Ray called out as he wanted to let Bai Wu stay for a second to surprise Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu froze up seeing Ray stand before her. You. Tears gathered at her eyes as she recognized who Ray was. Dad. Xiao Wu cried out as he dashed into his chest and started to hit it with her hands. Dad, where were you? Why did you leave Xiao Wu and Mama? Mama's gone and it's your fault. Xiao Wu cried into Ray's chest as Ray felt slightly guilty seeing her like this. Sorry, I wasn't able to be there. Ray apologized, seeing his daughter heartbroken like this. Do you even know what happened to Mama? She stayed behind so that Xiao Wu can leave. Xiao Wu cried out as tears flooded her eyes. I know. Ray said as he patted her back. Then why did you not save her? Xiao Wu asked angrily with tears in her eyes. Xiao Wu, your papa did save me. Bai Wu called out as Xiao Wu widened her eyes and saw the familiar figure. Mama. Xiao Wu leaped out of Ray's embrace as she hugged Bai Wu. Ray sat there watching his wife and daughter as he dismissed Ming. Xiao Wu calmed out after a while and couldn't separate from Bai Wu. Mama, after you disappeared, Xiao Wu went outside and got a brother. He was so nice to me and helped Xiao Wu when I felt sad. Xiao Wu said as she sat on Bai Wu's lap. I know. Me and your papa had been watching you all this time. Remember how there was a huge area of destruction in your school? Asterisk carrot, Bai Wu said as she gave Ray a cheeky grin. Bai Wu y dash. Your papa was so angry that his darling daughter got hurt, so he couldn't control himself and punched the teacher so hard that he flew through the school. And then when he heard that his precious daughter would beat up whoever did this, he immediately fixed the damage. Bai Wu said, causing Xiao Wu to look at Ray. Ray avoided eye contact as he looked away. Ray suddenly felt Shiau hug him from behind. "Thanks, Dad. And I love you," Shiau said, causing Ray to smile widely. "Hee hee, Shiau. Look, your dad is so happy he can't stop smiling, such a daughter con." Carrot. Baiwu took the chance to try bring the two closer because she knows how much Ray loves Shiau as she is his first child. "Baiwu, you haven't told her about how you kicked Zhao Wuji for 6 hours straight for hurting your baby," Ray said, getting his own revenge as Baiwu blushed in embarrassment. Hee hee, Shiau grinned as she felt happy getting her family back. "Humph, 2 rabbits causing trouble," Ray said, failing to hide his smile. "Like mother like daughter." Baiwu chipped in as Shiau laughed. "All right, Shiau, we should head back to your friends. They might be getting worried," Baiwu said after they calmed down a little. "Ah. I need to find bro," Shiau said as she got off of Ray's back. "Shiau, I'm going to be with you from now, okay? This whole time you dad was testing your friends to see if they're worthy to be next to you. Also Tang-san, if you hook up with him your dad might have no problem since he saw how dedicated he was," Baiwu said, causing Shiau to blush while Ray got slightly irritated. "Who said I'm fine with giving my daughter away?" Ray said, making Baiwu to giggle at his embarrassment. Ray ignored it as he stood up and teleported them to where Tang-san is. The sudden appearance of the trio shocked everyone present as they saw Shiau and someone looking like an older version of her accompanied by a handsome male. "Shiau. Is that you?" Mu Bai said, surprised. "Who are the people behind you?" Oscar asked, curious. "Hee hee, my mom and dad. They saved me from the ape." Shiau smiled as she grabbed both Ray's and Baiwu's hand. "Esteemed Doluas, I'm sorry for not protecting Shiau well enough." Zhao Wuji groveled in fear as the class was surprised by his actions. "I'll forgive you this time. Although, Tang-san seems to be in slight trouble," Ray said, seeing Tang-san trying to absorb something above his league. "Dad, can you help him?" Shiau asked in worry. "Shiau, who do you think your dad is? Since he is such a daughter con, of course he'll listen to what you want," Baiwu said as Ray stood in front of Tang-san and waved his hand. A wisp of energy appeared as it detoxified Tang-san and started to assist his soul power so that he can absorb the ring easily. After helping Tang-san, Ray sat down nearby as he crossed his legs. Baiwu sat beside him as they watched Shiau sit next to Tang-san waiting for him to recover. "Ma Hong Jun," Ray called out as Fatty almost had his soul sucked out from fear. "You called?" he said, cautiously remembering what Zhao Wuji said about Shiau's parents being above most titled Doluas. "I remember you calling my daughter something along the lines of a sweet snack," Ray said, causing Fatty to be drenched in cold sweat. I never said such a thing, you must have misheard," Fatty said, trying to appease Ray. "So now you're saying I have hearing problems, huh?" Ray continued as Fatty cried imaginary tears, regretting saying that about Shiau. "All right, darling, stop bullying the Fatty. Tang-san's waking up," Baiwu said as Ray decided to let Fatty off. "Tang-san, I won't forget this favor of you waking up so soon," Ma Hong Jun thought with gratitude. Brother. Shiau said, seeing Tang-san open his eyes. "Shiau. You're really here," he muttered emotionally as he cupped his hand around her face, glad for the fact that she was alive. They got absorbed into their own little world until Ray decided to cut it short. "Ahem." Ray cleared his throat loud enough to shock them out of it. "Who are you?" Tang-san said, seeing Ray and Baiwu. "I'm Shiau's father," Ray said as Tang-san paused for a moment. "And?" he muttered, looking at Baiwu. "I'm Shiau's mother," Baiwu replied, hugging Ray's arm. "But I, though she said you were dash. Are you saying you want my wife to be dead, ah?" Ray said, wanting to get some revenge. "Of course not, father," Tang-san replied on instinct as his mind worked in a way that he saw Shiau as a sister, so her father is his father. "Brat. Who you calling father?" Ray retorted as Shiau quickly cut in. "Dad, stop bullying brother." Ray paused as Baiwu chuckled, seeing Ray relent to Shiau. "Don't worry, Shiau, your dad just wants some revenge on people close to his baby girl," Baiwu said. The rest of the class including Xiao Wuji stayed silent as they didn't think it was their role to interfere and neither did they want to be on the receiving side of this daughter con. Fine, I'll stop, me and your mum will be following along for a while anyways. I got plenty of time to get revenge. Ray said as he smiled a little. The rest of the class shivered seeing Ray's smile. It's you guys again. A voice could be heard as they looked over. It was the same girl who had fought with them before when Oscar ranked up. First you took my snake then my demon spider. She said frowning. How can you prove the spider was yours to begin with? Mubai said looking at the girl. I can, 2 of the eyes were wounded by me. Would that solve this problem? A voice rang out as 8 rings appeared in the area. Darling, do you want to interfere? Bai Wu whispered. We'll see. Ray said as he sat still. Ray and Bai Wu watched until the girl took out throwing knives and threw it towards the group in anger. Ray frowned as Tang Sen reacted easily catching the weapons. Punk. Why must you fight me every time? The girl raged seeing that it was Tang Sen once more who went against her. Xiao Wu frowned as she looked over to Ray and Bai Wu. Xiao Wu, me and you mum will interfere when things go south. For now try handle things yourself with your friends. Ray sent her a mental message as Xiao Wu nodded. She knew that the reason why Ray and Bai Wu didn't appear earlier was so that she won't rely on them for everything. The spirit Dolua soon proposed a match between his granddaughter and Tang Sen involving hidden weapons. After some hesitation and suggestion from Tang Sen, Xiao Wuji accepted seeing how confident Tang Sen was. Ho Tang Sen seems pretty good with hidden weapons. Ray commented as he watched Tang Sen use the hidden weapon. Bai Wu nodded as the match soon ended with Tang Sen winning. Dad, brother is amazing, right? Xiao Wu said looking at Ray. Not bad. Ray said. Ah darling, just say you're impressed. Bai Wu said with a smile. You dare trick me? Do you believe I won't kill you all accidentally? The spirit Dolua shouted in rage as they never said anything about Tang Sen being a master at hidden weapons. His rings materialized as he applied pressure to everyone. Darling. Bai Wu asked with a frown looking at Ray. Of course. Ray replied as they both stood up. Asterisk boom. A shockwave exploded outwards as Ray released his aura and Bai Wu released her spirit rings. You said something about kill them accidentally. Do you not believe that we can't do the same to you? Bai Wu spoke as Tang Sen widened his eyes seeing the scene. Bai Wu had her 9 rings appear with one being red while Ray's pressure was above rank 95 Dolua. The spirit Dolua quivered feeling the might of 2 titled Dolua as he clenched his teeth and wanted to leave. Oh, you want to leave? Do you think that you can come threaten my daughter with death then leave? Laughable. Ray said as he caused the spirit Doluos to kneel from pressure. Xiao Wu grabbed both Bai Wu and Ray's hands causing them to look at her. Mum, Dad, I think they've learned their lesson so don't kill them please. Xiao Wu said as Ray understood. You're lucky my daughter is so kind-hearted now scram. Ray said as the spirit Dolua nodded as he quickly took his granddaughter and wife away from the scene. Thanks Dad. Xiao Wu smiled seeing that Ray didn't harm them. Ray smiled while Bai Wu hugged Xiao Wu. Hee hee, my daughter is so kind, Mum's so proud of you. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded. Seeing that the threat is gone, Ray and Bai Wu escorted the class back to the academy. However, Ray suddenly frowned as he saw a system notification. Time remaining in world, 3 years. Message from sender who forced host into this world. Time is short, make the most of it. You have the foundation, so I'll leave you 3 more years in this world before you go to the next one. Ray sighed as he leaned near Bai Wu's ear. Bai Wu, I have 3 years left in this world before I'm forced out of this world. Ray whispered as he knew he wasn't strong enough yet to stop this. Eh? Only 3 years. Oh, Bai Wu whispered back worriedly. Let's make the most out of these last 3 years. Ray replied as Bai Wu looked over to Xiao Wu who was talking to Tang Sen happily. I just wished we could have stayed for longer. Bai Wu said sadly. Don't worry, if Xiao Wu wants to stay in this world we can return once I become strong enough. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Let's hope it doesn't take too long. Bai Wu said, not wanting to be separated from her daughter. However, she also wants to be with her beloved as she knows that he would be traveling alone from what he told her. She didn't want him to travel a long journey alone, so she decided to follow him, keeping him company. Chapter 132, Myriad War God. It didn't take long for the group to return to the academy. Bai Wu, I'm going to talk to Tang San for a bit. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Darling, I'll be sleeping with Xiao Wu tonight since it's been so long. Asterisk carrot dash carrot, Bai Wu said, giving Ray a kiss on the cheeks. Ray smiled as he turned to Tang San. Walking up to Tang San, Ray tapped onto his shoulder. Tang San, come with me. We need to talk. Ray stated simply as Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu turned to Bai Wu, who shook her head. Don't worry, darling, your dad is just having a man-to-man talk. Bai Wu smiled to Xiao Wu, who nodded but still looked over at the two figures walking away. Ray made sure that no one can hear them before turning around. Tang San, tell me the truth. Are you a reincarnated person with past memories? Ray said as Tang San froze up. No. Tang San denied, as it was his biggest secret. Don't lie, your soul is too mature for a 12-year-old. Your combat techniques are not something any 12-year-old can know. Experience can't be learned after all. Ray said as his samsara eyes are activated. Tang San didn't make eye contact as clenched his hand. Though I should say I'm a reincarnated person as well. Ray said nonchalantly, causing Tang San to widen his eyes before looking at Ray. So tell me, Tang San. Who are you? The real you. Ray said as Tang San eventually sighed. Tang San, outer disciple of the Tang sect. I was dubbed a young genius as I was able to learn all of the clan's techniques even though it was against the rules. Thus I paid with my life. Before I knew it, I was in this world. Tang San said, nervous as he knew he couldn't hide it from Ray. I see. How confident are you in reaching apex of this world? Ray continued. I can't say in terms of confidence, but I can say I am determined to reach the apex with everything I got. Or else how will I protect those close to me? Tang San said as his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Everything you got, huh? If you had to sacrifice your friends and loved ones to get there, would you? Ray continued, questioning Tang San. No. Because it would be against my goal of protecting people I care about. Tang San shook his head. Tang San, I can't stay with my daughter every step of the way, so I'm entrusting her safety to you when I leave. So are you willing to be my disciple? I will teach you the means to protect, but should I know you use those powers against Xiao Wu, I'll kill you myself. Ray said, looking at Tang San in seriousness. Tang San greets master. Tang San kneeled as he bowed his head. If he can get more ways to protect Xiao Wu, then he couldn't be happier. First I shall give you a technique on controlling your energy. Ray said as he made a small seal and pushed it into Tang San's head. The information flooded his mind as Tang San sat in a lotus position to concentrate. Ray waited for Tang San to open his eyes again before continuing his lesson. The control of energy is the basis to everything. With enough control you can enhance your body, kill enemies, use elements, make seals and much more. The degree of control you have opens more paths up for you. Ray said as he made strands of energy. From one strand to two, it continued as Ray condensed them together. With enough control over the energy you can use these strands in more intricate ways such as seals. Ray said, making a seal for teleportation. Teleporting them to the roof with the seal, Ray made another seal for floating. By understanding energy and seals, you have an infinite amount of possibilities. As long as you understand what you want to do, you can do it by making a seal. Since you are in the control system of spirit masters, you can make a gravity seal to slow their movements down. Ray said as Tang San was amazed. Master, if it is like this, then why doesn't everyone else do it? Isn't this like free spirit abilities without getting the rings? Tang San asked as Ray chuckled. This technique is from another world, so people don't know how to use it. Just so you know, I don't want you to be spreading this technique to anyone you see. Ray said as Tang San knows how much this knowledge can impact this world. What about Xiao Wu? Does Master not intend to teach her? Tang San asked. TSK, who do you think I am? Like I would leave my daughter out on how to get stronger. Ray scoffed as he teleported them back to the ground. Practice sensing energy for now, this seal should help you do that. Ray said, making a seal to help Tang San. Thank you, Master. Tang San bowed with a smile. All right, so to sleep, I'm going to check up on my wife and daughter. Ray said as he left the area. I'll defiantly master this so that I can protect Xiao Wu. Tang Sen thought as he returned to his room. Ray walked over to where Xiao Wu and Bai Wu were at and saw that they're still awake. You two should rest soon. Ray said as he got their attention. Darling, it's fine, I haven't talked to our daughter for years after all. Intersection greater than over equal to less than over equal to intersection, Bai Wu said as Xiao Wu nodded happily. Fine, but don't stay up for too long, we have plenty of time tomorrow. Ray said as he walked out of the room after giving Bai Wu a kiss. Jumping up to the roof, Ray sat down as he had an idea for his final ring. The final ring should enhance all of my transformations. Avatars, Divine Sage Mode, Demon Assault Mode, Bankai, Shojin, 8 Inner Gates and others that I would get. Ray muttered as he set up a barrier to stop people from seeing him materialize his ring. Energy gathered as the ring slowly formed. It looked as if a galaxy was held within the ring as it was laced with gold. Ray's final ring was made to become 1 million years, instantly pushing up his level to rank 100 god since he had long surpassed this rank. 1,000 transformations, 1 million. This ring enhances all of the modes host uses. Transformation power increase 3x. Power efficiency increase 3x. Status buff 5x. Host is able to give other people small versions of host's avatar at the cost of decreasing host's power for the duration. Status. Ray said as he had finally reached the final steps in this world. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Rank, 100 God. Power, 100 plus God. Spirits, Azura War God, Samsara Eyes. Rings. Heavenly Demon, 1,000,000 plus. Sword Monarch, 1,000,000 plus. Ring of Atlas, 1,000,000 plus. Sin of Gluttony, 1,000,000 plus. Divine Forge, 1,000,000 plus. Ring of Themis, 1,000,000 plus. Vampiric Overlord, 1,000,000 plus. The End, 1,000,000 plus. 1,000 Transformations, 1,000,000 plus. Fu, now to combine them all to my essence spirits. Ray muttered as he summoned all 9 rings and his essence spirits. His barrier fluctuated slightly from the pressure as Ray started to combine the rings. Hiya! His war god spirit roared out as the 9 rings broke into pieces and started to merge. A new ring started to form around the war god as Ray felt his power slowly increase past the maximum. A ring colored black and gold appeared as it had 9 circles spread out on the outer rim. Each circle held a miniature version of his previous rings. His war god spirit stood in the center of the ring as he had heterochromatic eyes, with one being silver and the other red. On the back of the war god, 14 raven black wings could be seen as he held a long sword. His body was covered with black and crimson armor as Ray felt his power break through a barrier. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Rank. Power. Spirits, Myriad War God. Ring. War God of Origin. Congratulations host for reaching Divine Combat Rank 2. Ray clenched his fist as he felt the influx of power in his body. Phew, damn, there really is a difference between Divine Rank 1 and Divine Rank 2. Not only has my reserves doubled, my power and efficiency increased as well. Ray said with a smile. Within the void, the Berserk War God who saw this smiled as it meant that Ray was one step closer to succeeding him. Divine Rank 2, 8 more to go before you reach godhood. The War God muttered before leaving the world once more. Chapter 133, Food and Training. Seeing the sun slowly rise, Ray stood up from his location as he had been keeping watch the entire night. Ray had a sudden thought as he couldn't help but smile. Xiao Wu hadn't tried my cooking, has she? It'll be a nice surprise for them. Ray thought, making his way to the kitchen. Looking at the ingredients around the place, Ray thought about what he would cook. Finalizing his idea, Ray placed tens of gold in a bag before leaving it on the table to pay for the ingredients. Wearing an apron, Ray started to cook. Yawn. Xiao Wu yawned as she rubbed her eyes. She looked besides her and saw her mother hugging her and realized that yesterday wasn't a dream and that her family was with her. Wake up, Mama, it's morning. Xiao Wu said, nudging Bai Wu's shoulder slightly. Darling. Good morning. Final Sigma, Bai Wu said, yawning slightly before giving Xiao Wu a kiss on the forehead. Where's Dad? Xiao Wu asked as Bai Wu got off the bed and stretched lightly. Oh, him. Your dad is in the kitchen making food. Bai Wu said as she sent out her senses to find Ray. Oh darling, you've never tried your father's cooking. It's the best food you will ever eat. Bai Wu said, giving Xiao Wu a deep hug as she dragged her away to the kitchen. Xiao Wu smiled happily as she got to enjoy a family breakfast. You too, the food should be ready soon. Ray said, looking behind him. Hee hee darling, look at you with the apron on. Asterisk, Bai Wu said, seeing Ray cook. Ray only shrugged as he made the final touches on the food before passing it to both of them. Wah. What's the nice smell? Got any food for me? Ma Hongjun shouted out as he slammed the door open, showing off the rest of the gang drawn in by the smell. No fatty, make your own. My food's only for my wife and daughter. Ray said as he put away his apron. Xiao Wu took a bite and was surprised at how good the food was. She was about to take more bites when she saw Tang San and got up as she ran over to drag him next to her. Good morning, master. Tang San said, bowing just before he sat down. Ray nodded as he also sat down with his own food. Brother, try this, it's my dad's cooking and it's really good. Xiao Wu said eagerly as she was about to feed Tang San with the same spoon she used to eat with. Asterisk bam. Ray placed his food in front of Tang San as he stopped Xiao Wu from feeding him with her spoon. Tang San, here's your food, no need to eat from Xiao Wu's. Ray said as he didn't want them to have an indirect kiss. Darling, what about your food? Bai Wu asked as she saw Ray give his food away. It's fine, I can go years without eating. Ray said truthfully, since he just needs energy at this point. Say ah. Bai Wu grinned as she gestured for Ray to eat the food on her spoon. We're still here. Fatty said, jealous that they're eating such delicious smelling foods. What about it? Ray said as he relented to Bai Wu and ate off her spoon, as embarrassing as it was. Come on Dad, they're my friends. Make them some food as well please, Xiao Wu said, giving Ray the puppy dog eyes. Bai Wu giggled, seeing the strongest man in the world bend to the whims of his daughter. Thank you Xiao, no I mean Goddess Wu. Fatty said as he tried to hug Xiao Wu's legs, only to be blocked by both Tang San and Ray, forcing him to back away in fear. Ray quickly made some simple dishes for everyone as they all ate with tears of joy in their eyes. Halfway through the meal, Tang San suddenly frowned as he felt pain on his back. Excuse me for a while. Tang San said as he tried to leave, but Xiao Wu held his arm. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked. Nothing, it's fine. Tang San said, quickly leaving the room while Ray frowned. Darling, do you know what's wrong with Xiao San? Winky face. Bai Wu asked in worry. Yes, he got an external spirit bone from the devil spider he killed and he's not fully integrated with it. Ray said as he stood up. Dad, what's wrong with brother? Xiao Wu asked in worry. Nothing, he just needs some assistance which I'm going to give him. Ray said as he exited the room, chasing after Tang San. It didn't take long for Ray to find Tang San in the forest while he had 8 spider legs sprout from his back. Master, I know what's happening. It's nothing bad, just an external spirit bone. Ray said simply as he sent a wave of calming energy to calm Tang San down. Ray started to explain to Tang San about external spirit bones as Xiao Wu and Bai Wu soon caught up to them. Brother actually got an external spirit bone, congratulations. Xiao Wu said as she circled around Tang San. Xiao Wu, stand back a little. I need to help Tang San integrate fully with it first. Ray said as Xiao Wu calmed down. Tang San, this might hurt a little, so persist through it. Ray said as he prepared to press Sunrise Tang San with his spirit pressure. Master, disciple understands. Tang San bowed as Ray nodded. Ray started to increase his pressure slowly while Tang San frowned from the pain. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. The spirit pressure increased as Tang Sen continued to resist. It was only when it hit rank 45 did a change appear as Tang Sen fully integrated with his external spirit bone. Phew, alright, let's head back. Tang Sen will get some training in for your external spirit bone. Ray spoke as he dismissed the pressure. When they returned, Tang Sen was surprised to see the Grandmaster there as well. Xiao San, seems like everyone is here. I'm Tang Sen's teacher and also your teacher from now on, Yu Xiaogang. We shall be doing special training from today onwards. Yu Xiaogang spoke as Flander was nearby. Flander. Ray called out as he took the chance of Yu Xiaogang teaching everyone. Yes, esteemed Doluo, what is it? Flander cupped his hands in respect. Me and Bai Wu want to be teachers here while we're near Xiao Wu. Ray said simply. Flanders was thrilled when he realized that he would have two titled Doluos protecting the students as well. No problem. Do you need anything? Flander asked with a smile. No, we're just being teachers in name only. Ray said, turning back to Yu Xiaogang's lesson as he had wanted everyone to break a bowl using just their spirit power. All of them had failed until it was Tang San's turn. Asterisk pack. Tang San easily broke the bowl, but Ray only frowned slightly. Tang San, you should be aiming for more minute controls. Ray spoke as Tang San bowed. Yu Xiaogang, can I borrow a bowl to demonstrate? Ray said as he looked at the Grandmaster. Of course, esteemed Doluo. Yu Xiaogang said, showing respect to Ray as a titled Doluo. Ray waved his finger as everyone watched. Done. Ray said, but nothing happened. Fatty was about to complain when Yu Xiaogang exclaimed. Incredible. To think such a degree of control could be achieved. Yu Xiaogang said, causing everyone to be confused. Seeing everyone's confusion, Yu Xiaogang broke off a small piece of the bowl as everyone was shocked to see the insides were hollow as Ray had destroyed its insides while making sure a small layer was intact to keep the shape. Tang San, this is the degree of control I want you to achieve with the knowledge I gave you. Ray said. Disciple understands, thank you master for showing this disciple. Tang San said as he cupped his hands. Ray nodded simply as he sat down. Bai Wu walked over as she sat down next to him. They watched the class train as Bai Wu eventually opened her mouth. Darling, you are stressed about this 3-year limit, aren't you? Oh, she said as Ray sighed and nodded. I can see that Xiao Wu loves Tang San, just that she doesn't realize the extent of it just yet. I only have 3 years to try make Tang San strong enough to protect our daughter. Ray sighed as he felt stressed about the time limit. Xiao San is very talented from what I can see so far. I'm sure with enough resources and training you can help him, darling. Asterisk, Bai Wu encouraged with a smile. I hope so. Ray replied, watching their training. Chapter 134, Training Xiao Wu. Ray watched as the Grandmaster assigned different types of training to each of them. When it came to Xiao Wu, Ray stood up with Bai Wu as they walked over. Yu Xiaogang, don't worry about Xiao Wu. Me and my wife will take care of her training. Ray said as the Grandmaster nodded. Bringing Xiao Wu to the forest, Ray made a barrier to make sure that no one can see what they're about to do. Darling, what's with the barrier? Bai Wu asked, unsure. It's so that people can't see or hear what I'm about to teach you too. Ray said as he materialized his ring. I'm going to teach you on how to age your spirit rings manually. Ray said, shocking Xiao Wu. You can do that, Dad? She asked in excitement. Yes, you see my ring. This is the final product of fusing 9 1-million-year rings together. Ray said as the duo nodded. Bai Wu, you seem to already understand this a little, but it's not enough. The way you have aged the rings are inefficient and would take a long time. Through my experience, there is a most efficient pathway in aging the ring which compensates for a lack of the law of time. Ray made a model with his energy as he started to teach them about aging their rings. Dad. Can I tell brother? Xiao Wu asked. It's all right, I'm going to teach him that once his energy control meets the requirements. Unlike you and your mother, he is only half spirit beast, so his way of control is different to yours. Ray said as he started to guide them to age their ring. After a while, Xiao Wu had already made progress as all of her rings became purple in color. It really works. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Of course, I'll give you this seal so that to other people who don't surpass my strength they would see 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ray said, handing her a seal. Darling, what about me? Praising the daughter and not the wife. Bai Wu faked tears as Xiao Wu panicked. Dad. Don't forget about Mum. She berated Ray, who only smiled as he walked over to Bai Wu before wrapping his hands around her waist and kissed her on the lips. I'm not saying anything because you exceeded my expectations. Ray said, because Bai Wu had managed to make all of her rings 100,000 years old. It was amazing that she managed to do it in such a short time that Ray had no words to match how happy he was. Oh, you, don't be naughty in front of our baby girl. Bai Wu said, escaping from the hug with a blush. Ray shrugged slightly before passing her a seal of knowledge on the best way to age her rings to 1 million years. Returning to Xiao Wu, Ray started to teach her how to use her 4 wings better, as they have much more variations. Xiao Wu, these wings are more than they seem. They are not actually wings, as the energy had taken that shape. But you can do so much more with them. From weapons, armors, and traps to long-distance spying. You can detach these wings as you control them into a bird. Using the bird, you can let it fly away while you use it as a middle ground to spread your senses from and search the area where your bird is at. Ray said as he demonstrated with his own dark energy. For the next few days, Ray had taught Bai Wu on aging her rings and self-made abilities without the use of rings. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, Ray had taught her on better ways to use the dark energy and aerial combat combined with mid-flight maneuvers. Asterisk bang 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 bang. Sounds of fighting could be heard as Ray was having a sparring match with Xiao Wu. It was strictly flight only, as she had to try hit Ray, who had limited his power. Xiao Wu, don't just hit where I am currently, remember to predict where I will be and aim there. Ray spoke out nonchalantly as Xiao Wu struggled. Although Ray had said all of this, he was very proud of her, as he knows that currently he had increased his power to 15 ranks above her. Anyone on the same level or close wouldn't be able to avoid Xiao Wu's pursuit. After a while, Xiao Wu had landed panting heavily as she had used most of her spirit power. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's head back to the school. Ray said as he revitalized Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu sighed as she stood up while Bai Wu walked over. What's wrong, darling? Why are you sighing? Bai Wu asked in concern. It's just I feel like I'm wasting Dad's effort. I can't meet his requirements, even when he restricts his power I still can't pass the test. Xiao Wu said sadly as Bai Wu understood her reason. Oh darling, you're worrying about nothing. Your father is really happy right now, he's just trying to hide it. I'll tell you a secret, your father was so happy that yesterday he could stop talking about how his baby girl can keep up with him, raising the strength to be 15 ranks above yours. Asterisk, Bai Wu encouraged as Xiao Wu was surprised. You mean Dad's really proud? Xiao Wu hesitated. Yep, why else would he brag about his baby girl fighting him when he was 15 ranks higher for so long? Asterisk, Bai Wu smiled happily. Xiao Wu nodded as she jogged quickly to find Ray. Dad. Xiao Wu called out, causing Ray to turn around. Xiao Wu jumped into Ray's chest as she hugged him. Thank you, she said as Ray smiled while stroking her head. Come on, everyone's making the food now. Ray said as Xiao Wu nodded, jogging to the kitchen. Bai Wu walked up behind Ray as she hugged his arm. Darling, you should show that you're proud of her more often. If I wasn't here, our daughter would have been sad over not reaching your expectations. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded. Thank you, Ray replied as he felt warm inside with Bai Wu supporting him. No problem, since it's also my responsibility to our daughter. Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to, Bai Wu replied, giving Ray a kiss. They made their way to the kitchen as Ray watched the group cook the meals with Bai Wu. They both had happy smiles on their faces as they watched Xiao Wu laugh happily with her friends while they made the food. Our daughters made some good friends, Bai Wu said, leaning on Ray's shoulder. Indeed, Ray replied as they saw the food finish cooking. Mom, Dad, have a taste, Xiao Wu said, handing them each a dish that she helped to make. Xiao Wu watched in both worry and anticipation as Ray and Bai Wu took a bite of the dish. How is it? She asked. It's good, Ray said with a small smile. Your dad means anything his baby girl makes is delicious. Intersection greater than over equal to less than over equal to intersection. Bai Wu corrected with a giggle. Xiao Wu's smile brightened as she jogged back to her friends. Chapter 135, Shrek's 7 Monsters. Having finished the first stage of training, Yu Gang got everyone to spar to see the results. Ray, however, was happy with the improvements shown by Tang San as he was able to become much more diverse with his control and energy. While it may not be at the level Ray wanted, it was enough to condense strands to affect things physically. Using his energy control, Tang San was able to shift the trajectory of his spirit skills, which can take opponents off guard easily. Xiao Wu also showed great improvements, surprising Yu Gang, even with the flying mushrooms that Oscar gave everyone. They couldn't hit her. She even put traps around the area which everyone got hit by except for Tang San. Seeing the results of the training, Ray nodded his head. Everyone except for Tang San and Xiao Wu disappoint me. Oscar. As a support, how can you go off by yourself? Ma Hongjun. Why did you leave Oscar alone? You should keep an eye out for your teammates. This calls for a punishment. Yu Gang shouted as the class could only lower their heads. Master. As their classmate and friend, allow me to take the punishment with them. Tang San said as he bowed his head. Me too. I'm not letting them be punished while I relax. Xiao Wu spoke up as Ray frowned before smiling. Darling, they're really close to each other, aren't they? Bai Wu said, seeing the team care for each other. This is good for Xiao Wu's future. With friends to watch her back when she's in trouble, we can relax a bit more. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. The punishment was for everyone to walk the Devil's Path. The path was a total of 400 miles, roads were broken, the geography was though, and it would take an average person 3 days to cross the path. Ray placed a seal on Xiao Wu to make sure that if she was in danger, Ray will teleport to her. Stealing their heart, Ray and Bai Wu waited at the finish line for the group. Bai Wu, I think I should go observe her just in case. Ray said as he waited. Darling, don't, this is a trial for the whole team. For them to grow, they have to pass it no matter how painful it is for us. Xiao Wu can't live under our protection forever. Especially since we only have less than 3 years now. Bai Wu said, biting her lower lip while grabbing onto Ray's sleeve. Esteemed Dolua, trust in those kids. I believe they can do it. Yu Gang said as he looked towards the Devil's Path. It's not that I don't trust them, but I'm still worried for my daughter. Ray said as he paced around slightly. For what seemed like the longest 9 hours that Ray had ever felt, he had finally saw their shadow appear. Shoulder to shoulder with smiles on their face. Ray quickly rushed over as he saw that they were going to faint. Xiao Wu. Ray called out, catching her before she fell. I'm fine, Dad, just a little tired. Xiao Wu said as she fainted. Ray was about to use his energy to help her when Yu Gang called out. Hold on, esteemed Dolua. If you heal her, the medicine bath we prepared would go to waste for her. He said as Ray stopped. While his energy can help, the medicine will refine their bodies, so Ray passed Xiao Wu over to Bai Wu. Bai Wu quickly took her and the rest of the girls to the baths as Ray tooled the guys with his energy. Walking to the baths, Ray sent all of the guys into their own tub of medical bath. Taking his clothes off, Ray laid his body into a tub of hot water while he waited for them to wake up, which didn't take long. Ray, however, had decreased his presence as he watched what the guys will say about the training. URG, Iron ginseng, red sand leaves, jade spring petal, how much did it cost to use these in one bath? Tang Sen muttered as he looked at the medicines in the bath. I'm sure it wasn't the principal's doing. Medical baths, huge meals, and first-class suits. It isn't like principal to use this much money. Fatty said, eating the food. I suppose, what are they doing? Tang Sen asked, looking over to Mu Bai and Oscar. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Fatty shouted over as he stood up. Quite. Mu Bai whispered as he covered Fatty's mouth. Hee hee, what do you think the girls are doing? Mu Bai asked with a grin as Oscar also walked over. Don't you think it's a great chance? Oscar tried to persuade Fatty. Yes, you're right. We can use this chance to take their food. Fatty said as Mu Bai knocked him on the head. What? No. We're talking about a feast for the eyes. Mu Bai said as Fatty understood. You mean peeking? Fatty asked with blood dripping out of his nose. The trio were about to go peek when they felt a chill. Asterisk crack. Crack. Ray cracked his knuckles as he gained their attention, shocking their souls out. Ho ho, peeking are we? You know my wife and daughter is there, right? Ray said with a scary smile promising pain. No 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 no. Why would we dare to peek? Mubai waved his hands nervously. Yeah. Who would even want to peek on your wife and Xiao Wu? Fatty said as Oscar and Mubai grew pale. Oh, so you're saying my wife and daughter isn't beautiful enough for anyone to even want to peek, huh? Ray asked while Fatty didn't take the clue. Indeed, God. Only someone with something wrong with their brain would even see them as beautiful enough to peek at. Fatty continued as Mubai and Oscar quickly grabbed Tang San to run out of the room. Guys, why are you running? Fatty asked, turning around. Because they don't want to see what I'm about to do to you. Ray said menacingly as he reached out for Fatty. Ayahururdig. Fatty's scream of terror rang out as everyone nearby heard his scream. Rest in peace, Mahong Jun, may we hope you learn in your next life. Mubai and Oscar prayed their minds for Fatty. Fatty and Ray soon walked out of the baths in their clothes. Mubai, Oscar, and Tang Sen couldn't see any wounds on Fatty, but they knew from his screams there were defiantly torture. Darling, what's wrong with Fatty? Bai Wu asked, walking over to Ray after seeing Fatty's fearful look. Little bastard wanted to peek on the girl's side. Ray said as Bai Wu looked over at Fatty like a hunter seeing the prey. Let me get a few kicks in too. She said as Fatty ran away as fast as he could. Bai Wu laughed seeing Fatty panic as they saw the Grandmaster walk in. There are two main goals for us in Suado City. 1. Earn money to get rid of the school's department. 2. Obtain Silver Combat Spirit Badge in the Coliseum. The Grandmaster said as the second goal was one of the graduation requirements. How much department is the school in? Ray asked offhandedly. 2,000 gold. Yixiao Gang said truthfully as he quickly caught a bag Ray threw over. That should solve the department. Ray said as Yixiao Gang saw that there were 5,000 gold in the bag. Oh, then your only goal is to get Silver Spirit Combat Badges. Yixiao Gang said slightly awkwardly. After explaining the rules and passing them the outfits, the Shrek 7 monsters stormed the Spirit Coliseum. Chapter 136, Tiandou Academy. A while had passed since Tang San and Xiao Wu undertook Ray's training whilst also going into the Spirit Coliseum. Their most recent fight was against the Royal Combat Team and summarized in one word would be, annihilation. With Tang San's and Xiao Wu's combination, the combat team couldn't even retaliate. Tang San made several self-created control-type skills with his use of energy whilst Xiao Wu was able to attack each of them with power and precision, not to mention that she was unrivaled in the air. The whole team had a party to celebrate their victory with the MVPs being Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ray decided to reward their hard work and prepared a feast for the whole team. Eat you while you can, it's not often I'll cook for you. Ray said as he sat down on a chair having finished cooking. Halfway through the feast, the teacher of the Royal Combat Team invited the whole of Shrek to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Flander and Yixiao Gang had an argument about what they should really do while Ray sat by the side letting them sort it out. Xiao Wu, this dish is really good for you. This too. This one helps you heal spirit energy. Ray said, putting food onto Xiao Wu's plate. Stop, Dad. It's too much food. Why don't you give some to Mom? Xiao Wu complained. Ray only gestured over to the mountain of food he had placed on Bai Wu's plate. Xiao Wu dropped her chopsticks as her pile were nothing compared to Bai Wu's. Amen. Xiao Wu, you should eat too. Asterisk carrot, Bai Wu said to Xiao Wu happily as she continued to eat the food. Fatty's pile of food were no less than Bai Wu's as he wanted to savor this godly food while he could. Teacher Ray. Can you tell me how to cook? Fatty asked whilst eating. No. It was a simple refusal from Ray. Please, Fatty begged with puppy dog eyes, to which Ray only got annoyed. TSK. Piss off, Fatty. Ray said as he returned to giving food to both Bai Wu and Xiao Wu. Tang Sen watched with a smile as he saw his master service his wife and daughter before eating his own dish. Soon Flander agreed under the condition that Shrek's teachers will continue to teach the students just under the name of Tiandou Academy. A few days later the group entered the premises of Tiandou Academy. This academy really looks better off than Shrek. Ray said, looking at the academy. Flander had a slight tick mark, being reminded of the state of Shrek, but decided to ignore it since Ray was a Dolua. The teachers led the group towards the office but were blocked by a few students taunting them. Haha, look at these fools entering our Royal Academy. What a bunch of country bumpkins. I bet they're not even worth the grass we step on. One of them said as Shiau got annoyed. Piss off. I'll kick your ass any day. Shiau shouted out. Oh hiya. You might have a rough attitude, but your body is just fine. I can educate you on how to be a good little slut later. The student grinned lecherously as Baiwu frowned. *banning. With one stomp, Baiwu cracked the floor in a 100-meter radius. What did you just say about my daughter? Baiwu spoke slowly with anger as her pressure leaked out. The pressure climbed to around rank 70 before it stopped increasing. Seeing that the rank was only 70, the students gained confidence that the headmasters were almost titled Doluos, so that the woman surely didn't dare to cause trouble. What? I'll train her to be my personal bitch, what about it? The student said as he believed that no would dare to cause trouble. Baiwu grew furious as her aura exploded out in full, showing off the might of a rank 97 titled Dolua. Bastard! She shouted as she kicked horizontally, causing a blast of energy to shoot towards the students. Crack. Sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the students shouted in pain. Let's go. Baiwu said as she kicked the collapsed student away. Ray healed their outer appearances to avoid problems while keeping or even worsening their internal injuries. Arriving at the head office, Ray realized that they were testing Tang San's spirit power. This'll be interesting. Ray smiled, confusing Shiau. What do you mean, Dad? She asked. In the latest test, I had tested how much Tang San can take in terms of spirit power. Would you believe me if I said he could handle rank 60? I had done this training often to increase his resistant levels little by little. Ray said as the pressure had already reached 40 without Tang San breaking a sweat. Let's continue. One of the people testing Tang San said as the others nodded. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 50. This is unbelievable. We can't go on. This is too dangerous. No, look, he still hasn't used his essence spirit yet. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. When it had reached 55, Tang San's essence spirit appeared to reduce the pressure. Ray only smiled, seeing the shock of the elders. This is my student, rank 33, being able to withstand the pressure of rank 60. Ray thought. Ray frowned as he felt a rank 93 titled Dolua approach. Should I deal with it or you? Ray asked Baiwu with a smile. Darling, you can. I'll be next to Shiau. Baiwu said as she walked over to Shiau. Poison mist soon flooded in as the three teachers that tested Tang San frowned before blocking. Ray realized the reason that the titled Dolua attacked was because of the students Baiwu injured and stood up. The person injured them is my wife. You have a problem? Ray asked. Yeah, I'll give you 10 seconds to fuck off. The poison Dolua Dugubo said as he tried to pressure Ray. Just a rank 93. Ray said as his own power exploded back in retaliation. Rank 95 Dolua. Dugubo said as he activated his real guard. Poison brat wants to fight. Ray smiled, seeing Dugubo trying to put up a resistance. They were about to fight when the room exploded with the pressure that they were releasing. Seeing that his granddaughter was below the building, Dugubo stopped as the fight could endanger her. Dugubo jumped down as he carried his granddaughter away. Esteemed Dolua, let's go. We're not staying. Flanders said as Ray saw everyone preparing to leave. Ray gave Dugubo a glance before leaving as well. Ray didn't kill him, which is what he would normally do, because Shiau was nearby. Ray knew that his daughter didn't like seeing people die, so he had reduced the times he killed for her sake. Elsewhere. I'm sorry, Prince, we have not found His Highness just yet. A humanoid figure with bat-like wings on his back said. What's the progress so far in finding my royal brother then? A voice replied. The owner of the voice had a deep shade of red for his hair, golden eyes with a black scara. His face was sharp, and if Ray was here he would be shocked at his features as they bear high similarities with his own. We have narrowed down the search to multi-dimensional worlds that the gods use to train their successors. The figure with the bat wings responded. And how many worlds have you looked through so far? The prince replied as he looked at his servant. Around 2 million out of the total 150 million. The servant said as he gulped down his saliva with difficulty. Tisk, so slow. The prince said with a frown. What about the old geezer on the god's side? Is he going to die yet? The prince asked. The true god emperor is currently on his deathbed. The origin rupturing poison that His Highness used before he died had embedded itself deeply into the true god emperor. Should we wait longer, the true god emperor will be no more. The servant replied. Finally, some good news. The war shall start when that geezer dies. The prince said, standing up, and walked away. We'll find you soon, royal brother. After all, royal sister had been found not too long ago. The prince muttered as he walked into a room with a teen in a prison cell. Dear sister, are you awake? The prince said, looking at the teen. Don't call me sister, I don't know you. She replied with a disdainful glare. You are, it's just that you don't remember. Leah. The prince said, crouching near the girl. I told you my name isn't Leah, it's Aiko. Chapter 137, Special Training. Having experienced the treatment they gave at Tiandou Academy, Flanders decided to find a different academy. Hey, Blue Tyrant Academy is recruiting teachers. Flanders said, looking at the poster. What are the requirements for the student to enter? Flanders asked, turning towards the group. Can't you read on the bottom? Academy only takes commoner students, no nobles. Ray said, pointing at the lower corner. All right then. It'll be this academy. Come on, Shiau gang, we're getting changed. Flanders said. Wait, why must we change our outfits? You Shiau gang asked. Because we don't want to be called country bumpkins again. With that said, Flanders dragged you Shiau gang away. Darling, do you want to change as well? Bai Wu asked. I'm fine with my current clothes. Ray said as his current outfit was the indestructible set Eve had given him when he was in the Boku no Hero world. Heis, can't you take a hint? I want to bring our daughter shopping. Bai Wu said, bringing Shiau Wu over. Oh, you meant that, sure, I'll join then. Ray said as Bai Wu beamed happily. Come on, Shiau Wu, I'm taking you shopping. Bai Wu said as Ray followed. Bai Wu took Shiau Wu to try many different dresses. From one-piece dresses to a sleeveless shirt and skirt. Bai Wu had also took this time to get some clothes for Ray. Darling, what do you think about this suit? Bai Wu asked, handing Ray a black formal suit. I'll try it on. Ray said as he walked into the changing rooms and got changed. Walking out, Ray drew all of the females' attention as they saw a tall, handsome man with pure white hair, red eyes, sharp features, and a black suit. The contrast between his hair and suit made it extremely appealing. I think it's pretty good, Bai Wu. Though not as functional as my previous clothing since it's harder to move around. Ray said, moving his arms a little. No, it's beautiful, darling. So handsome. Sigma D, degree 4 all degree D, Bai Wu said as she walked around Ray examining the suit. Darling, can you wear this more often? Bai Wu asked as Ray thought about it a little and nodded. Sure, whatever you say. Ray said as he paid for the suit. Walking out of the store with a satisfied Bai Wu and Shiau Wu, they walked towards their gathering place. Hey Dad. So I noticed how Mum calls you darling and such, but why do you only call her by the name? Shiau Wu asked as Ray thought about it. I don't really know myself. I guess I'm used to calling your mother by her name. Ray said as some thought. Then I'll call you hubby and you call me darling. What do you think, hubby? Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to, Bai Wu asked as Ray smiled. Whatever satisfies you, Bai, darling. Ray said, correcting himself. Soon they regrouped with everyone else as they were surprised to see Ray in a suit. Damn, and here I thought I could be more charming shaving my beard. Flanders said as he saw Ray. What use is it to be handsome when you're still greedy for money? Fatty cut in as Flanders knocked him on the head. Shut it. Come on, we're heading to the academy now. Flanders called out as they started to make their way to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Entering the academy, they went to have the assessment for teachers. Release spirit halos, the examiner said. Flanders and Zhao Wuji released their halos. The examiner almost pissed his pants seeing two rank 70, 80s wanting to be teachers. Giving the examiner a moment to digest the info, Ray and Baiwu also released their halos. Two titled Doluo. The examiner shouted in shock. This. I cannot judge. Let me bring you to the principal so that she can decide. The examiner said as he quickly led them to an area in the forest. The principal doesn't like trouble, so she stays in the forest. All academy duties are done by the teacher. She is just up ahead. The examiner said, gesturing them to go forward. Soon they heard singing coming from the area as Yu Xiaogang paused with tears gathering in his eyes. I wrote this song, it was her favorite. He muttered before turning around. Flanders quickly grabbed onto his arm, preventing him from leaving. Hubby, they seem to have a story between them. Baiwu whispered, looking at Ray. It seems like it. We shouldn't interfere too much as this is a situation between the three of them. Ray said as Yu Xiaogang came face to face with the principal. She wore a dark red outfit matching her hair as she dropped a pot in shock. Pang. Xiaogang, is that really you? 20 years, I have waited 20 years and you finally came to see me. The principal tears up as Yu Xiaogang looked away with guilt. Ray frowned in annoyance as he felt the poison Doluo nearby once more. TSK, this poison brat doesn't know when to stop. Ray said, annoyed. Hubby, why don't you observe him for now? See what he wants to do. Baiwu said as Ray nodded. Entering a separate space, Ray watched as Dugubo kidnapped Tang San when no one was watching. Darling. Dugubo had taken Tang San. I'll follow him for now. Don't say anything to Xiao Wu. Ray thought, sending the mental message to Baiwu. I got it, just keep Tang San safe. Xiao Wu will be sad if anything happened to him. Take care, hubby. Baiwu replied as Ray followed Dugubo. So the poison brat wants an antidote for his poison. Tang San might reap some benefits from this. Ray thought, watching the situation. He would occasionally send out a wisp of energy to stop Tang San from dying while he talked to Dugubo. Eventually Dugubo took Tang San to his herb garden as he gave Tang San a time limit to cure a poison he injected into Tang San. Seeing that Dugubo had left, Ray appeared. Master. Tang San said, surprised seeing Ray. Tang San, I believe there are many benefits to be gotten here. Do you want me to help you out or do you think you can pass this trial yourself? Ray asked as Tang San thought about it. Master, this disciple believes that I can pass this. There are countless herbs to be obtained and with the right ones it can make me immune to poisons. Tang San said as Ray nodded. Good, I'll give you this. This is a seal to detoxify poisons. Take this time to study this. Ray said, handing Tang San a seal. Disciple thanks, master. Tang San said as Ray only smiled. Just don't die on me. Ray said, disappearing as Tang San smiled. Teleporting back to Baiwu, Ray saw Xiao Wu jog over to him. Dad, have you seen brother? They said he was going for special training, is that true? Xiao Wu asked with worry. Yeah, he's fine. While we're waiting for him, I'll also give you some special training. Ray said, deciding to use this chance to help Xiao Wu. Hubby, what about me? Baiwu asked. I'll help you break through to rank 100 God. Ray whispered with a smile. Zhao Wuji. I'll be taking Xiao Wu with me for some training. When Flanders and Yu Xiaogang come back, tell them that. Ray said, teleporting Xiao Wu and Baiwu away with him. Back in the higher realms. Bang. A shockwave of energy shot outwards as Ophelia clapped her hands. Congratulations, Eve. You broke through into the divine ranks. She called out as Eve opened her eyes. Though I have to say, there aren't many that have comprehended the law of time into a divine essence of time. Ophelia said as Eve nodded. Master, I've realized that many of the gods are restless. Is there an event or something else? Eve asked. You know how I've told you about god ranks. How when one breaks into the god ranks, their potential and power determines their grade. Lowest being low god, then god, high god, peak god, true god, and finally true god emperor. Well, our only true god emperor is getting weaker and weaker. He's not going to last long. Gods are worried as the war could break out when he dies. Ophelia explained as Eve frowned. Is that war god going to drag Ray into this? Eve asked. Maybe, maybe not. That muscle head might have a different train of thought compared to us. While the chances of Ray dying in the war is high if he were to join, he would also gain a lot of benefits should he survive. Ophelia said with a sigh. Eve frowned hearing her master's answer. What we can do right now is to increase your powers as soon as possible so that you have a higher chance to survive. Ophelia said as Eve nodded before starting to cultivate again. If you don't get stronger quicker, I won't have the time to pass you my powers. Chapter 138, Comprehension. Ray started to train Xiao and Baiwu as he teleported them back to the lake. Ray had first set up an energy gathering barrier so that Baiwu could achieve rank 100 faster. Having done his main task, Ray could only wait for Baiwu to reach rank 100 herself. Xiao on the other hand needed better combat experience as well as reaction time in a fight. Xiao, this barrier makes it so that 2 days in here will be 1 day out there. Ray said as he laid down the barrier. You'll be fighting against waves and waves of enemies that are modified to be a decent challenge to your level. The seal will also heal you every time you are about to lose, so you don't need to worry. But every time you lose, the gravity will increase, making it harder, so I suggest you stay alive. This training will continue until you defeat all of the levels or I let you out. Ray said as Xiao nodded. I can do it. I'll surprise everyone when I return stronger. Xiao said as Ray smiled. Go on, I believe in you. Ray said as he sent her into his own constructed space for training. Ray would occasionally feel the situations on Tang San's side as he was close to death but eventually pulled through. Even if he didn't, Ray would have used the seal as a catalyst to heal Tang San from a distance. Every now and again, Baiwu would burst out with a colossal amount of energy as she cultivated towards the next rank. 97, 98, 99. However, Ray frowned when he saw that she couldn't pass through 99 no matter how she tried. Why is that? Baiwu is essentially immortal thanks to my energy merging with hers, so that means some changes are bound to happen. If I took into account of my own cultivation, I only passed through certain levels because of my law comprehensions. To reach Ascendant I had comprehended the law of space, to reach divine ranks I had comprehended the divine essence of space. Does that mean Baiwu needs to comprehend a divine essence to reach rank 100 god? Rank 100 gods in this plane aren't true divine ranks ones because they haven't comprehended a divine essence. Since Baiwu's changed due to my energy, that means her internal energy structure is now foreign to this world's cultivation. Whilst still using their system, there are bound to be restrictions as Baiwu can fight against a rank 100 god easily before as a rank 97. Ray muttered as he looked at Baiwu cultivating. That means she would have to comprehend a law into a divine essence for her to reach rank 100 god/divine ranks. Ray concluded with a sigh. Darling. Ray called out as Baiwu opened her eyes. What is it, hubby? She asked, curious. I know why you can't enter rank 100 god now. Remember how I told you my way of cultivation was different from this world's? Ray said as Baiwu nodded. Well, your internal energy system might have been changed by me as my energy merged with yours. The good thing is that you are now ageless like me and have a much higher power threshold. The bad thing is that it becomes a lot harder for you to increase your power. To reach my version of the rank 100 god or divine rank 1, you will need to understand a law and evolve that into a divine essence. Ray explained as Baiwu understood what Ray meant. So you mean I can never reach your level until I comprehend a divine essence? Baiwu asked. Yes. Ray replied as Baiwu stood up and sat next to Ray. Then do you have anything you can recommend for me to comprehend? She asked, leaning on Ray. Darling, I would suggest you try comprehend both wind and illusions. Wind so that you can increase your speed and attack, whilst illusion so that you can defeat people without confronting them. If illusions fail, you can use your comprehension of wind. Ray explained as Baiwu nodded. I can help you with wind since I have comprehended the law of elements. As for illusions, I can only tell you what I know about them. Ray continued as Baiwu stood up. Well, let's get started, shall we? Baiwu said with a smile. Ray also smiled as he used his energy to summon wind. Which one first? Wind or illusions? Ray asked. Let's do both. Baiwu said with confidence as she sat in a lotus position. Fine, I'll set a barrier so that there are winds constantly hitting you. While they're hitting you, try to understand what wind is, how it works, How by compressing it you can increase your speed. In the meantime I want you to listen to my voice as I explain illusions. Ray said, setting up the barrier. Illusions are fundamentally the control over how light tricks our brains. The brain is the center of control in our body, so that if it believes there is a threat in front of the body, the brain will control you to react to the threat. By controlling what the brain feels and sees, you can form illusions into their consciousness. Using different forms of energy control, you can adjust what is in the surroundings to misguide your enemy. You can make them misjudge how far an attack is, how many attack there are, and what sensation their skin is feeling. If you make the brain believe that there are wounds on the arm, it would try to discard and heal the target. So with an immortal enemy that is ageless, you can make them experience their bodies being destroyed and rebuild, incapacitating them, giving you the chance to attack them. Ray continued to talk about what he understands about illusions as Bai Wu listened. The more Ray talked, the deeper he delved into the understandings of illusions himself. Unknowingly, he had also comprehended illusions with the help of his ring of Themis, which increases his rate of comprehension. Months passed as Ray had understood the law of illusions, giving him a mutation in his eye of samsara. The mutation allowed for it to act similar to the Sharingan, as it puts the enemy into an illusion zone. But, unless they have overwhelmingly more power than Ray, or if they understood illusions better than him, they won't be able to escape the illusion. Bai Wu, on the other hand, had understood the law of wind but only the concept of illusions. While she had been understanding these laws, the energy-gathering barrier had continuously aged her rings, as 7 out of 9 rings had become 1,000,000-year rings. During the time that Ray had tried to help Bai Wu understand the laws, he could feel Tang Sen growing stronger as he had returned to the group. Shiau was still inside the realm, facing off against enemies, as she was able to fight against rank 70s with her powers having reached the rank of 57. A few more months passed as Ray saw Bai Wu understand the law of illusions, along with Shiau walking out of the space having defeated all of the enemies. Shiau, congratulations. Subset of, Bai Wu said, hugging Shiau. Thanks Mom, I finally reached rank 61. Shiau replied as Ray smiled from Shiau's improvements. I think it's time for us to return. It's been 9 months since we first started, and Shiau had gone through 18 months of training. Ray said as Shiau grew excited. I can finally see brother again, she said with a smile. Ray nodded as he teleported them to where Tang Sen was. Hubby, if you could increase the time ratio, why don't you do it so that we can spend more time with Shiau? Bai Wu asked mentally. I've tried to, it stays the same no matter the time difference. If 3 years passed in a space where it would be 6 years outside, I would still be taken, as I have experienced 3 years passing. Ray explained as Bai Wu nodded in understanding. Time remaining, 8 months. Chapter 139, House Pet. Ohia. Such a large gathering of people, Ray said nonchalantly as he teleported next to Tang San. Around him, Ray could see the group of Shrek students, Mubai holding an unconscious Zhu Qing. Looking forward, Ray could see 3 people he had never seen before. Master. Shiau. Tang Sen said in surprise. Tang Sen, what's happening here? Ray asked as he could feel something abnormal about Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing had been affected by their spirit ability so that she had become blind. They want Mubai to give his powers away to save her. Tang Sen said with hatred. This puny ability, and it has you stumped. Did I not show you how to train the energy control for nothing? Ray said, examining Zhu Qing's condition. Disciple doesn't dare play with her life. Tang Sen apologized as he wasn't positive that he would have been able to heal Zhu Qing. Who are you? This is none of your business. The person who had ordered this to Zhu Qing said as he looked at Ray with a frown. Ray, teacher of these kids. Ray said simply as he gathered energy into his palm. Tang Sen, watch carefully. Ray said as Tang Sen nodded. Ray's energy started to enter Zhu Qing's body as it started to heal and purge the foreign energy in her body. Tang Sen watched Ray control his energy so that it doesn't harm her. It didn't take more than a few seconds for Zhu Qing to open her eyes once more. The enemy frowned heavily seeing Zhu Qing healed and went for the kill. Bai Wu appeared before him as her rings appeared. You want to harm my daughter's friends, huh? Bai Wu said with a chilling voice. TT titled Dolua. He said in a mix of fear and surprise. Mubai. Ray called out as Mubai looked up. What do you want to do with these guys? I'll let you choose since they harmed someone you love. Ray said as he remembered how Spirit Hall tried to kill Bai Wu. This situation was similar to his as these people threatened to kill Mu Bai's lover for more power. I want them to pay with their lives. Mu Bai said, looking at them with hatred. All right, Kyoki. Ray said, summoning the sword. A dense amount of killing intent flooded the room as the black and crimson demon sword appeared. You summoned me after so long. Who am I killing? Kyoki asked in Ray's mind. These three small fries, Ray said simply as he brought the sword in front of him. Self-made sword technique, instance. Ray said, flicking his sword. *PFFFF. With that single flick, the enemies who plotted against Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqin were turned to blood mist. Summon me again soon, okay? Kyoki said as Ray dismissed him. That sword technique that master used. Tang Sen though in his mind with fear. If he didn't feel the enemy's pressure earlier he would have been unsure if they even existed. Ray was able to kill them with a flick of his finger. So Mu Bai, why is it that there is another entity in your soul? Ray asked. It's the evil-eyed sage. Mu Bai began explaining everything he knew about the sage as Ray listened. Dad, why don't you help boss out? It'll be good for our group if he can control the sage. Xiao Wu said as Ray nodded. Ray pressed his finger on Mu Bai's forehead as he entered the soul space and saw a huge white tiger. So you're the evil-eyed sage? Ray said, seeing the sage. Fuck off. The sage said, simply trying to force Ray out. Ray raised an eyebrow, feeling the pressure. Only this. Household cats should be well educated. Ray said, crushing the sage with his pressure. Arg. The sage cried out in pain as Ray's full force attacked him. House pet, submit to Mu Bai since you're technically in his house. Otherwise I'll have to replace you with something else. Ray said, making a seal to destroy the soul of the evil-eyed sage. The sage widened his eyes as he felt the power of Ray's seal that can erase him. Thinking about it, the evil-eyed sage decided that it's better to put up with Mu Bai than to die. The evil-eyed sage submits. He said, bowing his head. Wrong, try again, house pet. Ray said as the sage frowned. This house pet submits. The sage squeezed through clenched teeth. Good. Ray replied, leaving the space. Mu Bai, the house pet is tamed. Should it try to rebel, just use this seal. Ray said, handing Mu Bai a seal. Did he just call the legendary evil-eyed sage a house pet? Mu Bai thought. Now that's finished, why don't you guys bring us up to date on what's happening? Ray said as Tang Sen started to explain. So you only have a few matches before the finals? Ray said after hearing everything about the Continental Spirit Master Tournament. Yes, Master, I have also gained a Black Spirit Ring and advanced to rank 43. Tang Sen said as Ray nodded. Seems like you surpassed the threshold for your 4th ring. Ray said as Xiao Wu hopped to Tang Sen. Hee brother, guess what? I have advanced to rank 61. Xiao Wu said, showing off her rings. WTF. The rest of the group were surprised seeing Xiao Wu with 6 rings at her disposal. Alright, we can catch up at a later date, get some rest first. Ray said to Xiao Wu as she had been fighting for 18 months and needed some rest. But dash. Xiao Wu, you should listen to your father since you've been fighting non-stop. It's good to rest for a while. Bai Wu said as Xiao Wu nodded. Fine. She relented as she followed the group to their rooms. Night fell as Ray frowned, feeling another titled Doluo nearby approaching them. What the fuck? Why are there so many titled Doluos mixing with Shrek? Ray said with a slight twitch in his eyes. Hubby, are you going to deal with it again? Bai Wu asked. Let me see what they want to do first. Ray said, sending out his senses. Soon he saw how the titled Doluo started to attack Tang San. Tisk, why is it to do with Tang San again? Ray said, making a sword before flicking it. Instance. Ray said before dismissing the sword. Eh? They were going after Xiao San. Maybe you should increase Tang San's power so that he can look after Xiao Wu. Bai Wu suggested. Does Xiao Wu need to be protected by him? Rather than that, I want him to get stronger so that he can't be used as a hostage against Xiao Wu because he was weak. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Higher realms. Dear sister, you've always had an extreme attachment to our royal brother. So I'm wondering if you had seen him at all. The second prince asked Aiko. Pooey. Aiko spat on his face as she looked away. I won't tell you where Rei-sama is. Aiko, though, as she knew telling this creep about her Rei will be bad news. The prince continued to smile as he wiped off the spit. You know, when the true God Emperor dies, everyone's memories will be put back into place. Be it good or bad, everyone will remember him. And you aren't the only one that wants royal brother back. The prince said with a fanatical smile. Ah, if it wasn't for those witches, then our clan would have dominated the higher realms. The prince continued. It was the best, us three, dominating the higher realms, true God Emperors beneath our feet. The higher realms was ours for the taking, then royal brother fell in love. The prince said the last part with hatred. He fell in love with two sisters, he gave up on the fight for those two. His face of care directed to them, no, it shouldn't be for them, no. It should have been for me. The prince shouted out. Ah. We were with royal brother from the start. You wanted him, I wanted him, I don't mind sharing him with you, but he ignored us. So in the fight with the strongest true God Emperor I killed him, a strike to his essence, so that he can be reborn, so that he will forget the witches, but he had met them already, including you, dear sister. I'm the one being left out now, only me. The prince said as Aiko frowned further and further hearing the prince. It's too late now, I can see that they want ever separate, so what if I approach differently? Make him hate me, loathe me. I'll be on his mind the whole time, no woman, no love, only me. The prince shouted out. Sick fuck. Aiko spat out seeing the prince act this way. Oh dear sister, you can't say anything about me, didn't you want our dear brother inside you as well? So why can't I? The prince grinned. But it seems like my wish can't become true, so I'll destroy everything. My life in exchange for a permanent imprint in dear brother's mind. Ah, that way I'll forever be in his mind. The prince said, standing up. So dear sister, why don't you work with me? In the end you get to fuck royal brother and he'll also remember me always. The prince said, giving Aiko a side glance. Aiko stayed silent as she stared at the prince. Though it's such a shame that I'm stuck in such a body, if I had yours, a woman's charm, maybe I could get dear brother's attention too. The prince said, sitting down on a chair. Then why don't you? Aiko asked. Because I can't. My soul is forever trapped in this body, I can't modify, change, switch or even destroy my vessel. It's father's fault I'm like this. The prince shouted out. Which is why this war shall also be one which destroys everything father had built, the higher realms. Chapter 140, Supreme Pontiff. The sun lit up the streets as the quarterfinals for the Spirit Master tournament began. Master, was it you who dealt with the titled Dolua last night? Tang Sen asked Rei when they were alone. Yes, it was me. You really have a talent at attracting titled Doluos to you. Rei commented, causing Tang Sen to look down in embarrassment. Can you teach me that move? Tang Sen asked as Rei considered. It's maybe impossible for you to do it, but replicating something similar with your energy control shouldn't be too hard. Rei said after a slight pause. I'll tell you more about it when we finish this round. Rei said, seeing that they were about to arrive. Thank you, Master. Tang Sen bowed in gratitude as he knew for Rei to even consider teaching him such a move meant that Rei had put his trust in him. Rei and Bai Wu followed Flander, Shiau Gang and Zhao Wuji to the spectator stand while the students walked to the arena. Oh. Darling, seems like we found a old friend. Rei said with a chilling tone as he saw the Supreme Pontiff Bibidong walk out. Shiau Gang felt Rei's mood change as he followed where he was looking and saw Bibidong. Esteemed Dolua, why does it seem like you have a negative impression on the Pontiff? Shiau Gang asked. Let's just say she tried to kill Bai Wu. If I didn't show up in time I would have lost my wife. Rei said. Bibidong felt a gaze on her and decided to look over. However, her eyes widened in slight anger and fear seeing Rei's smile as he made eye contact. Making eye contact, Rei gave her a taunting grin causing Bibidong to clench her fists. Why is he here? He's with that rabbit too, is he the reason why Ghost Dolua never made it back? He's next to Shiau Gang too. Bibidong thought in her mind rapidly as she made no visible changes on her expression. The match started as it was Tang Sen versus a student from the other academy. Tang Sen continued to defend against the continuous attacks, causing Ray to frown. What is Tang Sen even thinking about to continuously block like this? Ray muttered. Tang Sen didn't stay on the defensive for long, as before the final strike hit him, he brought out his clear sky hammer. TSK. He doesn't have the strength to protect himself, and yet he dares to act like this. Ray clicked his tongue as he clenched his fist. Hubby, maybe it was because he found out about what the spirit hall did to his mother. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded. Let's hope he doesn't drag Xiao Wu into it, or else I'll teach him what the consequences of showing off without power to protect himself. Ray said as he and Bai Wu walked away from the stand towards where the students are. Dad. Xiao Wu cries out in worry. What is it? Ray replied as he looked towards her. Brother is in trouble now, everyone knows that his father killed the previous pontiff. Xiao Wu said as Ray smiled. Don't worry darling, I'll help Tang San out. Ray said, walking over to Tang San. Oi foolish disciple. Ray called as Tang Sen looked over. Master, you called? Tang Sen replies as he cupped his hands. Follow me. Ray said simply as he gestured to Tang San. Tang Sen nodded as Ray teleported away with Tang San. Thanks to what you did, I'll have to speed things up. Here, take this seal, it should increase your energy control, but you shouldn't rely on this too much. Ray said, handing Tang Sen a seal. I want you to watch carefully, I'm going to show you how you can replicate my attack using just energy control. While it may be weaker in comparison, but it is a good alternative. First, I want you to gather energy towards your fingertips so that it would combust with a wave of energy when you snap your fingers. Ray said, demonstrating. See these waves and waves of energy that came off my finger when I snapped. I want you to feel their presence and use it as a guide to where you should send tiny compressed blades of energy. Ray said, making sure that he kept the energy visible for now. I want you to master the basic version by sunrise. Ray said as Tang Sen nodded. But master, there might not be enough time. Tang Sen said as Ray paused slightly. Don't worry about that. I made it so that the seal gives you twice the result with half the work. But I'll have you know that you shouldn't rely on this type of seal, as the consequences of overuse are more severe than you can imagine. Ray warned seriously, as the consequences could result in Tang Sen destroying his body, as it's not immortal like his. I understand, master. Tang San said as he immediately started to try master instance with the short amount of time he was given. Just so you know, I won't be helping you for much longer. Strong crops can only emerge after hardships. Ray said, sitting down on a chair he made with energy. Disciple understands. Tang San called out. Ray smiles as he waited for Tang San to master the weakened version of instance. A few hours passed as Ray watched the sun about to rise. Master. Tang Sen suddenly called out in excitement as Ray smiled. Seems like you succeeded. Ray said as he turned to a battered Tang San. Yes. Disciple didn't disappoint, master. Tang Sen cupped his hands with a smile. Though there had been one question bugging me. Tang San said as Ray raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh. And what would that be? Ray asked. What does master think about adding elemental properties to instance? Such as poison. It's so that with a weakened version like mine, I can still cause huge harm. Tang San said as Ray thought about it. It's not a bad thought, when I made this technique it was due to sudden inspiration. Good job. Ray smiled at Tang San as he felt proud that Tang San had managed to think of this. With a technique like instance combined with a lethal poison, even if they block the majority, a small cut would be all it takes to kill them. Seems like you get to test this theory soon. People from Spirit Hall are coming and you should deal with it. I can't babysit you forever, and if you're weak you could drag Xiao Wu down with you. When I was around rank 30 I could fight against some titled Doluas. While I don't expect you to fight titles Doluas, I want you to at least deal some form of damage against a rank 80, otherwise I can't leave Xiao Wu to you with a peace of mind. Ray said as Tang Sen blushed at the last sentence. Disciples will prove to master that you can leave Xiao Wu to me. Tang San said with determination. A figure could be seen approaching as Ray entered a separate space, watching how Tang San would deal with this rank 80 that is quickly approaching their location. Chapter 141, Instance, Heart-Piercing Poison. Ray watched with a constant smile as Tang Sen confronted the rank 80 enemy that had appeared. Tang Sen notched his river grass together with his hidden weapons as he sent out a wave of poisoned attacks. Humph. The rank 80 spirit Doluo waved his hand as he dismissed it easily. Tang Sen clutched his fist as he caused the weapons to combust with poison dust scattering around the spirit Doluo. Ray nodded with a smile as he could see that Tang Sen caused the hidden weapons to detonate by destroying them with his energy control. Ray waved his hand as he teleported the students of Shred into his separate space. He could feel the teens approaching the area fast, but he wanted to see how far Tang Sen can go first. Why are we here? Mu Bai said in confusion. Because you're in my hubby's separate space, isn't that right? Bai Wu called out as she walked over to Ray, causing the student to become surprised. Dad, why are you just watching brother and not helping him? Xiao Wu frowned in worry as she saw Tang Sen fight the spirit Doluo. Xiao Wu, Tang Sen should be able to deal some damage to the spirit Doluo. I want to see how far he can go. Naturally, I will help him when he reached his limit. Ray said as the Shrek group couldn't respond due to their shock of seeing Tang Sen standing up to the spirit Doluo. Due to the spirit Doluo's carelessness at the start, he had not been able to effectively use his spirit power, allowing Tang Sen to have an easier time fighting against him. Using a combination of poison and energy control, Tang Sen was able to nimbly maneuver around the spirit Doluo while constantly harassing him with attacks. Tang Sen was currently frowning with sweat dripping from his forehead as he was already low on energy when he finished mastering a weak version of Instance, and now he had to fight the spirit Doluo. Let's finish this fast. Tang Sen thought as he gathered energy within each of his fingertips. *fesh. Hidden weapons tied to river grass flew past the spirit Doluo as it missed him. Using his energy, Tang Sen made the hidden weapons hover as the river grass tightened. The spirit Doluo sneered as he activated a defensive spirit ability. Tang Sen flicked the river grass as Everstrand tang out with a slight echo. *ping ping 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 ping. Countless sounds of tiny blades hitting the defensive ability rang out, shocking the spirit Doluo as he could see some parts of the ability cracking. Hubby, you taught him Instance. Bai Wu said as her eyes widened. She had tried to learn the ability, but she wasn't able to learn it due to not being suitable. Not only did her control lack, it was also due to her control type not being compatible with Instance. Seems like it's because Xiao Sen uses the same energy control as hubby. Bai Wu thought. Yes, while he did get some help from me, it's still impressive that he mastered the fundamentals of Instance within a few short hours. Ray said with a smile while he watched. Mom, what's this Instance you and Dad are talking about? Xiao Wu asked, curious. It's one of your father's strongest self-made skills. Bai Wu said as she didn't want to expose the inner workings without Ray's permission. The skill involves waves and waves of energy blades attacking the enemy from every direction with a single flick of a finger. With enough energy to use the skill, one can even kill a titled Doluo as a rank 40. It's because the pure energy is more effective against spirit energy, ignoring elemental properties. Ray said, not bothering about whether or not they knew, as the requirement to use the skill was harsh if he didn't prove the necessary help to assist whoever wanted to learn to master the skill. Incredible. Xiao Wu said as she saw Tang Sen bombarding the spirit Doluo with Instance. A trail of blood could be seen dripping from the spirit Doluo's arm as Tang Sen stopped his attack. Is that it? All this for a shallow scratch and a drop of blood. The spirit Doluo smirked as he looked at his arm. Though I have to commend you, being able to harm me as a rank 30. Shame that you'll die right now. The spirit Doluo said as he charged at Tang Sen. Indeed, though I'm not the one who's dying. Tang Sen said with a smile. Instance, heart-piercing poison. He said as the spirit Doluo stopped in his tracks before clutching his heart. The spirit Doluo's skin started to turn a shade of purple as he vomited out an obscene amount of blood. After a few moments of pointless struggle, the spirit Doluo finally died with regret shown in his eyes. He did it. Tang Sen killed a rank 80 spirit Doluo as a rank 30. Mu Bai muttered. Ray dismissed the separate space as he saw Tang Sen about to fall from energy exhaustion. Xiao Wu quickly ran over, hugging Tang Sen in her arms. Xiao Wu, everyone. What are you guys doing here? Tang Sen muttered weakly. We were going to help out, but it seems like it's not necessary. Mu Bai said as he looked at the corpse of the spirit Doluo. But this doesn't concern you guys. Tang San said, feeling moved that his friends followed this far. What do you mean, dummy? Aren't we the Shrek 7 monsters? Xiao Wu said with a smile. Yeah, the initial plan was to travel with you, but if that included fighting a spirit Doluo, then it would have been a hell of a trip. Mu Bai said, smiling. Thanks, you guys. Tang San smiles, grateful for such friends. Ray was looking as a certain direction this entire time and finally looked back. Hubby, what's wrong? Bai Wu asked as she saw Ray stare off in a direction. Nothing, just giving some people a warning. Ray said mysteriously. In reality, he told the titled Doluos about to gather here, piss off before I pull your spine out of your ass. As a warning, whilst also sending out a concentrated wave of killing intent. Ray frowned deeply as he gritted his teeth. Why the sudden frustration? Bai Wu asked worriedly, seeing a sudden shift in mood. Things came up, we have only 3 days left here in this world before we're dragged away. Ray said, clenching his fists in frustration. He hated feeling powerless as he couldn't do anything about this. Message from Berserk War God, the one who sent host to this world. Situations changed. You have 3 days to wrap up everything before you're coming to the higher realms. Ray felt a bad feeling well up inside him, but he could only ignore it for now as he only have 3 days left to spend together with his daughter. Chapter 142, Departure Part 1. Ray teleported everyone back to the inn. He got Xiao Wu to enter his room so that he and Bai Wu can talk to her about the situation. Dad, what's up? Xiao Wu asked, unsure of why Ray would ask to talk to her alone with her mum. Me and your mum will be leaving in 3 days. We don't know when we can come back. Ray said with some slight hesitation in his voice. Why? Where are you guys going? With how strong you are, Dad, I'm sure you can just teleport back, right? Xiao Wu asked in worry. Xiao Wu, you see. Where we are going is not in this world. We're going to a different place far from here. Ray continued to explain about how he wasn't a part of this world, how the Berserk War God is basically forcing him to leave. Xiao Wu could only listen patiently as she was exposed to the knowledge of different worlds, gods, and powerful beings. So Mom is following you? Xiao Wu said as Ray looked over at Bai Wu for a bit of help. Darling. Bai Wu was about to explain when Xiao Wu cut her off. Don't worry, Mom, Dad, I understand. Dad, just promise me you'll look after Mom. Xiao Wu said, looking at Ray. Ray smiled warmly. Of course. Ray said as Xiao Wu hugged him and Bai Wu. I'll miss you. Xiao Wu said thoughtfully as she knew that it was out of Ray's control. Me too. Ray replied as he hugged her back. Darling, you have to make sure that you stay safe, okay? Don't forget to train hard so that no one can bully you. Bai Wu started to ramble on about her worries, causing Xiao Wu to laugh slightly. Mum, don't worry, I'm the daughter of you and Dad. Obviously I won't be weak. Xiao Wu grinned back. That's unquestionable. But you must remember to not let it get to your head and cloud your judgment. Just like how the war god can force me to leave the world in a huge place, and there will always be abnormalities that can even make the strongest people fall. Ray said, not forgetting to warn his daughter. He wanted her to be strong, to be independent, and to be self-reliant. As much as he wanted to dote on her, protect her, pamper her. He knew he could continue forever just like now, so she must be strong. Xiao Wu agreed as they talked for a while longer. Eventually she fell asleep while Ray and Bai Wu watched. We have such a good daughter. Bai Wu said as she stroked Xiao Wu's cheek with warmth in her eyes. I don't have words for how proud I am to have her as my daughter. Ray replied as he felt a burning desire to grow stronger in him so that he can return faster. Ray thought for a moment before he started to make a seal. Hubby, what are you making? Bai Wu asked. This should protect Xiao Wu from life-threatening dangers as long as I have energy in me. It doesn't matter if a divine-ranked enemy wanted to attack, as long as I have energy, they would have to drain through all of it before they can even think of taking my daughter's life. Ray replied as a highly condensed seal was slowly being formed in Ray's hand. Hubby, let me help too. Bai Wu said, wishing to offer her energy as a link as well. Ray shook his head. The drain will be too much on your body. Don't worry, I have 2 separate reserves each around the levels of divine rank 2. Ray replied as Bai Wu could only nod her head sadly from her helplessness. It took the entire night for Ray to finish the seal, as he had to link it to him so that even if he is in another universe, he can still provide the energy to help her. Phew. Ray sighed out as he implanted the seal into Xiao Wu's soul so that it'll never leave her. Hubby, you should rest for a while. You've worked all night long after all. Bai Wu said as looked at Ray in worry. Ray smiled as he looked at her. You should know that I can go on for years without sleep. Ray kindly reminded with a smile. I know, but you should still rest once in a while. She said, not relenting. Ray sighed with a smile. Fine, I'll sleep in my space. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded. Giving him a kiss on the lips, Bai Wu watched as Ray entered his separate space. Closing his eyes, Ray let his body float in zero gravity. Ha 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 ha. Look at them, big brother. A girl said with a smile as they watched an army fight below them. Do you think the old geezers will be coming out now? She asked with a wide smile, holding 2 daggers. Sis, each of those old geezers can be troublesome, don't underestimate them. Looking to the left of him, he could see another girl warning them whilst she held a scythe. But big brother's the strongest. Those geezers can't compare to him at all. The first girl replied with a wide smile. Is she talking about me? Heis, you too, go help them out. I'll save some energy for those geezers. Is that my voice? Got it, big brother. Understood. They replied in sync. The first girl crouched down before leaping high into the air. A trail of dark purple energy trailed behind her as she tore through the crowd of enemies. The girl holding the scythe didn't waste time either, as a mist of black surrounded her, forming a huge figure similar to that of the Reaper. As the 2 of them charged into the crowd of enemies, 2 huge bursts of energy exploded out, charging towards them. One was silver with hints of blue, the other was pink with hints of purple. The 2 new addition were both females as they clashed. His gaze couldn't leave the 2 of them as he watched their every move. The girl with the silver energy made her own avatar as she fought the Grim Reaper avatar one-on-one. On the other hand, the girl with the pink energy fought the girl with the 2 daggers. In her hands, she held a whip sword separated into 9 segments. However, he didn't take their fighting style in mind as he focused on their faces. Eve. Bai Wu. Chapter 143, Departure Part 2. Ray burst out with an explosion of energy as he awoke from his dream. What the hell? He muttered. Who were the 2 women next to me? Why was Bai Wu and Eve there? They seemed much more powerful than divine ranks. That shouldn't be possible. Ray thought with countless questions in his mind. Thinking for a few moments, Ray sighed as he decided to think about this another time. Walking out of the separate space, Ray sent out his senses to find where Bai Wu and Xiao Wu were. Locking on, he teleported besides them. Dad. Xiao Wu called out in surprise. How was the final round? Ray asked, understanding that it should have finished by now. Xiao Wu started to explain what had happened as Ray kept an thoughtful expression on his face. Tang San did well with the uses of his instance. But, the rest of you shouldn't always fall back onto Tang San. Ray said, turning to the rest of the Shrek's 7 devils. They slightly lowered their heads in shame as they knew he was right. From what I've heard, all of you focused most of the plans around Tang San. But you all know that individually, you are all powerful, but you cannot use that power properly, causing it to be wasted on you. Ray berated with a sigh. It was annoying to him seeing their power being mishandled so much that they had to rely on Tang San to make up for that. Hubby, why don't you give them some advice? Bai Wu asked with a smile. Yeah. Dad, why don't you help them out a little? Maybe give them something to assist them too. Xiao Wu asked as she thought inside. Dad is going to leave, but he has so much useful knowledge, would be a shame if they guys didn't get some benefits from him. She snickered inwardly with a slightly greedy grin. But having lived so long, how could Ray not understand what Xiao Wu is thinking? Smiling slightly, Ray looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how long do you think, your father, I have lived for? Ray said with a slightly raised eyebrow. Xiao Wu blushed in embarrassment at being found out and hid behind Bai Wu, which caused her to laugh a little. Darling, if you asked your father to give you a country, he would do it instantly. Bai Wu said as Ray nodded slightly to show that he indeed will. Turning his head back to the Shrek 7 devils, he decided to address Mu Bai's problem first. Mubai, your problem lies in the fact that your control over your energy is not good enough. It causes you to waste a lot of energy in your attacks, which also decreases their power. This should give you training methods on how to increase your energy efficiency and power. There'll be 10 stages and each stage would give you a reward. Ray said as he made a seal. The rewards he talked about would be ways to amplify his power in stacks. The first stage would give his power an additional 2% boost, second 4%, third 10%. Each new level would give a larger increase until the 10th level, which would boost his attack power by 250%. In addition to this, Ray had also made duplicates of certain noble phantasms as extra rewards from stages 7 onwards. These would help Mubai as he would be able to summon them at any moment. As for the stacking ability, it was what Ray had always used subconsciously, as it could be described like an engine warming up before bursting with power. Fatty, you're the same as Mubai. Lack of energy control and efficiency. But you're also lazy and possess not enough will to get stronger. I am giving you the same thing I did with Mubai, but this time I'll throw in some extra. You get to be able to temporarily possess the power to create my best dishes for food, as well as me curing your phoenix spirit so that you won't be fat. But before Fatty Hong could rejoice, Ray cut him off. However, if you were to slack off, not only would you become fat again, you would also increase in weight the more you slack off, and your power will be sealed slowly over time as you slack off. What? Please, I'm fine with it as it is. I don't need the help. Fatty Hong quickly begged, as he didn't want this fire lit behind him. Fatty, you should take it. Just think about it, you can always stay handsome, cook godly food and be powerful, all at the cost of working slightly harder. Mubai suggested as he was surprised at the rewards the tears gave him. Little did he know that the working slightly harder would work Fatty to the bone. But once he was as powerful as he could be in this world, the curse would wear off and he wouldn't need to have this fire lit up behind him anymore. Fatty scrunched up his face as he thought long and hard. Arg. Fine. Isn't it just working a bit harder? I can do it. He said as Ray sent over the seal. As for you Zhu Qing, you need more power behind your attacks, speed and stamina. Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, you guys need better efficiency, better power of the support abilities and defensive maneuvers. Ray called out as he made them seals one by one. Zhu Qing would unlock the ability to send the impact of her attacks through the enemy's defenses, how to use energy to reinforce and how to use that to increase her speed dramatically. Footwork to reduce stamina expenditure and training techniques to gain stamina. Oscar and Ning Rong Rong would unlock ways to redirect the attacks launched at them back at the enemy, how to amplify their abilities and how to support each other without the backlash of support taboo caused by a support ability amplifying another support ability. Done. Ray said as he finished giving everyone their presents. Dad, what about brother? Xiao asked. Xiao, I've already gave him my personal technique. Ray said to remind her. But that doesn't count. She replied, causing Tang San to scratch his cheek with a finger in embarrassment. Xiao dash. Bro, shut up. Xiao said before Tang San could continue. Seeing Xiao stare at him so intently, Ray gave a small chuckle as he sent a seal to Tang San. I don't know how much you know about your parents, but when you see your father again, ask to see your mother and use the seal. Ray said as the seal is something he created to revive Ain. Thank you, master. Tang San bowed as he knew Ray won't give him something useless. As Ray turned around to leave with Bai Wu, Xiao grabbed out to the hem of his sleeve. Dad, can you make me something to remember you by? She asked as Ray nodded and aimed his palm to the sky. With the use of his energy, Ray gathered the surrounding energy into hand-sized crystal which radiated with colors. Snapping his fingers, he broke off certain parts of the crystal to form a sculpture of Xiao Wu in the middle between him and Bai Wu. Would this do? Ray said as he made it so that the crystal will always form whenever Xiao Wu wanted. The original would be in her soul sea whilst the one outside would be a replica. Xiao Wu nodded as Ray explained. Finally, with everything done, Ray walked beside Bai Wu. A portal opened up in front of them as a figure walked out. You done? It was the Berserk War God. TCH, I am. Ray replied with slight irritation as he was annoyed at how the War God was forcing him. Nodding at his response, the War God waved his hand and sent Bother Ray and Bai Wu into the portal before they could even complain. In the chamber of the strongest god in the higher realms, the true God Emperor slowly opened his eyes. So you've returned once more. Will the outcome be different from last time or will it still be destruction? Chapter 144, Test Part 1. Having stepped into the portal, Ray blinked a few times as he readjusted his sights. Opening them once more, Ray was greeted with the familiar view of a wide plain filled with orbs representing the different worlds. Bai Wu, this is what I was talking of dash. Ray said as he turned to Bai Wu but widened his eyes when he realized that she wasn't there. Ray felt his mind stop as fear gripped his heart. Oi. The war god grabbed Ray by the shoulder as his voice brought him back to reality. Budash. Don't worry, she's just been taken by another god. TCH, I suppose this would have happened when me, the element god and war saint took notice of your little group. The war god cut in as he clicked his tongue in irritation. Your little wife was taken by the beast god. It isn't unusual for spirit animals to train up like your wife, and this beast god feels responsible to guide them. She's odd at best, but I can assure that your little wife would be safe with her. The war god said as he let go of Ray, who was still feeling nervous. Though this works out well for us as well. She won't distract you from getting stronger. Not to mention she's way too weak right now. The beast god will train her up good, just like how War Saint is training up the lass Eve. Ray's ears perked up as he heard the familiar name. Eve, where is she right now? He asked quickly. She's in a place where all of the god's successors are to train herself. It is also where we are going. The war god said as another portal opened up in front of them. You'll be taken part of a preliminary test to enter the realm. There are only so many people that can enter the realm, so it's selection through survival of the fittest. The war god explained as he brought Ray to a plaza. Ray was overwhelmed by the amount of energy in the surroundings. Just by standing here, Ray felt like he was getting stronger by the second. The war god smirked, seeing Ray already improving by just being in a better area for training. So we waited this long for a mere divine rank 2. War god, explain yourself. A voice rang out as Ray turned his head to the source. A person which looked like a young adult spoke as his gaze was filled with contempt. His hair was pure black, eyes which radiated bloodthirst, lean outer appearance and wore cloth armor that didn't restrict his movements. Oh, he's no mere divine rank 2, killing god. The war god replied with a slight laugh. In a battle with rank 5s and above, and you say a rank 2 is no mere rank 2? Do you have a screw loose in your head? The killing god said as the war god only laughed. Then you can use one of your candidates to test him. Ray, this is your ticket to find Eve, so don't disappoint me. The war god encouraged as Ray only nodded since he could only follow along with the current situation. Just you wait. Ray thought as he walked to a clearing where his enemy is waiting. War god, you've never even taken a rank 8 genius in your eyes from the higher realms, so what makes this rank 2 so special? The killing god asked. Ha ha ha, then have you ever seen a person which smelled of death so much even though he should be inexperienced? I can tell he has gone through war, no just any small war from a small world, but multiple large-scale wars. Dimensional ones. He may not realize it, but his combat experience had carried over from his past lives. Every move he makes, he may think it's through his training, but it was already engraved into his soul. Though it's rather strange, I can't tell who he was. It's like someone has purposely hidden it. The war god said as he kept his eyes on Ray. The killing god grew serious hearing the war god. Then you should know an unknown like him is very dangerous, right? Especially since if he is as powerful as you say. The killing god warned. Of course, but that just makes him a better candidate to succeed me. The war god gave a menacing grin which caused slight shivers to go through the killing god's spine. You. This is a thin line you're walking and it could break at any moment. The killing god said, gritting his teeth. But isn't that more thrilling? The war god replied, giving the killing god a side glance. Crazy bastard. The killing god squeezed out as he put focus on the spar. Ray stood in his spot seemingly relaxed, but he was prepared to attack at a moment's notice. Divine rank 5. 3 stages above me currently. He thought. His opponent in front of him wore black clothing which covered his entire body except for his blood-red eyes. I'll take the initiative. Ray thought as instantly applied some seals to his body to increase his speed to the max. Bringing out Kyoki before anyone noticed, Ray had already slashed the opponent in half. No feeling. Ray though, as he instantly had his guard up. After images at this level, this guy's speed is far above me. Ray thought as he sent out his senses but could only catch shadows of the enemy. But Ray paused his thoughts as a long-forgotten grin appeared on his face. Who said I can't deal with it? With a monstrous punch, Ray shattered the area around them as deep fissures appeared everywhere. His opponent had understood the problem as he jumped upwards. Go! Ray shouted as hundred upon hundreds of golden chains shot up towards his opponent. With the improvement of his abilities, Enkidu seemed as if it had transformed into dragons. Slamming his hands together, seals appeared blocking off the area around his opponent. 1,000 Dragon Array. Ray thought as he combined both abilities together. With Enkidu, as long as one chain touched his opponent, their divine power would be restrained. As for the seal, not only did it block them off, it also created illusions of the chains and teleported them around the area. Oi, war god! How can he have the chains? The killing god interrogated angrily. Why can't he have the chains? Ha ha ha, the war god laughed. You should know that the abilities that the system god gives can only be interpreted into a weakened version. If not, the person's body could simultaneously explode due to the ability. So why does he have one of the most wanted ability, Enkidu? The killing god gritted his teeth. Did I not tell you? He's chosen by 3 gods so far. Me, system god and element god. The war god grinned. What dash? 3 gods all have their eyes on him. The killing god stumbled back slightly at the information. You guys are creating a monster. Do you understand the consequences should he leave for the other side? The killing god warned. Yes, but he has the system god's daughter and one other lass to tie him down. The war god replied as he watched the fight. This gamble is too dangerous. What if they follow him? Won't we be fucked over by the monster we created? The killing god said as he clenched his fist. Every moment of talking to the war god infuriated him as they had started the cultivation of such a monster that possibly no one can control. Ha ha ha, you should calm down and enjoy the fight. The war god laughed out. TCH, how can I calm down with this monster on the loose without a leash? The killing god retorted as he turned to the fight. But thank the heavens that I had prepared just in case, my chosen won't be taken down by Enkidu. The killing god said. As he predicted, Ray's opponent didn't panic seeing the chains. Instead, he brought out 2 daggers and started to cut around his area. Gleams of sword light seemed to have cocooned him as he deflected every chain shot towards him. Ho, as expected of a divine rank 5, if you lost to this I'll be disappointed. Ray grinned with a menacing light. Dark energy started to gather around his arms as a holy light flashed behind him. In one hand he had Kyoki, as the other he had Tengaku. Yo Ray, seems like we got a worthy fight after so long, ha ha ha. Kyoki's voice rang out, surprising the audience. Kyoki, shut it, you battle freak. Tengaku's voice replied as Ray grinned at their interaction. Kyoki, Tengaku, you ready to try Shojin again? Ray asked as Shojin was the stage above Bankai. Last time he used it, his Zanpakuto hadn't gone through their evolution yet. Ray couldn't help but feel excited about how powerful the new Shojin could be. You bet. Kyoki replied as the sword glowed with an ominous red. Naturally. Tengaku also replied as her blade seemed to radiate with a holy fire. Then first off, Bankai. Ray shouted as his body was enveloped with a blinding light. A crushing pressure descended onto the entire plaza as the war god's grin widened, feeling Ray's increase in power. The higher realms seemed to react as dark clouds swirled above Ray. Walking out of the light, the audience saw Ray's new appearance. His hair a mix of black and white, heterochromatic eyes with the left yellow and the right red. Plated armor which had each segment lined with scarlet red as the plating itself was like a creamy white marble. On his back had 7 pairs of energy wings, half were a combination of black and red which seemed like red lighting in a shadow the shape of a wing, while the other half seemed like the sun in the shape of wings. In each of his hands was a great sword as the left was black and red adorned with bones and metal giving it an ominous sheen. On his right was a great sword colored white, blue and gold with jewels and metallic feathers decorating the hilt. Fu, next stage, Shojin. Ray continued as energy exploded out once more. His opponent wanted to stop him as the 1,000 Dragon Array had long stopped, but the stiffing pressure froze his body. He could only watch on helplessly as Ray powered up. During the new transformation, Ray's Conqueror's haki descended as it caused most of the audience to kneel as if welcoming a king. Asterisk boom. With a resounding explosion, light shot into the skies as everyone's vision cleared once more. This time, however, Ray was sat on a gilded throne above the arena. The throne decorated in a way which seemed to scream out, "Only the worthy can sit upon this throne." Ray sat there with a grin as he crossed his legs in a lazy manner. His hand supported his head as he leaned slightly to the side with his spare hand resting on the armrest. His appearance seemed to be the same with the exception of his wings and great swords. However, what drew everyone's attention was not him but rather what he was surrounded by. On his left was a beautiful woman adorned with holy armor, 6 pairs of pure white wings, blonde hair, blue eyes with a slightly cold expression. She stood with a great sword in front of her, standing guard beside Ray. On his right was a handsome man. He had mostly a large black robe which is tattered around the edges with black and silver chains around him. This made him seem like the Grim Reaper as a sadistic grin was plastered on his face. His void black hair and crimson eyes made him seem all the more bloodthirsty, which is complemented by the huge scythe hoisted up on his shoulder. On his back was similar to the woman on the right as he had 6 pairs of pitch black wings which radiated a slight metallic red. Behind the throne was an army, but not just any army, as it was like a tsunami of holy and demon soldiers. Commanding the army were 2.5-meter tall heavy-duty soldiers which had either holy armor or demonic armor with their respective pairs of wings. Soldiers had 1 pair of black/white wings, commanders had 4 pairs and Ray's personal guards had 6 pairs. With Ray's new Shojin, it gifted him an army to command. Each soldier held a certain percentage of Ray's overall physical power as well as magical power. Soldiers had 15%, commanders had 40% and his personal guards had 75%. "Kyoki, Tengaku, this is surprising," Ray commented with a smile. "Of course, what do you accept? Only something like this is fit to be the Shojin of a king." Kyoki grinned as Tengaku nodded. "A king is the boss while the army is the appetizer. Go entertain our enemy," Ray said as his army approached his opponent. However, there were one thing they didn't know. Shojin, realm of the god emperor. Passive, will of the fallen. With every soldier defeated, the emperor and his personal guards are buffed with a 0.1% increase in power. With every commander defeated, the emperor and his personal guards gain a buff of 50% increase in power. With each personal guard defeated, the emperor and any remaining personal guard gain a buff of 150% increase in power. With all soldier, commander, and personal guard defeated, the emperor gains a buff of 300% increase in power. All buffs stack, buffs are temporary. Chapter 145, Test Part 2. Ray's opponent trembled slightly as he saw the army approaching him. His face grim, he looked over to the killing god. Seeing that his candidate is asking for permission, the killing god understood and nodded. Seeing that the killing god gave his approval, Ray's opponent brought his dagger to his palm and cut across it. "I, Orion, command you. Awaken," he chanted as the daggers glowed with an unholy light. Armor appeared on his body as they covered the shoulders, elbow, knees, and legs. A long red scarf trailed behind him as he had a katana in his hands. Crouching down in a sword-drawing position, Orion stared down the approaching army. "Ha!" With a thunderous shout, Orion drew his katana and cut down everyone in an 80-degree cone in front of his. Ray, however, didn't mind as he supported a carefree smile on his face. He could feel power flow into him as each of his soldiers were killed. Orion continued to slaughter through the army as he demonstrated lethal efficiency. Having killed quite a few soldiers, Orion saw the first commander he must kill. The commander swung his great sword as Orion bent backwards and dodged. Kicking upwards on the blade, Orion made the commander stumble backwards with the force. Charging towards the commander, Orion kept his body close to the ground as the commander tried to slash downwards. Twisting his body sideways, Orion slid through the commander's legs as he pushed himself up with his hands. With a quick slash, Orion decapitated the commander as he turned to Ray. He suddenly felt something was wrong as Ray was still smiling. Orion frowned as he quickly killed a few more soldiers. One more commander appeared as Orion charged towards it fearlessly. The commander swung its great sword downwards towards Orion. Asterisk swish. With a cut that most couldn't see, Orion cut the commander's hands off, leaving the great sword to fall down. Stabbing his katana towards the defenseless commander, Orion smiled, seeing the sword pierce through the head. However, it was then when he realized what was wrong. Ray entered divine rank 3. Orion quickly turned to Ray and threw his katana. Oh, he found out. Ray said lazily. Orion appeared in front of him not too long after as he had switched locations with his katana. Using the momentum, Orion twisted his body and kicked towards Ray. Bam. Orion widened his eyes as he saw how both Tengaku and Kyoki blocked his attack with their weapons. His kick was only slightly in front of Ray, who didn't even flinch. Feeling danger, Orion quickly jumped away as he saw how golden chains had appeared around where he stood. Oh ho, with each soldier killed, Ray gains an increase in strength. Ha ha ha, interesting. The war god grinned seeing this. Orion landed slightly further away from the army as he was frowning heavily. Don't try teleporting again, it won't work since I've already got my soldiers to stop the spatial fluctuations. Ray commented as he saw Orion's grip tighten around his katana. I don't believe it. Orion spat out as he threw his sword once more. Heis. Ray sighed as Orion failed teleport. Pinching the sword with his thumb and index finger, Ray looked towards the frowning Orion. I doubt you'll be trying to kill my soldiers. All of you, die for me. Ray spoke as his soldiers started to kill themselves one after another. No screams were heard as the spectators widened their eyes. The scene of all of Ray's soldiers killing themselves shocked them as there were no hesitation whatsoever. The buff isn't as big, but it's enough. Ray commented as he advanced to divine rank 4. If Orion had killed the soldiers instead, he had no doubt he would be in divine rank 5, maybe even 6. Orion smiled slightly as he slammed his palms to the ground. You may have an army, but I use the dead. Orion felt victory at hand as he summoned the fallen soldiers that Ray commanded to suicide. Kyoki and Tengaku tried to hide their laugh as they saw Orion's actions. Killing God, isn't your candidate a bit stupid? The war god smirked as he looked over to the ashen-faced killing god. While this might be good with a real army, did he forget that this army was Ray's ability? War god continued as Ray's laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if you're stupid or confident. Ray called out as Orion smiled, turned to a frown. Stop acting, your army is mine to command. Orion said as Ray smiled even more, feeling his opponent to be pitiful right now. Go ahead then, I'm waiting. Ray smiled as Orion thought Ray was acting on fake bravery to intimidate him. Boom boom boom. His undead army marched towards Ray in union as Orion smiled. Kill. He commanded as his army charged at Ray. The killing god looked away as he could almost imagine his candidate's face in the next scene. Bam. All of the soldiers dropped their weapons and kneeled in front of Ray. Wah. Orion couldn't wrap his head around how his undead army was kneeling in front of Ray. These are my soldiers created by me, loyal forever. They're not real people but my skill, and now you resurrect them. Are you giving me a gift? Ray grinned as the soldiers made a path for Ray, Kyoki, and Tengaku. Calm, steady footsteps could be heard as Ray walked towards Orion. Orion, however, felt his heart pound faster as he felt more nervous. His weapon in Ray's hand, his trump card taken over by Ray. He only had one option left. Shadow. Orion waited for Ray to come closer as he laid a trap with the shadows around the area. Closer, closer. Orion thought as he only had one chance for it to work. Ray fought him to a standstill as a divine rank 2, he defiantly would beat him now that he's advanced, not to mention divine rank 5. Now. Orion clasped his hands as spears made from shadows shot towards Ray. He was about to attack as well with a sword made from shadows but froze in fear. Kyoki stood in front of Ray with a grin as he tapped his scythe downwards. The shadows flickered slightly before being gathered in his scythe. No way. Orion muttered in defeat. His body lost strength as he kneeled in defeat. His teleport was blocked, his undead was taken over, and even his shadows were no use. Ray countered him in everything. I take that as my win. Ray turned to the two gods watching as they nodded. Snapping his fingers, Ray dismissed his army. See ya, Ray, call on us more often, okay? Kyoki grinned as Tengaku nodded. No problem. Ray smiled as his army turned to light and got absorbed back into him along with Kyoki and Tengaku. His rank also fell back to divine rank 2. Ray felt blood rise up in his throat but swallowed it back. Weakened, 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Overall status -80%. So there is a side effect. Ray thought, seeing the weakened status. Even without seeing it, Ray could feel his entire body scream out in pain. Just breathing hurt a lot as Ray endured to not seem weak. Walking past Orion, Ray stabbed Orion's katana next to him as he didn't turn around. So what happens now? Ray asked the war god. We're heading to the realm. It's called the God Ascension realm as most only leave after entering the God Cultivation realm. The war god explained. The trial to leave is also where you would gain your title. He continued as Ray nodded. He couldn't wait to enter the God Ascension realm as just in the fight against Orion, Ray had managed to copy his necromancy, shadow control, and location switch with his The End ability. I can probably use Shojin and necromancy to resurrect my army so it can buff me more, but it might go beyond what my body can handle. Ray thought, as using the ability without thought would harm him more than benefiting him. Ray had copied a myriad of abilities with The End, some take less to use than others while some are impossible to recreate, such as Merlin's Infinity. He had so many abilities that he forgot most of what he copied. This is just like Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. He had so many treasures that he forgot what they did and resorted to throwing them out and hoping they did something. Ray thought as he had long lost track of the powers he copied. Everyone started to gather together as they stayed near their respective gods. The gods nodded at each other as they sent out their energy, creating a portal. This is the portal to the God Ascension realm. Rules will be explained once you enter. As a warning, there is a high chance of death should one take the wrong steps. I know how hard it was for you to cultivate to this level, so those who don't want to tempt fate leave now. The war god called out as he waited for people to leave. He smiled when he saw that no one left. Good, I hope you exit as gods with your own titles. The war god said as people started to enter the portal. We'll be needing every god we can get for the war. He thought as he watched the gods to be enter the portal. When it was Ray's turn, he sent 3 invisible strands of energy which no one noticed, not even the other gods or Ray himself. I hope you pass all 3 trials. The system god, element god, war saint, and the beast god was waiting around in a hall. The beast god stood out the most as she was a 9-tailed fox in human form. She had white hair with red around the tips. Her hair reached her hips where 9 white fox tails swished around. Scarlet eyes with slits in the middle, she had a toothy grin and a red kimono-style dress with white stockings. Is that knucklehead war god done yet? The beast god asked. He should be soon, be patient. The element god replied with his eyes closed. The war saint ignored everything as she was staring at the system god with slight hostility, clearly not forgetting what he had done to Ray, which in turn affected Eve. The system god, on the other hand, was sitting with his legs crossed and browsing through the system interface. He was currently monitoring Ray's system. He didn't know what to think anymore. He thought he was in the right when he chose to release his memories early. After all, it was Ray himself who vowed to not love anyone but Eve. Maybe Eve's right, maybe I shouldn't have removed his memories in the first place. For the first time ever, the system god was doubting himself, his choices. I guess it would be a pity should he die early. One doesn't simply come across someone with his adaptability with the system easily. The system god thought, tapping his finger on the table in deep thought. But, why is Ray's soul fluctuating so much? Is it trying to break open something? The system god thought as he was checking through all of the anomalies that happened to Ray. But before he could, the war god had returned. Yo. The war god greeted as the rest of the gods turned to him. So how was it? The war saint Ophelia asked. You should have seen his new ability. It allowed him to beat a divine rank 5 as a rank 2. The war god smiled as the war saint was slightly surprised. What was the ability then? She asked. He summoned his own army, and with each soldier killed he gets an increase in power. He is also able to let them kill themselves, but in return the power gains is only around 50% to 75% of what could have been the total. The total, that is, if they were killed by someone else. The war god explained as the war saint couldn't help but widen her eyes. You forgot about the side effects of using this. The system god reminded. Yeah, he lost around 4 to 5 THS of his overall combat potential. Not sure for how long though. The war god lost his smile as he spoke about this part. 3 days, he will be like this for 3 days. The system god said, holding up 3 fingers. So you could say it's a final trump card should he be pushed into a corner. The element god said as the system god nodded. System god, aren't you giving him too much of an advantage with this? The beast god said, hearing about Rei's Shojin. The system god shook his head. The system is only responsible to recording growth and distributing the base forms of the power. Like how most people can't harness the original power and have to weaken it down, Rei is responsible for the evolution of the skills. If he developed in any other way, his Shojin would probably turn out differently from how it is now. It might have been a huge weapon, a domain, a person. But instead he managed to evolve it into an army that will strengthen him the moment a soldier is killed. The system god explained. The beast god stayed silent as she still felt it was too biased. So did you manage to give him the trials? The element god asked as the war god nodded. All right, now that everyone's here, let's discuss this group of 3. The system god said as he uncrossed his legs and face serious. Like Rei, Baiwu is also an anomaly with an unknown past life. The beast god said as she had tried to find out but failed. Same with Eve, say system god, I've always been wondering, but how did she even start as part of the system? The war saint asked. She was never part of the system. When I found her, she was a soul ready to disperse. There were no body and I could only allow for her to integrate with one system or else she would never exist. The system god shook his head. Where did you find her? Shouldn't most souls go through reincarnation? The element god asked, interested as this was the first time he heard it. The system god sent out his senses to make sure no one was spying. I found her in an isolation space around the place the old war happened. The system god said as the war saint stood up. An isolation space. So someone wanted for her to never exist again. So you're saying she could have taken part in the old war eras ago? The war saint said as the system god nodded. I just became a god recently after the old war had finished. Over 90% of the gods were killed and remaining 10% died not too long after, with the exception of the god emperor. Being curious about how the old war killed off most of the gods, I explored the ruined realms of the old war and stumbled upon the isolation space by chance using the system. It took millions of years to repair her soul, and when it did, she became a local administrator of the system that integrated with Rei when he died. The system god said. Then what you're saying is that Rei and Eve may very well be remnants of the old war. Maybe even Baiwu, if the person who doesn't want people to know about their past did the same to her. The war god finished off what the war saint was about to say. A few moments earlier, when Rei used Bankai and Shojin, Aiko was startled when the person who looked like Rei suddenly stood up. This energy signature, no doubt it's definitely like royal brothers, but it's slightly off. The person frowned as closed his eyes. Of course. It must be because Big Brother's reincarnated, so his energy would change ever so slightly. The person opened his eyes as he smiled. A fanatical smile appeared on his face as it became flushed. Dearest sister, oh dearest sister. Royal Brother has returned to higher realms. Once he awakens, he will remember us, remember me. We will take the higher realms by storm once more. He will not remember now, but he will soon. I think it's about time we let you remember too. He smiled as he looked at Aiko. What are you thinking of doing? She asked, feeling slight fear from his smile. Nothing much, just going to give your soul a little touch here and there. Might hurt a little, but if it goes well, then you'll remember everything. He said. And if it doesn't? Aiko asked in fear. Well. The person stayed silent before grinning, leaving everything to Aiko's imagination. Chapter 146, Divine Rankings. Blinking slightly, Rei felt his vision clear as he was in the middle of a plaza. Looking around, he could see that the other candidates were also besides him. Muttering could be heard as they weren't sure of what to do. Hello, I'm presuming that you're the new recruits of the God Ascension realm. A voice called out. Turning to the source, Rei saw that it was a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He had white hair that was swept to the side, covering one eye. His one visible eye was golden in color. He wore a cultivator robe that seemed to be very loose-fitting. Since you are all newcomers, I'll take this chance to explain how things work in this realm. He continued as everyone's attention was on him. In this realm, we have several ways to increase our cultivations. The first being how you would normally cultivate. Absorbing energy and slowing increase your levels. The second, hunt beasts out the boundaries and absorb their cultivation. But this method is dangerous, as if your body can't handle it, you'll die before you ascend. The last method, which is the best yet also the hardest, is to absorb a rift. A rift is a separate dimension that is opened occasionally by gods or when a god dies. Their energy would form the rift and several tests would be inside the rift. The first person to complete the rift would gain the largest portion of energy. But that also depends on how much you can absorb. The leftovers would be available for the other people who come after the first person. He explained as everyone nodded. But here is a warning from me, don't provoke people over these energies if you can, since murder is allowed in this realm. Your best bet is to join a clan, since you'll be protected under their influence. He said, as some were already wanting to ask what clans there are. I'll show you where you can join a clan later, but for now follow me. He said. How can we trust you? Who are you in the first place, and why are you even helping us? A person shouted out. Good question, I am Ingress, moderator of the God Ascension realm. Cultivation, peak God realm. Ingress said as some of the cultivators flinched in fear at the cultivation of peak God realm. Ray watched confused as he didn't understand God realms. System, can you display God cultivation ranks? Ray thought. Low God. God. High God. Peak God. True God. True God Emperor. Thanks, Ray thought as he looked at the ranks. This means that Ingress is in the upper portion of the rankings. Ray thought. Following Ingress, Ray saw that they have entered a Colosseum-type area. This is the arena. You are able to challenge other people to see how strong you are. You'll be teleported out should you reach a certain amount of damage. Death matches are allowed should both parties agree. This is also where you would find the divine rankings. Depending on how you do in the arena and your combat potential shown, it will automatically enter you into the leaderboards. Most of the high-tier clans will look at your leaderboard ranking before deciding to accept you or not. Ingress explained as the then lead them to another building. This is the portal room. This is where you would go to enter different realms filled with dangerous beasts. Ingress said as Ray looked around. The portal room was a hub with separate sections showing the type of beasts and their cultivation. In the section there is a teleportation array which would send them to the dimension. When you enter the realm there will be an escape seal on your wrist which will allow you to leave whenever you want. But bear in mind that it takes 20 seconds to activate, so you should still be careful as 20 seconds is enough for some beasts to kill you twice over. Ingress said as some of the candidates gulped in nervousness. There are 3 more places we need to go, as for the rest you can figure that out yourselves. Well, anyway, follow me, we're heading to the Enlightenment Tower. Ingress said as he walked away once more. It didn't take long as they saw a grand tower which seemed to pierce the sky. There are 2 sections to this Enlightenment Tower, the first being closed-door cultivation. You will each have a certain amount of allotted time depending on how well you do on the divine rankings. In this section cultivation speed is roughly twice as fast compared to the outside. Naturally comprehension and everything else is also twice as fast. Ingress said with a chuckle, seeing the greedy eyes of some candidates. The second section is the Trials of God. This is where you'll find the rifts that gods would have left behind. It's pretty self-explanatory as rifts will appear from time to time and you will enter the trials in the rifts. Ingress said as he led them away once more. This is the auction house. In here you will auction out anything you want which you find in different dimensions. God will also occasionally put cultivation resources in the auction house for you to bid. You'll also be able to find skill books derived from the system store which the system god moderates. Each skill will cause cultivators to riot should they appear without an owner, so I suggest you take the chance to get them if you can. Ingress explained as they walked over to the last area. And finally, this is the recruitment hub. Here you can find recruitment for clans, teams heading to realms and people hiring bodyguards. And with that I have explained everything you need to know. I wish you luck. Ingress said as his body dissembled into clouds before disappearing. So, we have a Colosseum, a portal room, a cultivation tower, an auction house and a recruitment area for the main sections of this God Ascension realm. Ray thought as his first step was to recover. The best way would be for him to go to a different realm so that he can hunt while also recovering. Separating from the group, Ray walked towards the portal room. Divine rank 5, 8, 4, 1, 3, Ray slowly looked over the different portals available as he didn't want something too weak nor too high above his level. While he is weakened, it would be gone in almost 3 days. Blood Craze Realm. Average ranking, Divine Rank 4. Lowest ranking, Divine Rank 1. Highest rank, Divine Rank 6. The Blood Craze Realm hosts a myriad of bloodthirsty beasts that thrive using blood-based abilities. Highly recommended for cultivators that major in blood arts. Their blood essence is very beneficial in increasing cultivation. Should one refine their blood essence, the cultivator is able to increase their body grade. Warning: one should not attempt to refine blood essence 2 ranks higher than one's cultivation. Ray read the description as he was curious. This is probably one of the more beneficial realms for me. Not only can I increase my blood control, I can also increase my body grade, which is all the more important because of my Shojin. Ray thought, as the power ranking in the realm was just right for him. His rank was 2 and the average is 4. This should give him a decent challenge while also keeping him on edge due to his weakness right now. Walking into the portal, Ray felt his vision blur before clearing up to show a crimson sky. Looking around, Ray saw everything tinged in a red hue as the smell of blood was especially dense. Ray smiled slightly as he felt his vampire side thrum with power. Ray felt his senses increase in range as he had blood control, meaning this realm, which was doused in blood, was like his prime hunting ground. Perfect. Ray muttered as he took his shirt off, revealing his lean yet toned body. He felt that with his blood control he should be able to use the thin layers of blood mist in the air to help him refine his body. Looking around for an inconspicuous location, Ray settled for a groove under a mountain as he sat down in a lotus position. Closing his eyes, Ray activated his blood control as he started to refine his body. Scarlet tattoos slowly appeared on his body as they formed tendrils sprawling across Ray's body, making him look horrifying. If one looked carefully, they would see the red hue slowly being absorbed into Ray's body as it created a small whirlpool with Ray in the center. Skill created, Blood Refinement. Absorb blood essence to increase the grade of user's body. Ray saw the notification and smiled. Using his blood control, Ray started to draw out a concealment array as he hid his presence while he refined his body. Status. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable. Bloodlines, Heavenly Demon, Alucard. Combat Spirit, Myriad War God. Ring, War God of Origin. Comprehension. Divine Essence, Space, Time, Seals, Elements. Law, Darkness, Holy, Slaughter, Atoms, Sound, Shadows, Blood, Energy, Conversion, Healing. Concepts, Light, Weapons. Combat Rank, Divine Rank 2, 82%. Body, Divine, Rank 1. Soul, Divine, Rank 3. Will, Divine. Skills, 1000 plus. Passives, Perfect Energy Control, Perfect Muscle Control, Energy Efficiency, Godly Cooking, Reduced Energy Cost, 10 Divine Gates, All Weapon Mastery, Copy, Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Danger Sense, Sexual Stamina, Third Eye, Identify Weakness, Accelerated Thought, Harmony, 526 plus. PFFFF. When did I get so many passives? Ray muttered as he wasn't prepared for the number of passives he had received. He understood the 1000 plus skills as the end essentially copied everything he saw. But the 526 plus more passives are what he didn't understand. Bloodline advantages, proficiency, synergy between skills, comprehension, experiences, exposure to higher grade energy, marks of gods, system advantages, adaption. Would you like me to continue? No thanks. Ray said as he was still surprised at the number of passives. Shaking his head, Ray closed his eyes as he began refining his body once more. Chapter 147, Breakthrough. Weeks passed in a blink of an eye. Ray had long lost count of how long he sat refining his body. Not that he wanted to keep track, as cultivation takes time depending on how talented you are. The blood tendrils on Ray's body had started to form runes as it covered his body. Each rune seemed to help absorb the blood mist in the air much faster. With the amount of blood mist that he had absorbed, Ray's initial silver-white hair had tinges of red on the tips. Asterisk boom. Ray's eyes snapped open as he started his breakthrough. Tribulation lightning gathered above him as he only smirked. Reaching out his hand, Ray clenched his fist as his own tribulation lightning gathered. HAAA. With a thundering shout, Ray shot his lightning as they collided. Asterisk boom. A shattering quake shook the blood craze realm. Divine rank 3. Ray muttered with a smile. Standing up, sounds of cracking can be heard as Ray sat still the entire time. Status simplified. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable. Combat rank, Divine rank 3, 0%. New. Body rank, Divine rank 4, 32%. New. Soul rank, Divine rank 3, 82%. Will rank, Divine rank, 48%. Oh, blood refining is pretty good for increasing my body rank. Ray muttered with a smile. Looking at his own body, Ray could still see some faint hints of blood runes. Ray frowned slightly. He gathered energy in his left palm as the blood runes started to glow. As if alive, the blood runes crawled across his body and gathered at the back of his left palm, forming a seal. The seal was blood red in color, and if one were to look carefully, they would see that it was made up of densely packed runes. Waving his hand, Ray disabled the concealing array he laid out as he decided to go hunt some beasts. Sending out his senses, Ray picked up on some life forces not too far from him. Rank 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 2, Ray muttered his findings. I'll work my way up. Ray thought as he decided to hunt divine rank 1s to test his strength and slowly increase in level. Dashing through the trees, Ray thought on how he should hunt. Weapon. Now I know how powerful Kyoki and Tengaku are. As for Enkidu, that Orion guy showed me how they're able to dodge as long as they're fast enough. Gi-bulg maybe. Magic. Fuck it, bare hand for now. Ray thought as his would only use weapons or magic when bare fists won't work. Nearing his target, Ray reduced his presence as he observed his prey. Blood-crazed night wolf, divine rank 1. It was a black wolf the size of a large house, black fur with streaks of red. It has pieces of metal like plating over his body as steel-like fangs protruded from his maw. On its face, it had a distinctive scar that ran from its left eye to his snout. Seems like his left eye is blind. Ray thought as his muscles tensed ready to explode with power. The wolf's ears twitched as it looked towards where Ray was hiding. Feeling danger, Ray bent back at an abnormal angle which was only supported by his toes. Looking at the black shadow above him, Ray knew that should he be a step late, the wolf would have sunk its fangs in his upper torso. That is if it can pierce my rank 4 body. He thought before forming a spear with his right hand and stabbed it towards the neck of the beast. The sound of flesh being ripped apart could be heard as Ray's hand easily pierced the neck of the wolf. The wolf struggled as Ray grabbed hold of his spine through the neck. Ray's eyes narrowed as he spare hand grabbed hold of the wolf's collarbone. Haa. Ray exerted strength as he separated the head of the wolf from its body with the spin attached. Fights at higher levels of strength can be ended quickly should one grasp the opportunity. Depending on the situation, even if the two combatants are close in strength, it can be ended in one move. Ray thought as the power that comes with higher divine ranks are deadly. If a divine rank 8 let his guard down, Ray estimated that he would be able to have enough opportunities to restrain, disable, or downright kill him. But that's if they let their guard down. Looking at the wolf corpse in his hands, Ray extracted all of the blood into a small pill before eating it. Energy flowed through his veins as Ray closed his eyes to savor the sensation. A smile appeared on his face as it had been a while since he absorbed blood. Although he was a vampire, he didn't have the negative traits of the race as he was fine even without blood. But it was like telling an addict to give up what he is addicted to. Naturally, with Ray's willpower, holding off the desire was easy. Opening his eyes once more, Ray felt that he had been rejuvenated as his senses were increased. Letting go of the dried-up husk of a body that was the divine-ranked wolf, Ray dashed towards his next prey. Blood-crazed demonic raven, divine rank 2. Looking above him, Ray could see the raven staring him down. The raven had glowing red eyes that shone with cruelty, black feathers with veins red in color. It became a blur as it nosedived towards Ray, attempting to kill him. Narrowing his eyes, Ray reached out before grasping his hands and twisting his body sideways. In 2 simple moves, Ray ripped both wings off the raven and dodged its nosedive. Like their name, they're in a blood craze. Not having high combat standards and acting like normal beasts you find anywhere. Ray thought as he used his foot to kill the struggling raven. Eating the refined blood essence once more, Ray smiled. However, his smile only grew wider as he saw what the system displayed. Blood law, 0.0001%. New. So, eating refined blood essence of a divine rank 2 increases it by 0.0001%, huh? That means I have to kill 10,000 of them to get 1% and 1 million to increase the law to divine essence. Ray thought as blood law was pretty useful already. He could keep gaining energy as long as he intakes blood, refine his body, form blood weapons, regenerate body parts and stay alive as long as a single drop of his blood remained. Should it become a divine essence, I think I might be able to control the blood in a person's body. Ray thought as it would help in his fights massively. Feeling renewed determination, Ray started to hunt every rank 2 beasts he could find, not leaving any out since 0.0001% was still progress no matter how small. Each fight was short as Ray used his bare hands to crush everything in his way. His body was tainted with blood as with his hair. On the back of his left palm, his blood seal grew more apparent with each kill. Crushing the skull of his most recent kill, Ray ate the blood pill once more as he looked at the progress so far. Blood law, 1%. I think that's every rank 2 beast for quite a distance, I can't feel any more of them. Ray though, as the forest was much larger than he had thought. Status. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable. Combat rank, divine rank 3, 0% to greater than 2%. Body rank, divine rank 4, 32% to greater than 38%. Soul rank, divine rank 3, 82% to greater than 83%. Will rank, divine rank, 48% to greater than 49%. Rank 3 it is then. Ray thought as he decided to search for any rank 3 beasts around. Dashing towards the closest one, Ray saw that his opponent was a serpent-like beast. Blade serpent, divine rank 3. It has dark crimson scales with natural blade-like protrusions. Its head also had blade-like protrusions especially around the back of the skull, which protects it from anyone trying to attack it from behind. It had 2 pairs of eyes as they glowed with a poisonous purple. The same time that Ray saw it, it had also seen Ray. Ray felt his hair stand on end as the pressure was of a creature close to divine rank 4. His face was serious as he decided to make the first strike. Gi-Balg appeared in his hands as Ray used it as a medium for his elemental abilities. The blade of the spear lit up with a blue flame as Ray slashed towards the snake. Ping. The snake swung its tail as counter, sparks flew as the blue flame barely harmed it. TCH, hard armor and slight resistance to elements. Ray muttered. Feeling danger approach his left side, Ray quickly reached out his palm and made Row Ajax. Boom. His body was launched away from the impact as Ray felt his left arm slightly numb. Looking at what had hit him, Ray saw that the snake fired off one of its bladed scales only for it to regrow quickly. Ray frowned as he used his tribulation lighting together with Gi-Balg. In theory, the lightning should travel through the body of the snake, damaging its insides. It has a hard shell, so damaging its internal systems might be more effective. Ray thought as the tip of the spear started to slowly discharge lightning that would strike the ground at times. A tense stare-off begun as Ray was on edge. His eyes focused as he dashed towards the snake once more. It lashed its tail at Ray, who dodged under it with a slide. Seeing that scales were approaching him once more, Ray stabbed the tip of Gi-Balg on the ground before vaulting up and above the incoming scales. Ray was above the snake as he narrowed his eyes. Feeling danger, the snake fired off its blades behind its skull, attempting to impale Ray. Now. Seeing the chance, Ray threw the spear. The lightning chained across the different blades, shattering them as Ray smiled. The snake, however, also smiled crudely as it bent its body abnormally to try avoid the spear. Whilst doing so, it also spat out a mouthful of venomous fangs towards Ray as he quickly used Row Ajax to block. The snake felt victory at hand as it saw how the intruder was drowned in its venom while it dodged the spear. Click. The sound of a finger snap could be heard as Gi-Balg glowed with a golden light. Kinkinkin. The sounds of chains colliding with hardened scales rang out as the chains seemed to be alive. It wrapped around the entire body of the snake as it pinned the beast to the ground, with it losing its divine strength. Rei's body slowly materialized in front of the snake as he had disintegrated himself into mist to avoid the attack while he used Enkidu to restrain the snake. Forming Gi Bulb once more, Rei stabbed towards the snake's eye in order to kill it as fast as possible. The snake's eye shrank as it saw the spear approach. Boom. PFFFFF. Rei was suddenly hit by an impact as his body was sent backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You bastard, you've hindered my advancement. Tell me, how should I kill you? A creepy voice rang out as Rei looked up. Oh fuck. He muttered. Heaven-piercing blade dragon, failed evolution divine rank 6. Chapter 148, Brute Force. Rei swallowed nervously as the pressure released by the dragon was several times of what he could produce. The dragon was larger than a skyscraper, silver scales, bladed wings, and it had a blue hue to its scales. Even if I use Shojin, I doubt he will give me the chance to use it. Rei thought. Speak, how should I kill you? With your meddling, I've lost the chance to become a rank 10 divine blade dragon. Above that, you've cut off my chance to become a blade dragon god. The dragon narrowed its blue eyes at Rei. How would I know you were going to be a god? Cultivation is fair game. If you wanted to advance, you should have secluded yourself so no one can disturb you. Rei said as his mind worked quickly to think of a way out. However, he suddenly felt pain from his right shoulder as it was cut off by the dragon. Rei clenched his teeth as he retreated backwards while regenerating his arm. I'll torment you to death. The dragon shouted whilst continuously cutting Rei's limbs off while he tried his best to dodge but failed. Rei's eyes grew bloodshot as he suppressed the pain. Anger rose up in his mind as he saw how the dragon was treating him like a plaything. Motherfucker. Rei cursed in his mind. However, the anger didn't make him mindless. He tried harder to figure out a way to escape. He had already tried to teleport, but the dragon sealed off the surrounding area. Don't try to leave, you're in my domain now. How naive of you to think you can leave after you crippled my future. The dragon spoke as he saw how Rei tried to teleport. He's not using his full power, he wants to torment me. Rei smirked slightly. I'll show him how one should not play with their food. Rei thought. His body blurred as two doppelgangers appeared beside him. They had 100% of his power, but how a short run time. He copied this skill when Baiwu had used it. Kyoki. Tengaku. The three doppelgangers spoke at the same time. Instead of swords, Rei summoned them in the form of two earrings. The dragon simultaneously cut Rei's doppelgangers. Each of them had either lost an arm or leg but quickly regenerated. Rei, why the fuck is there a rank 6 dragon here? Kyoki shouted in Rei's mind. How the fuck should I know? The bastard evolved mid-fight. Forget it quickly, we need to enter Shojin. Rei thought as the ear-rings glowed. Bankai. Rei shouted along with his doppelgangers as their form changed. His perception increased as his two clones summoned two great swords in their hands. His doppelgangers had also activated demon mode and divine sage mode along with his heavenly demon avatar. Rei quickly retreated while three colossal giants fought. But rather than fought, it was more like his two doppelgangers were punching bags. Shojin. Rei quickly said as light pierced the blood craze realm. The dragon's attention was attracted to the light as his instantly waved his wings, destroying both doppelgangers thoroughly. Rei's army appeared once more, but this time Rei didn't dare to sit down on the throne. He had a serious expression as his army immediately charged towards the dragon. Kyoki and Tengaku didn't stay idle as they summoned avatars of their own. Useless. The dragon shouted as he spread out his wings. Sword energy filled the air as it was launched towards the army, killing them instantly without even touching them. Kyoki and Tengaku were also cut as Tengaku was barely able to hold out due to her naturally high defense. Kyoki couldn't be said the same as his figure was bisected. Tengaku had also lost an arm as she held the great sword with her left arm. Seeing that his entire army was killed with one move, Rei frowned as the energy only pushed him past divine rank 4, almost 5. Seeing that Tengaku was still alive, the dragon lashed its tail at her. Attempting to use the momentum of the tail against the dragon, Tengaku lowered her center of gravity so that she was more stable. Raising her great sword, she hoped the momentum would be enough. Boom. A resounding collision was heard as the tail forcefully broke the great sword. Tengaku's eyes widened slightly in disbelief as her trusted great sword was broken easily. However, it only lasted a second as the tail obliterated her upper torso, leaving the lower half to fall lifelessly. Fuck. Ray, this guy is abnormal. Tengaku swore on the rare occasion as Ray only frowned deeper. Now that he was divine rank 5 temporarily, he could feel the power emitted from the dragon even clearer. He was on the boundary of rank 7 in pressure, yet the physical power was most defiantly above rank 6. Rise. Ray shouted as he didn't think he would need necromancy this quickly. Futile behavior. Surrender yourself. The dragon shouted as he watched the army rise up again. His logic was lost in his wrath as he would have normally realized Ray was getting stronger. Yet the rage of having his future cut off overwhelmed any form of calm thought he had. The dragon opened his mouth as an immense amount of energy gathered in his mouth. Boom. A huge ray of light shot forward as Ray quickly dodged sideways to avoid it, yet a third of his left side couldn't avoid it. Feeling the burning sensation, Ray's eyes became bloodshot as he saw how the majority of the right side of his body was evaporated. Red tendrils emerged from his body as he quickly regenerated. Ray's body shuddered with slight pain as he could feel himself overstepping the boundaries and was on the threshold to divine rank 6. Ray clenched his teeth as he gathered energy in his palm once more. Rise. He shouted with his entire being as his life depended on it. He couldn't regenerate infinitely, each death caused him to lose a huge amount of energy, especially since the power behind the dragon was huge and he had to expend several more times the amount of energy to regenerate himself. Annoying pest. The dragon shouted as it only made him angrier seeing the army rise once more. Energy gathered in its claws as he slammed down, causing the earth to crack as blades rose, shredding everything around it. Ray was in the range as well as his body was cut in half several times. Regenerating once more, Ray felt his power reach the limit, stopping at the start rank 6 as anymore, and it would be like the fight against Gaia and Alea. He would die not too long after. Activating everything he had, Ray enlarged as his myriad war god avatar appeared. It had demonic armor color black, 7 pairs of wings behind him with half like the sun and the last half like the deepest void. A ring of energy was formed slightly behind his figure as it showed all of the forms he had, from Atlas, Heavenly Demon and Sword Monarch to unknown ones that Ray had never even put his attention to. The avatar was smaller than the dragon as 2 great swords appeared in the avatar's hands. Boom 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 boom. Ray charged towards the dragon as he didn't have long in this form. Reaching divine rank 6 was heavily pushing his limits. Using the great swords, Ray deflected as much of the sword energy as he could, yet some would still hit his avatar, destroying large chunks before regenerating. Closing in on the dragon, Ray pushed the 2 great swords together, creating a huge hammer. Stomping down heavily, Ray put the entirety of his weight behind the hammer as he slammed in towards the dragon whilst also using the true tremor fruit to support his attack. Boom. Crack. As the hammer slammed against the dragon, as huge crater formed beneath them as the earth cracked, allowing one to see magma bubbling beneath the crust. Arg. The dragon roared in rage as it clawed towards Ray, who dismissed the hammer into a bundle of golden chains that wrapped around his wrists. Dodging the claw, Ray threw the chain into the maw of the dragon as he swung himself on its back. Quickly wrapping a few more loops around the neck of the dragon, Ray stomped the neck of the dragon as he pulled as hard as he could. Ha! Ray shouted out unwillingly as he exerted his strength. The chains dug into the dragon as it stopped the dragon from using its divine powers, yet the physical power was unrestrained. The dragon thrashed around as he felt the chains tighten. He used every method he could to try throw Ray off, which included his wings, claw, and tail, but Ray pulled without stop. The dragon flew up hoping it would throw Ray off. Gathering the remains of his energy in his arms and legs, Ray bent his body backwards from the force as the chains started to rip the muscles around the dragon's mouth and neck. Come on! Ray shouted as his energy was running out. His form was slowly dimming from the lack of energy. Crack. With an earth-shattering crack, the chains ripped past the dragon's mouth, severing the skull and spine, leaving the dragon in free fall. Ray felt joy but was soon plunged into worry as his avatar wouldn't be able to last long enough for him to survive the fall. If he were to fall without the support of his avatar and with the lack of energy, he wouldn't be able to regenerate and defiantly die. Quickly looking around him, Ray made a sword as he cut open the dragon's belly. Dismissing the avatar, Ray threw the chain towards the belly and swung himself inside. He hoped that the flesh would absorb most of the impact before it reached him. His consciousness blurred as his rank fell back to rank 3, his body screamed out with pain as the weakened period kicked in. Ray closed his eyes as he could only hope his choice was a good one for him to survive. Boom. Chapter 149, Dragon's Blood. Ray slowly opened his eyes as pain shot through his body. Erg. A groan escaped his mouth as he didn't want to move. So, I lived. Ray thought as sighed out with a slight smile. He couldn't move his body as reaching rank 6 was too taxing on his body. Taking the moment to look at the system notifications he received, Ray smiled. Congratulations for killing heaven-piercing blade dragon. Extreme weakened status, 10 days 4 hours 32 minutes and 53 seconds. Discovered divine dragon blood. Discovered divine dragon soul. Bathed in divine dragon blood, 2 passives gained. Divine dragon slayer. Plus 200% damage against dragon-type enemies. Plus 300% damage against divine dragons. Inflict deep fear against dragons. Divine dragon body. Plus 500% defense. Minus 200% damage taken. Plus 150% elemental defense. Plus 100% elemental damage. Would host like to absorb divine dragon blood? Y/N. Would you like to absorb divine dragon soul of heaven-piercing blade dragon dash? Y/N. System, tell me the benefits of divine dragon blood and absorbing the dragon soul. Ray thought. By absorbing the divine dragon blood, host would gain the divine dragon bloodline, giving host an increased damage with all elemental attacks, especially towards fire, further increased defense and increased normal attack. Gain dragon fire, dragon pressure, and dragon breath. Should host absorb the divine dragon soul, host would gain the divine dragon in your army and a battle mount. Take it all. Ray said with a smile. Gain divine dragon bloodline. Benefits added. Gain divine dragon soul. Benefits added. Simplified status, show new additions except for skills and passives. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable. Bloodlines, divine dragon, new. Battle mount, heavenly piercing blade dragon, new. Combat rank, divine rank 3, 2% to greater than 75%. New. Body rank, divine rank 5, 83%. New. Soul rank, divine rank 6, 2%. New. Will rank, divine rank, 49% to greater than 92%. New. How long have I slept for? Almost 5 days. Ray frowned at the length of time but felt that it was natural since he had pushed his limits. Ray laid there still as he waited for the extreme weakened period time to pass. Time passed quickly as Ray finally stood up once more. Deep breath in. HAAA. Ray took a deep breath outside the dragon corpse as he looked at the giant carcass. That reminds me, how's the blood law? Ray asked, remembering why he hunted the divine rank 3 blade serpent to begin with. Blood law, 1% to greater than 86%. New. Ray smiled even more as he understood why that would be the case. 10,000 normal rank 2 beasts gave him 1%. A rank 6 almost 7 divine dragon would defiantly give him more. Not to mention, the blood was divine blood and the dragon could have become a rank 10 divine blade dragon. Waving his hand, Ray refined the carcass of the dragon into a pill before eating it. The remainder of the dragon flesh revitalized his body as he had already absorbed the blood. Looking around, Ray couldn't help but marvel at the damage caused by their fight. Large chunks of earth were lifted, mountains collapsed, deep ravines were formed which one could see lava flowing deep below. Sending out his senses, Ray realized the range was much larger due to his increase of soul rank. If he were to estimate, he could probably cover the entirety of Doluwadala world or any world for that matter, yet it barely escaped this forest really tells one how large the blood craze realm is. Ray suddenly opened his eyes as he found a city just outside the forest. Why is there a city here? Ray muttered with a frown. He came to the blood craze realm from the god Ascension realm, yet there were people here that made a city. Could it be that these realms are of different worlds and that gods borrowed these realms for training in return of exterminating the monsters? Ray theorized with a frown. Most of the ranks of people in the city were around the level king rank or below, with a few above the king rank. Some were around world and sovereign rank, with 2 being ascendant rank early stage. But the most concerning thing about this city was how there were one very large aura compared to the rest. Divine rank 2. Ray frowned. It was unnatural for a divine rank 2 to be there, as the general power showed that reaching such a level in the city was almost impossible. Ray decided to try out his new mount, as this would be a good test to see how useful it was. Exerting some energy, Ray saw a portal form above him as the dragon appeared. Similar to when it was alive, it was divine rank 6 and its appearance stayed the same. But it was on a smaller scale. The mount would adjust its size depending on the user's will, with the largest being the same size it was when it was alive. Ray nodded at the system's message as he could feel the connection with the dragon. It was like a puppet. It had no soul but could fight for itself should the situation arise. Ray could also control the dragon remotely if he wished. Jumping on the back of the dragon, Ray willed it to fly towards the city. The wings slowly unfolded before the dragon shot off, causing Ray to almost fall back. The speed was much faster than Ray's top speed as he saw the dense amount of trees pass by quickly. This might be quite useful since it's like having a divine rank 6 pet. Ray muttered. Bringing his body lower, Ray controlled the dragon to fly even faster as his eyes concentrated to keep up with the speed. The speed of the dragon had easily passed the speed of light as they arrived at the city after a while. Ray could see the troops panicking when they saw a dragon suddenly appear. Landing the dragon in front of the gates, Ray dismounted as he was approached by the strongest people in the city apart from the divine rank 2 who was trying to hide his presence. "Who are you?" The ascendant ranked old man shouted out. "Forget the introduction, where is your leader?" Ray said as they looked at each other. "Who are you on about?" The old man replied. Ray frowned. "Oi you. Divine rank 2. I know you're there. Come out before I look for you instead." Ray shouted out, causing the troops to cover their ears. Soon Ray could feel a presence dashing towards him as the figure soon came into view. He wore flashy robes adorned with a disgusting amount of jewelry that made Ray nauseous just looking at him. He had long black hair that reached his lower back, brown eyes, and a lean body. "Ahaha, hello there senior, how can I help?" he said politely as he could tell the dragon was rank 6. For someone like Ray to use the dragon as a mount, he was defiantly strong. Much stronger than divine rank 2. "Why are you here and why is there a city?" Ray asked straight up as roundabout talks weren't his thing. "Let's talk in the castle." The person gestured as Ray nodded. Dismissing the dragon into a portal, Ray followed the men back to the castle. Sitting on a chair, Ray crossed his legs and stared at the men. "So answer me, why are you here and why is there a city?" Ray asked once more as the distance between the city and forest was far too long for someone to find it easily. "Well, I had dash. The truth." Ray frowned as he could tell from the person's gestures that he was trying to make something up. "I was chased and ran for my life. After a few months of constant running I happened to find a village. A few hundred years have passed and I made it into a city." The person said quickly. "Are there any other cities?" Ray asked. "Yes, but I'm the only divine-ranked cultivator that found one." The men replied. "How come there are cities in the blood craze realm? I thought that this place was somewhere that is used for training." Ray asked once more. "From what I have gathered, gods came thousands of years ago and made a deal with the people they found in this realm. In return of using this place as a cultivation realm, they would open portals that allow the cultivators to appear around where most of the beasts are and deal with them. This allowed the realm to live their lives with relative ease," he said as Ray nodded. It was what he had roughly guessed. "Then why don't you return?" Ray said as the person shrank back slightly. "Well, the life here isn't bad, you can get whatever you want. Riches, woman, entertainment. I should tell you that the women here are especially beautiful," the men said with a disgusting smile that Ray just ignored. "So you've abandoned cultivation for desires?" Ray asked. "Well, I guess so. I mean, if you look at the women here you'll understand what I mean," the men said before waving his hand and sent a message. It wasn't long before rows upon rows of women appeared. Some looked scared, some were filled with fear and some were excited. Ray frowned slightly at this. While they were beautiful, in Ray's eyes they were far from Baiwu and Eve. "Leave," Ray said simply as the men commanded them to leave. "Senior, were you not happy with them?" The person asked. Why were some scared? Ray said as the men only laughed. Well, I got the most beautiful women from this realm. Some were married, some were so young, so naturally the strong gets what he wants. It's a strong eat the weak, no. The person said as Ray only frowned in disgust. Because of Eve and Bai Wu, Ray had respect for what women want. He wouldn't force something they didn't want. Just imagining a stronger person taking his beloved women away from him pissed him off, so the actions of the men only further increased his disgust. So you stole them from their husbands or their family? Ray said slowly. Indeed, it's best if they have attachment, since breaking them is more fun. The men said with a grin. His grin turned to a frown as he slowly looked down to see a sword piercing his chest. Since you abandoned cultivation and all sense of mental code, this world doesn't need you. Ray spoke as the man died. Rise. Ray spoke as the man's body twitched before removing the sword. Ray made a few seals before pushing it into the man's corpse. This made it so that the men would lead the realm with better knowledge and cultivation. It was Ray's form of trade, as killing the only divine rank 2 would cause a riot and a hole in power. With the seals, Ray installed a fake personality and seals to help it separate good from bad. A seal to absorb energy to run itself and dismiss itself when the realm doesn't need him. In addition to this, Ray also made a few more seals to help out with developing the realms. Defensive seals and offensive seals just in case. Seeing that everything was done, Ray left the kingdom. Ray sighed as he remembered how the cultivator acted. The strong prey on the weak, huh? I hope the seals I've made should prevent this. Ray thought as he made it so that the dead cultivator would slowly increase its rank over time. There was also a seal to help it observe everything, so that if anything like tearing families apart happened, the men would kill the offender. Ray shook his head as he vowed to not commit something so disgusting. I should go to the cultivation tower to solidify my foundations. Ray thought as he used the seal to leave the realm. Unknown to Ray, his actions made the realm one of the most peaceful yet powerful realms far into the future. Eve was feeling slightly restless as she observed the change to Ray. She saw how his energy was decreasing rapidly and the system notifications of what was happening. She only felt more worried since she couldn't do anything about it. Right now she was in arena with 6 more fights lined up. She couldn't leave until she finished the fight, since she was an exception due to her master. She could only take out her nervousness with fighting. Her opponent was divine rank 4 while she was divine rank 3. Mirai. Eve spoke softly. Got it, end it fast, right? A female voice rang out in Eve's mind as the Zanpakuto Ray helped her create was summoned in the form of a pair of wire gloves. Start. The announcer called out. Eve instantly clenched her 2 fists as she used her divine essence of time to speed the wires up. Her opponent was instantly bound with wire that would kill him should Eve will it. Winner. With an astounding new record of 1.2 seconds, War Saint successor Eve wins again. The announcer called out as Eve waited for her next opponent. A woman walked on stage. She had brown hair reaching her hips, soft features, large round eyes and brown pupils. She wore a light pink kimono with bottom reaching around her thighs. The kimono had large sleeves which hid her hands. She also wore white stockings which paired well with her kimono. Her beauty was not one bit inferior to Eve. I've finally found you. The woman spoke as she looked at Eve. Eve looked up and smiled. Hello Bai Wu, I've been waiting to meet you. Chapter 150, Position for First Wife. So how are we going to do this? Eve asked as she gestured with her hand. Are you going to come at me, shall I come at you, or are we going to come together? At the same time, Eve gave Bai Wu a grin as Bai Wu looked at Eve. Who's going to be first wife? Bai Wu asked, which caught Eve off guard. What? Who is going to be first wife? Bai Wu asked again. Well, isn't it obviously me? Eve replied as if it was natural. Do you have a child with Ray? Bai Wu asked as Eve paused. But I was with him the longest. Eve said as Bai Wu crossed her arms emphasizing her bust. But I gave him a child. So, I'm the first wife and you're the second wife. Bai Wu retorted. Asterisk Pucci. Eve felt a twitch on the edge of her smile. That's only because you're a rabbit. You guys give birth to more babies than the amount of breakfast a person eats in their lifetime. Eve said as tension was building between the two. Giving birth to a child is better than having none. Bai Wu said, unfolding her arms. The commentator and the spectators didn't know what to say about the two women in the arena arguing about who was the first wife. But having moderation is better than being a baby factory. Eve replied. At least I can pass on Rei's lineage better than you can. Bai Wu said as they both readied their weapons. Eve with her wire gloves while Bai Wu had her spirit manifestation. Their auras flared as Bai Wu's was light pink while Eve's was silver with a slight blue tint. Winner is first wife. They both said at the same time. Eve crouched down as she waved her hand, sending out wires across the arena. Bai Wu pulled out 2 fans from her sleeves as she waved them, creating countless wind blades slicing the wires. Asterisk bam. She stepped hard onto the ground as it caused a small crater. Her body disappeared as she dashed towards Eve. Seeing this, Eve flicked a few fingers before several traps were sprung up around her. It was effective as she could see Bai Wu's body flicker back into view as she jumped backwards to avoid the wire traps. Her instincts were telling her that they were bad news. As she jumped back, she kicked her legs as she sent wind blades cutting the traps. As if like a startled cat, the traps exploded out with a single touch that would have bound Bai Wu should she have carried on and didn't retreat. Eve didn't stay idle as her hands blurred. Several strands of wire shot towards Bai Wu as if they were alive, tracking her every movement. TCH, annoying. Bai Wu said as she waved her fans. A tornado appeared in front of her as it dragged the wires away forcefully. Eve didn't falter as she clasped both hands together. Within the tornado, the wires had bundled together, forming the form similar to an eastern dragon. Go. Eve commanded as the dragon tore through the tornado. Bai Wu frowned slightly before gathering energy in her legs. As the dragon approached, she did a scissor motion with her legs as it bisected the dragon in half. Without worry, Eve separated her palms, turning the 2 halves into smaller dragons. Bai Wu was about to react when she realized her movements have slowed tremendously while Eve's wire dragons shot towards her with speeds far above their normal standard. Eve was concentrating as she used her divine essence of time of slow down Bai Wu. She didn't want to harm her, so she needed an opportunity to restrain her. She could tell that neither of them wanted to harm the other, so they were looking for chances to retrain each other. If not, Bai Wu would attack with more ferocity and Eve would be using her razor wires. Bai Wu flared her aura, seeing the approaching dragons. The aura coagulated into a small avatar as it blocked both dragons at the last second with her fans. It flicked its wrist as wind blades destroyed the dragons. The avatar was dismissed as Bai Wu landed softly. Want to keep going? Eve asked. Nah, forget it. If we hurt each other, Rei will probably be disappointed. Bai Wu said as she shook her head. True, he cares a lot for the people he loves. Eve said with a nostalgic smile. So how are we going to sort this out? Bai Wu asked. Why don't we let Rei do it? Since he is the one we love, he'll choose who's the first wife. Eve said with a smile. Okay. Bai Wu said after some thought. I forfeit. Bai Wu called out to the announcer. I'll look for you once I finish my required matches, okay? Eve said, looking at Bai Wu. Okay, I'll wait for you, big sis. Bai Wu said and waved. Eve opened her eyes with slight surprise. Oh hiya. How come you're so polite with me all of a sudden? We're still competitors for the first wife title, you know. Eve said as Bai Wu only grinned. Naturally you're big sis since you're older than me. Hag. She grinned before quickly departing. N% dollar pound and carat dollar. Who's the fucking hag? Eve cursed out, causing Bai Wu's laughter to ring out in the distance. Ha ha ha, calm Eve. This Bai Wu's pretty fun, right? Mirai's voice could be heard. Eve could tell Mirai was smirking. TCH, wipe that smirk off your face. If anything, shouldn't you be the hag? You control time, so you could just make it so that you seem young. Eve retorted, causing Mirai to become silent. While she was having her internal argument with Mirai over who was older, her next opponent had already arrived. Let's just finish these fights quickly. Eve said as she wanted to have a long chat with Bai Wu. How's the preparation going? A female voice asked out within a large throne room. Everything is about ready, royal princess. By the time the true god emperor dies, the invasion shall start. A voice replied. The source was a bat demon with a humanoid body. It bowed deeply, hoping to not anger the two people sitting on the thrones. The royal princess frowned as her eyes narrowed down at the bat demon. So, you're saying we're not fully ready yet? If the true god emperor were to die now, we can't invade yet. What if another steps up in his spot and powers the barrier? Are you saying we have a chance to lose our opportunity to invade? The woman said, narrowing her eyes dangerously. I'll have them speed up the preparation as soon as possible. The bat demon groveled in fear. The sound was drawn out for a long time as each second that passed only increased the demon's fear. Now dear sis, let the guys do their jobs. If we kill them, we'll have to find some more capable hands to replace them. A male voice replied. The source was the royal prince that looked highly similar to Ray, albeit with deep red hair. Shut up, brother wannabe. The female voice replied, looking at the male with disdain. The male frowned, seeing the female's attitude. Did you forget who gave you back your memories, Liao? The male replied, voice dangerously low. No, I did not forget. But I have told you I'll keep the name Aiko. It's what dear brother had named me, and it is what I shall keep. However, don't think I don't know whose fault it was that both me and brother had to die. Kyra. Aiko replied with anger burning in her eyes. You know I had to. Royal brother was bewitched. Kyra replied as he flared his aura. Bullshit. Where brother goes, we follow. Who cares if he has a few more women by his side? Aiko retorted as she also flared her aura. The clash of two true god auras caused the bat demon to throw up blood before getting eviscerated by the pressure alone. The two glared at each other for a long time before they both looked away in annoyance. Their auras died down as Aiko closed her eyes. How did you even get brother's body, Kyra? Aiko asked the burning question in her mind. How else? Fucking father transferred my soul to royal brother's body as punishment. Due to my actions, this body can't exert physical power that's higher than sovereign level. And because it was father, I'm not able to return to my body. Kyra gnashed her teeth in seething hatred. Karma's a bitch. Aiko said as she ignored Kyra. Brother, I'll come find you soon, just wait. Aiko thought as she slowly waited for the day they reunite once more.